How's everyone? Hope you're good. Hope you're having a lovely day. Um, it's a beautiful week. Ọ̀sẹ̀ ayọ̀ ló máa jẹ́ fún gbogbo wa lágbára Ọlọ́run. Um, all right. Limehouse Studios, thank you very much for your comment on TikTok. Let's just check to be sure we're good on all platforms and then can get right into the conversation. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for part-tapping. I've got to clap for everyone because we're on 20K already. Thank you. Thank you very much. These things help the live a lot, so thank you very much for being part of those who got us to 20K likes. If you part tapped, thank you. But please don't stop. I want to make sure we keep this going. It's a beautiful day. Beautiful day. The music they began, we'll make sure we are constantly making sure it's debaying. Esheo, thank you. All right, great to be here. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. We're starting a new series today. I had a great weekend. Thanks for asking. How was your weekend, everyone? How was your weekend? Danny? How is everyone at home? Hope you're good. Hope you had a great weekend. If you're a Christian, hope you went to church. All right, it's good to be back. By the way, Wednesday is Independence Day celebrations in Nigeria. Dr. Badro, good to see you. Says, looking forward to hearing the new series. We're going to have a great time. We're going to enjoy it. Although I put a little twist to it. I'll explain when it's time to get into it. But I'm glad to be here. Had a great weekend. Right. It was good. I hope you had a great one as well. Oni ìmàdùn. Ọ̀sẹ̀ yà dùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. A máa rí bá ti ṣe wa, máa rọ́nà gbégbà. Ìkọ̀kan ní dímọ̀ wa, ọ̀nà ní dímọ̀ kankan nù wa o. Agara ò ní dá wa o. For some reason, I just feel like that's the best way to start today. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ní kálukú bá wà ní èrò ọkàn fún ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí, Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó wá sí ìmúṣẹ o. Ẹni rí ogun gbàgbà mi o. Nǹkan tó tàbá dẹ̀ lè rò fún wa, Ọlọ́run máa sọ dire mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ni máa sọ dire fáwọn alágbára Ọlọ́run. All right. I apologize. I can't say those prayers in English language. I'll probably have to learn a bit more English to be able to do that. I can actually, but not to interpret exactly what I said. May God bless everybody. I mean, you have a beautiful, fantastic week. All right. So that's the summary of all that Yoruba. But it's good to be here. Just give me a second. I want to be sure that we're good on every platform and we can get started today. Of course, we're going to start with the news. We'll have reactions and then we'll get into today's topic. Today, we're starting a new series. Originally, it was supposed to be Awolowo and Akintola, and it will eventually be that. But while studying, I just thought that, nah. You know, there's I'll explain when we get to that thing. I'll explain. I promise I'll explain. Let me not put the cart before the horse. I'll explain why I feel we should start with meet SLA. I'll explain in a bit. Just give me about a minute. Abamiti dorisha yepa Baba 70 day. By the way, if you're on YouTube or Twitter or any of this Facebook or Twitch, please understand that we usually play music, and for the most part, usually our last song on TikTok is Lagbaja's song. So if you've noticed, there's this pattern. Even me, I didn't notice on myself. Say anytime we will begin, now so Lagbaja the home. The reason we say now Lagbaja we play last. So you see the body. Now why they hear us they sing Lagbaja of that. But I mean, if you're not singing Lagbaja, what else now about? The man is brilliant. Brilliant. Okay, I think we're good. We're streaming on Twitter at the moment. We're streaming on Twitch. We're on Facebook and YouTube. And so if you have anybody you want to share with and they're not on TikTok, please tell them to check out Busuri Oris on any of these platforms. They're going to, enjoy the session together with us. It's a beautiful day once again. We're on 21.9k likes now. So let's go back to the normal thing. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. If you have not clicked on the heart icon above my head, please do so. Right? Please click on the heart icon above my head. Click on it, join the team. If you're already a member, click on it, drop a heart me, drop a gift. Let's do everything we can to make sure we push the live to the FYP. If you're on every other platform, you don't know what FYP means. It just means basically it's for you page. So when people power tap, the algorithm recommends the live stream to others. So please, let's do that. Also, if you're on YouTube, please double tap on your screen to like the live. We need you to like the live so that the algorithm can also recommend the live to other people. Okay, so I'm going to give us like a minute. No, not a minute. A minute is too much. You guys are very fast. So let's do like maybe a few seconds to just, just tap, just the basics. I'm also trying to do the same here. Olumide Lesomi Carousel, Ami Ashedumari. Oh, Shadra, Adra Le Shamisi. Alon Timole Ashelagbara Long. All right. Has anybody here ever been to CNS before? Orin Kerubu kan wá sí mi lọ́kàn sí i. Súre fún wa lónìí bàbá wa ọ̀run, agbójú wa sókè sí ọ. Ṣé ọkọ lọ Kerubu rí bíbí yìí? If you don't not come and jáwọ́ mi sílẹ̀ o. Who went to Kerubu here? Ṣé mi nìkan mo lọ Kerubu baby? I was born there, by the way. I haven't been. When I go there, I was there a while back for the harvest, but I was born there. Although I've not been a member for more than 2 decades, but I love the fact that I grew up there. I'm a member of CCC, but I know the song. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jare. God bless you. Don't mind our other CNS people that are not talking. I love that song. Súre fún wa lónìí bàbá wa ọ̀run, agbójú wa sókè sí ọ. Wọ́n tó súre fún Abraham bàbá wa, jọ̀wọ́ súre fún wa. Alpha àti Omega. Mo wá kíni ni o. Àṣì ọkàn wa páyà sí ọ. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Lovely week we're starting. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have great sessions this week. I'd like to start with something that happened in Ibadan. It was the news. I mean, 2 things happened. 2 major. One was a festival. The other one was a coronation. Happened over the weekend. And I'd like to play a video from the president talking about the coronation of His Imperial Majesty Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoja. So I'm going to start with that. Oh dear. Oh boy. Sorry, guys. The thing we're going to play the audio. It is somewhere. Well, while I'm setting this up, let me also say that this weekend in Ife, we celebrated Olojo. That's a festival, Tonfishori Ikile, the very creation of the earth. So it was great. A lot of people were there from different walks of life, from different nations, all across the world. It was beautiful to see people gather the way they did. And, so that's the festival that held over the weekend in Ife. But in the pattern before the festival, there was the coronation. I like to play this very short film. It's actually from the presidency, but it's basically, and then I'm going to play something also that to explain something else about what Peter Obi did and that became this controversy over the weekend. Is it Olojo or Olojo? Olojo, Ojo, as in Ojo, de, Olojo, and to Lojo. Good afternoon, Leshi Suni. Thank you for being here, sir. So yes, it's Olojo, right? That's the festival where Kabesi would wear the Ari. Ari is considered to be the most important crown in Yoruba land, worn by Odua. It's been said that it's very heavy. I grew up hearing the stories of the crown being as heavy as a pillar, thanks to my aunt. By the way, when I say aunt, in a lifetime, in Yoruba language, she's Mama. It's my father's older sister. She was Mama from the time I was born. And she used to tell me these fantastic things about Ile-Ife. And one of those things is the fact that Olojo Festival, when Kabesi would put on that crown, because they put on that crown once a year, at the Ari. So Olojo Festival is the festival where the king gets to wear the crown and then goes around and prays for the people. I think it was in seclusion for about 7 days before the festival itself. So it's a very, very important festival to Ife people, and also to even people outside Ife, because a lot of people that were at that event were not just Ife people, Yoruba people from the diaspora, from different states of Nigeria, and also from outside the country. So it's beautiful to see that, and it's a delight. All right, so moving on. Let me play you the short video. This is from the presidency and speaks to the coronation of the 44th Olubadan of Ibadan. His Imperial Majesty Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoke. Take a listen, please.
Former Senator and former Governor of Oyo State, Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoke. Olóòtú àgbà lómi, pírẹsẹ̀ntà tó yáyé, ẹ mọ̀ ṣe tẹ́tí bẹ̀lẹ̀ jẹ́ látọ̀ rọ̀. We're celebrating a legend like no other in the city of Ibadan. Everyone is gathered from far and near to celebrate this legend. Àwọn èèyàn ti péjọ pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń dunnú tí wọ́n ń yọ̀ wípé à ń yan ọba tuntun nílùú Ìbàdàn lónìí. Kẹ̀tíkẹ̀tí làwọn èèyàn ń rọ́ wọlé láti ìlú lóríṣiríṣi pé àwọn wá yọ ayọ̀ tí ìwé ọba wa lọ́jọ́ tòní. Ibadan now has a new, very popular, very charismatic, very enigmatic traditional ruler.
This moment is not for long speeches, but to give joy and prayer to the man of the moment, Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoke. If I start to recall the moment in the Senate and the struggle that we had together, you as the governor, the history of the impeachment, your comeback story, your perseverance, your resilience, your determination, your reliability. It's impeccable. Kábíyèsí, adé apẹ́lórí, bàtà apẹ́lẹ́kẹ̀, ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ á máa pọ̀ sí i. Ẹ kú ọdún òní, ẹ kú ọjọ́ ìní, ó kí gbogbo Ìbàdàn, ẹ kú ayẹyẹ ìní. Ìdùnnú la máa rí, ayọ̀ ńlá tí Ọlọ́run fún wa lénìí kò ní di ìbànújẹ́. Ó gba àwọn ọmọ yín náà aṣoríire, ìbàjẹ́ ò ní bá wọn. Ẹ ṣé.
All right, that was the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulating Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoja. Now, he had put out a statement on Twitter when he talking about the relationship and, congratulating him. Over the weekend, some interesting things happened. Peter Obi put out a message, and his message did not go down well with a lot of Yoruba people. He said, "Congratulations to Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoja Arusa 1. I warmly congratulate my dear brother." That was where I stopped. And that's where I'm stopping now. It makes no sense. And people went ahead and said, "Oh, but they were governors at the same time." And in your 60s, he's in his 80s. Then people said, "Oh, but Tinubu also called him brother. Atiku also called him brother." So I'll play something, and this is from BAT. Sorry, not BAT, BRF. Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola speaking on what happened after Oba Ladoja, when he was still governor, after he was impeached, and the role that President Tinubu played in that situation. I'm going to say something after I've played this. Take a listen, please.
Stories that I think there's some stories that I remember. Let me say this. I was saving it for my memoirs, but let me say this. When Governor Ladoja was removed as governor in Ibadan by an apparently illegal impeachment process, it was to Lagos that he came, and I know, and I will say no more about that part. But let me also say that on Sundays, I used to play football, and Sunday was like my day off when he would not call me. I remember my phone rang after playing soccer on Sunday, and it was the ADC. And he said, "The boss wants to speak to you." And he said, when he came on, he said, "Look, Tunde, I'm sorry. I know this is your day off. I need you." Yemi, that's the current vice president, the attorney general, was in camp. I think they were doing something. He said, "Just bring your constitution, bring your law books. I need you to research something for me." When I got there, what he said to me was, "Are we just going to fold our hands and let a governor in Nigeria be impeached and nothing will happen?" And I said, "But he's in opposition. It doesn't matter. What can we do? Call your colleagues." And it was in his house, in that body law, that a group of us lawyers sat down, prepared the court documents. I will keep the name of the lawyer who went to file it. With security, we gave him at 4 a.m. to go to Ibadan the following morning, from 11 in the morning. And it was that case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And Ladoja was returned back to office before he finally lost in the re-election. That wasn't his cause. That was an opposition governor. But that is the man, the champion of oppressed people. So when some people are now trying to rewrite history and say he's fighting Buhari, no, he's empathizing with.
All right, so I played that to make a point. Number one, they have a relationship. They go way back. They go way back, not even to the time when he was governor, to the time when they were both senators in the 1990s. So they have a friendship, right? That's number one. Number two, and then of course this has gone on to, to become something really huge on social media, particularly X, where a lot of people are lambasting Peter Obi, especially when you discover that other people, like even his own traditional ruler, Nincha, he called him my dear father figure. People are taking it very seriously. You might just, it's not his brother. It's not his brother. In Yoruba land, even if the person that's the king is younger than you, is your father. Unless, of course, you're not cultured or you're not properly brought up. These are things that, these are the little things that can actually get people to know exactly who you are and where you're coming from. Not today. Not today. This is what's going to make people know exactly where you are, whether you're properly raised. Anyway, he went on to put out another statement. That's Peter Obi saying, certainly no disrespect intended in my goodwill message to His Royal Majesty. I felicitated with my dear elder brother, the newly crowned His Royal Majesty Oba Rashidi Adewale Ladoja. I have read the concerns of those aggrieved by what they considered improper addressing. I respect protocol and authority, and I try as much as possible, and so on and so forth. But again, also shows that we are different peoples in Nigeria. We are different peoples. Some people, culture means not, well, maybe culture means something to them based on what they call culture. You are considered to be too respectful, right? And they don't see any reason for that. I'm not saying they are bad, just that in our space, there's a way we do things here. And if you have, basic decorum, basic courtesy, just things you don't say. Okay? The funny thing, I think it was yesterday, I saw a video on I don't know if it was on YouTube, the Oni, this was maybe last year, I think it was last year, the Oni, his sister, his older sister, went to greet him. She was bending. He was the one who said, "This is my elder sister." He's the Oni. He's now our father. I don't know. Well, if you don't have it, you probably don't know what it means, but it is what it is. I would like to play something based on this stuff. That Oriyomi said on it, so that so some people were talking about it, and then I saw some of these children on Twitter who say, "Oh, don't be bigotry to Yoruba land." Some of these children, they have no idea what's happening. Watching some school one, so don't bring Kiniko to. Anyway, let me play to you what Oriyomi Amzad said. Somebody says, and Oni used air. Yes, Oni used air in addressing her, but she also used air in addressing Oni. So Oni will still respect her because naturally she's a sister, but she, understanding culture, will bend and kneel and use air because the person she's talking to is not really a younger brother. That's not the father of the entire people. So she, again, culture. Let me play something from Oriyomi Amzat. Let me there are two videos I want to play. Where's that one? No. Okay, please take a listen to the two videos. Take a listen, please. Take a listen.
Olúbàdàn ni my friend. Orí Yorùbá fi. Orí Yorùbá fi. Yorùbá òbí ti rí yín fi o. Láti pe Olúbàdàn ni my friend. Ẹ dábò rẹ̀ rú bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn o. Dàrú à ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn ni. Ẹ ti dàrú bá o. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn òbí ti rí yín fi o. Yorùbá òbí ti rí yín fi o. Ó ń pe orí adé ni my friend.
70 years older. the cabinet imperial majesty. The president go pè ní my friend.
Kò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ ṣe close to. Well, I mean, supposed to say my friend, where my brother? No, my
brother. You pè ní my brother. I thank my brother. My brother. My brother.
Mo ní say my brother sì dá.
My brother olóńdà ní kábíyèsí.
Títí bàbá ẹ̀.
Títí bàbá ẹ̀.
Our father ló yẹ kó. Ṣé ẹ̀gbọ́n nígbà tí kábíyèsí sọ̀rọ̀ kábíyèsí sọ̀rọ̀ kábíyèsí ní kábíyèsí ní ẹ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀. Kábíyèsí rìvásì president.
All right, I'm going to now play what. So after I put this video out, I mean, you're going to find an interpreter. The point is exactly what I said. You know, you're not supposed to call him brother, especially because number one is 81. The gap between is about 17 years. Number two, you were not even governors at the same time. He was governor before you came. Even if you were governors, imagine. We've seen governors in this our country, in Yoruba land, for instance, Governor Oyebanji, the local governor of Ekiti State, Governor Oyebanji, was meeting with, there was an event where Are Babalola was seated. The governor prostrated. Again, culture. It's amazing. But nobody should learn anybody's culture. Anyway, after Oriyomi pulled that video out and said some things, Obedient attacked him. I mean, as they are wont to do, like it's natural. And this is what he had to say in response. Take a listen.
Oh, God. You know, I'm oh, God. If you take my resistance, you know, I'm àwa ò bínú àwa resistance ṣe ń bínú rárá àwa ò jà rárá ẹ̀yin àwa ò bínú àwa ò jà àwa ò jà rárá ẹ̀yin obedient nígbà wà obedient ẹ jẹ́ kó kórúkọ yín ròyìn náà ọmọ gidi máa ń wà obedient ni. Ọmọ tó bá farabalẹ̀ wá kàn á létí gbọ́ á dẹ̀ ní àyàgbàṣe gbogbo èyí tẹ̀ ń sọ yìí àgbo kan wá àwa ti sọ tá à ń sọ nípa abẹ́ sọ lásọ yẹn tẹ́ bá tún ṣe mí ìjọ mi tó bá tún jẹ mọ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ á tún sọ̀rọ̀ gẹ́tẹ̀ tẹ́ bá tún ṣe mí ìjọ mi tá a bá tún fi pé ó yẹ ká sọ̀rọ̀ á tún sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa náà á sọ pé ẹ ṣe dáadáa àwa tí wọ́n tà sọ àwa ti kú ń bẹ̀ nìyẹn èèyàn bá àwọn ogún ọdún sọ èèyàn bá àfọgbọ́n oṣù sọ èèyàn bá àsọdọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú ìbá yé èèyàn ìbá àmọ́ yé èèyàn làákàyè yìí Ọlọ́run ló máa ń fún yàn o kò ń ṣe ìwé o kò ń ṣe exposure o kò ń ṣe wọ́n bí mi lé ọgbọ́n o àbí mo gba ìmọ̀ nílé ìmọ̀ làákàyè yìí Ọlọ́run ló máa ń fún yàn. Alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ tí mo kọ́ fẹ́ clear ni pé àwọn kan sọ pé ọmọ Yorùbá ó tún support obedient láti borí Yọmí eléyìí ò ń ṣe ìjà ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà o no ọmọ Yorùbá tó bá rí tó wrong nínú nǹkan tí mo ṣe ó lè bú mi náà ọmọ Ìgbò tó bá sì rí nǹkan tó right nínú nǹkan tí mo sọ ó lè support mi kéde ẹ̀ sì jà òṣèlú àwa ń sọ pé kò tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn ni nígbà tá a lọ wo bí Òbí ṣe kí èèyàn kan tó jẹ́ ọba tó pè ní father figure ṣùgbọ́n tó pe ọba tí father figure rẹ̀ yẹn tá a sì wo èjì ẹ̀ tó sì pe ọba tiwa ní my brother tí wọ́n sì fi ń wé Àtíkù tí wọ́n fi ń wé Tinubu for the fact pé Tinubu contest the presidency president tAtíkù contest Tóbi contest at the same time kò sọ wọ́n di ẹgbẹ́ kódà kó jẹ́ pé Tinubu àbí Òbí àbí bàbá gan fúnra wọn kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn l'Íbàdàn àtàtíkù kan jọ contest at the same time ni kò sọ gbogbo wọn dẹgbẹ́ kálukú mẹgbẹ́ wọn àtúnwá jàṣẹ́gbẹ́ ń bì àwa ń sọ nǹkan táwa rò bó ṣe yẹ kó rí nígbà tá a rí bó ṣe kí èèyàn kan níbì kan làwa ń wò pé tí ẹ bá sọ pé wọn ò gbọ́n mọ́ kí ló dé tí wọn ò kí èèyàn tiwa náà bá ṣe kí tiwọn. But I give kudos to Obi. Yeah, I give it to you, sir. You did well. Honestly, you did well. Ẹni làákàyè ẹ lọ́pọlọ ẹ̀dẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀dẹ̀ mọ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ kí la tún fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ ṣe? Ẹ ti ní ẹ̀mí láti insult Olúbàdàn. Ẹ ti ní ẹ̀mí láti insult Olúbàdàn. Ẹ sọ pé káwa Ìbàdàn go to hell. Ẹ sọ pé kí Yorùbá go to hell. Ẹ sọ pé even ẹ sọ pé kóríyọmí gan go to hell. A jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin ìnìyá òròmọdìẹ. Àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n bọ́ sórí afẹ́fẹ́ tí wọ́n ń ṣe tí wọ́n ń fọnú fìrì gbígba màálù gbé máa ń gbòòrò. Àwọn ní òròmọdìẹ. Àwa sì ní àwòdì. Àwa náà ní àṣà ni Yorùbá fi ní òròmọdìẹ ọ̀màwòdì ìyẹ́ ẹ̀ ló mà sá. Ẹ mọ̀ tẹ́ ń ṣe lóòótọ́. Fún eléyìí ó dàbí pé ẹ pé àwọn ọmọ yín ṣe rí gbogbo agídí yẹn ò sọyàn dàrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà o. Gbogbo sọkúsọ yẹn tún máa ń dín àwọn tó nífẹ̀ẹ́ èèyàn kù ni o, kò kí ń lékún o. Gbogbo wa bí ìgbà téèyàn ṣe mú kó lóòsì tán yẹn kò kí ń jẹ́ kéèyàn tẹ̀lé èèyàn o. Ọ̀tá pọ̀ lẹ́yìn yíjọ rẹ lọ o. Ṣé ẹ ti gbọ́ àwọn tí ń gbó bí ajá yẹn wọ́n ń bú wa yẹn. Èébú ò kí ń dùn èmi téèyàn bá ti sọ tí màá sọ mo get out nìyẹn o. Call your people to order. Ìṣòro tẹ́ ẹ ní jù àwọn tó ń tẹ̀lé yín tán láwọn nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín ni. Call them to order. They are doing too much. They are doing too much. Gbogbo ayé ò lè nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín, gbogbo ayé ò lè gbà ti yín. Ẹni tó bá sì ti tẹ́gbálẹ̀ dandan ni ká bá wọn sí. Ẹ ti tẹ́gbálẹ̀ pé fẹ́ jàre Nàìjíríà. Dandan ni ká máa rí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ń pa yín ká máa sọ. Ìgbà tẹ́yìn dẹ̀ gbọ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ jáde ẹni ẹ̀mí láti insult àbí láti disrespect Olúbàdàn. Kí lá àbáyíjà mọ́ ẹni tó bá disrespect Olúbàdàn la fẹ́ bájà. Ẹni tó bá disrespect culture wa la fẹ́ bájà. Ẹni tó bá ní Yorùbá ò wúlò la fẹ́ bájà. Ẹni tó bá lòun kàwé òun ò mọ àṣà Yorùbá la fẹ́ bájà. Ẹni tó bá ní òun ọ̀rọ̀ bíṣì àwọn ọba wa ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá la fẹ́ bájà. Kìí ṣe Olúbàdàn nìkan gan. Ọkàn yẹn pé tó Olúbàdàn yẹn ká wa lára. Àwa tá a jẹ́ Ìbàdàn àní fẹ́ gbà rárá àti ẹ̀ní fẹ́ tó súnmọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n ti jáde ẹlẹ́ẹ̀mí láti respect Olúbàdàn. So àfẹ́ bá yín jà mọ́ nìyẹn náà.
All right. So I hope they find interpreters to interpret that message to them, but I'm not holding my breath that they're going to change. Let's leave that for a bit and discuss what's happening in the oil and gas industry. There's a statement here by Nupeng and Pengasan. NNPC Limited to pay $1 million USD annually as fees to the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. And so Pengasan put out this message. Essentially what's happening is that the federal government, led by the Ministry of Petroleum Incorporated and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, have concluded plans to sell significant portions of Nigeria's equity in some of our best performing oil and gas joint ventures, JVs. So they put out a statement saying that they don't want that. Nupeng, I mean, it's a very long stuff. Essentially saying that they're planning to replace NNPC Limited with NUPRC and so on and so forth. So that's, I mean, maybe those who know more about the oil and gas industry will tell us about that when they come up. There's plan to sell 25% of Nigerian Federation's equity in RAEC JV. Federation's equity in RAEC JV is 55%. NNPC represents the Federation in the JV. That's joint ventures, holding the 55% equity in trust for the Federation. Anyway, Umbo. Who I'm really going is the one that happened over the weekend. Sorry, this one is also important, but I'm not in oil and gas. I'm just reading that out because that's the news. I mean, that's what Nupeng and Pengasan put out over when was this? Over the weekend, all right? But also, they did something very interesting. Pengasan, that's Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, they put out a directive asking their members to stop gas supply to Dangote Petroleum Refinery. And so they wrote this to the branch chairman, Pengasan Total Energy, Seplat, Renaissance, Chevron, Oando, Shell, and NGIC. We bring you fraternal greetings from the National Secretariat. As you are aware, the management of Dangote Petroleum Refinery has disengaged our members in reaction to the exercise of their constitutional rights to being unionized. They have gone further on a mission of misinformation and propaganda to justify this illegitimacy rather than engaging meaningfully with us to right the wrong. Consequent to this, you are hereby directed to cut off gas supply to NGIC effective immediately. All crude oil supply valves to the refinery should be shut. The loading operation for vessel headed there should be halted immediately. NGIC chairman ensure that gas supply to the refinery is cut off effective immediately. That was on September 26, 2025. I have my own thoughts, but I'm going to read to you what Dangote said in response to that. So they put out a statement, they called it Pengasan and its lawless directive. Our attention has been drawn to the written directive issued by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, or Association, on 26 September 2025 to its total E&P branch, Seplat Producing, Renaissance, Chevron, Oando, Shell, SNG, NGS. Anyway, Pengasan in the said communication directs its members to cut off gas supply to NGIC effective immediately, and that all crude oil supply valves to Dangote Refinery should be shut, and the loading operation for vessel headed there should be halted immediately. Pengasan in the directive also instructs the chairman of its NGIC branch to ensure that gas supply to the refinery is cut off effective immediately, and all chairmen of the branches on this summon are to report promptly to the progress of the directive. Anyway, this is what Dangote has to say. This is a brazen, albeit shocking display of lawlessness and criminality by Pengasan. Absolutely no law gives Pengasan the right to direct his branches to cut off gas and crude oil supplies to Dangote Refinery at all. There is no law in our statute books that will support or enable the Pengasan branches. But here is my point. Personally, I know it's important to think about the welfare of workers, right? And perhaps that's the main thing that people are using to talk about the importance of unionizing, having Pengasan. But I just have a question. Apart from bickering and going on strike, what exactly have these organizations and unions done to make Nigerians have better lives, or to make things easy for the people? In other words, does it matter that some of the things they plan to do for their own members can even affect the entire nation? Does it matter to them? I think it's important for, to take care of workers, ensure their welfare is okay and everything. But historically, I rarely stand with unions, personally, and not because they are not important, but because I have not seen anything that I can say, oh, these people actually went on something that will affect their workers, but at the same time will also help Nigerians in the long run. I've not seen. E.g., 2007, that was when my mind changed. My mind changed about all this union thing in 2007. Again, I'm putting out the caveat, workers should be taken care of. But I started noticing something with NLC, with UC in 2007. It was when Yar'Adua became president, and they went on this rampage. The sales of all the refinery must be reversed because it's our commonwealth. It belongs to our people. We cannot allow somebody to just buy the refinery. So what did Yar'Adua do? He reversed the sales. 2007. What if I told you we had to wait for 18 years before we could actually say we were self-sufficient as far as petroleum products were concerned in Nigeria? 18. In those 18 years, their staff collected salaries. Make no mistakes. Do you guys know that Ajaokuta has never produced steel? But do you know that it has staff members? There are people that work there and collect money. There are people that are paid gratuity and pensions. The refineries have not been working for decades. People are paid though. The people collecting gratuity, pensions, working in those refineries, or they have not. I don't know if we've gotten up to 1,000. Shaking. I was going to say 1,000 tankers. That's like a tall order from those refineries. In other words, as long as the people are okay, it doesn't really matter what happens in Nigeria. People can go to blazes. If they like, they should not have fuel. They should not have. Thank you for the gift. They should not have. In other words, if you have fuel scarcity, nobody cares. If we all go back to lining up with jerry cans to buy fuel, nobody cares as long as you show Dangote. Meanwhile, listen, I cannot raise $20 billion and then you come and tell me how to run the place. So, but let me play somebody's video because this thing is nonsense. When he was raising the money to start his store, where were you? Say they have rights. If it's right in your country, somebody cannot go and put his neck on the line, raise billions of dollars, start a company, everything is fine, and now as soon as you notice that something is about to change in the way the industry works, some people just come and say they want to unionize the members. And I'm going to read what he said. He says here, well, they were talking to the government to do something about it. But they talked about the fact that they were doing it because they were trying to reorganize their company. Saying, no, they're not reorganizing it. They're just chasing workers away. And then some workers are angry that they laid them off. Let me tell you something. A lot of us think, let's think like owners. Tí o bá fi owó ẹ̀ dá nǹkan lẹ̀, báwo ló ṣe máa rí lára ẹ̀? Take care of your workers, right? But if you think like an owner, if you start something now like a business, even if you are selling chips, and you are telling me that some people will now come and tell you how to run your company, that they did not raise the money to fix to build. This is why, if you notice private firms saying that they don't want their members to join unions, this is why. Do you know that private universities are not in ASU? Yes, Dr. Badru says Dangote claims that some of them are sabotaging the refinery. Of course, they will sabotage now because now apparently the loyalty is to union. And while I commiserate with those they laid off, apparently, people like said that one is more important to you than the work itself. It's amazing. I'll see if I can find that video. Okay, I found it. A person raises money, starts a business, then you now come and say you have rights. Right, called left in it. That's why you discover that many of our private universities, you don't have ASU there. Why? Why do we send children to private universities? So one of the reasons, apart from quality education, one of the reasons is because you don't want to have. We know how many years we were in school now. Student junior, oh my dear ASU, oh my dear NASU, you can sue something, you shall sue and sub somewhere. Like everybody wants to show they have. That is why those schools, you see the way the kids finish school. They go in, they come out. Like, you know when you're going in, you know when you're graduating. And I'm not saying that people should not take care of workers. Please try and understand. But this thing where people use unionism to disrupt a person's organization, it makes no sense to me. And this is why. Let me play the video. Take a listen to this one, please.
You know, it's interesting because if you go back in time, you see that even Bayo Ojulari, the new GCU of NNPC, has had Pengasing threaten him to shut down NNPC because of reorganization of the entity. So are we going to say that Bayo is paying workers at NNPC low wages because he came in and said we need to restructure the human resources of NNPC to be able to achieve the KPIs that the president has set for him? Dangote is reorganizing the organization. It's his company. He He borrowed money to build the refinery, and he's drawn down his debts by very good management of the refinery to $3.8 billion. He still owes $3.8 billion. He's a private business. He has a right to hire and fire, and he has followed the Trade Union Act, Sections 9, 1 and 2. He's followed the ILO Convention, 87, the ILO Convention, 97 on collective bargaining and the freedom of joining unions. His position has always been consistent. Pengassin and Nupeng cannot compel the members of his company and the employees of his company to join the union if they decide not to join the union. So this desperation by Pengassin and Nupeng to have them join their union, if they say they don't want to join their union, is fishy and shows clearly that Pengassin and Nupeng are proxies for the marketers who realize that the game is up and that the market is transiting to a new era of refining. So this talk about forward integration, Dangote is going into distribution, as being illegal. It doesn't hold water because the CNG trucks he brought into Nigeria, 4,000 trucks, first batch, is energy compliant, it emits less carbon, right? It's efficient to transport. It saves about 40% of transportation costs because it uses compressed natural gas. Each of those trucks has 6 workers, which means he's employing 24,000 new Nigerians that are earning 3 to 4 times what Pengassin is paying and Nupeng is paying their drivers. So I don't understand the argument of Pengassin, and it's completely out of place. It's completely out of place for Pengassin to order for its members to shut down the valves of 5 to 6 different companies that supply gas to Dangote urea plants that at full capacity utilization brings in $2.2 billion in export earnings for Nigeria and has helped Nigeria to improve its balance of payment position and also expand its GDP. Dangote has been consequential to the expansion of Nigeria's GDP from $188 billion to $253 billion in the last 1 year. In the last 1 year that the refinery has been operational, you've not had anything like strike, you've not had anything like failed queues, you've not had anything like sabotage. We've been witnesses to bad petrol being imported into Nigeria. NMDPRA as a regulator, as stated in the PIA, does not even have something as common as a lab to test for gasoline testing standards to ensure that the products that are brought into Nigeria aligns with the PIA on sulfur, on distillation, on density, on flash point, on cloud points. So what are we talking about?
What are the likely fallout of the directives of Pengassin on the entire energy sector, particularly if you underscore it or you try to reconcile it with NEPA 11? That's almost 40 years ago during the Babangida administration when they shut down the entire then NEPA facilities and the whole nation was plunged into darkness.
Look, the implication of this, the Dangote produces 44 million of liters of PMS on a daily basis, which is higher than Nigeria's actual daily consumption, because I don't believe the 49.6 million liters that NMDPRA claims that Nigeria consumes, which it doesn't have empirical evidence or framework to show, right? It produces about 26 million liters of diesel. It does about 14 million liters of Jet A1. In the last 3 weeks, Dangote, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, as a country, exported refined petroleum products of 30 to 6 ppm sulfur to the United States of America. Dangote is one of the biggest suppliers of Jet A1 to Europe today. So if you stop the supply of crude that he buys in US dollar, by the way, Dangote pays $3.50 premium to buy Nigerian grade crude. For Bunga crude that he buys, for example, he pays a premium of $3.50 because NUPRC boss, he was here earlier on the show and he was talking about domestic crude supply obligations and Naira-based crude swap. Dangote is not getting crude allocation in Naira. Okay, he pays a premium to buy Nigerian crude because the operators give the crude to third-party traders to sell to him. So if you stop the supply of crude, what's going to happen is that he's going to have to reorganize and go to the export to the foreign exchange market, to the foreign markets to buy crude into Nigeria, for which he spends $9 million every month for shipping costs alone and the cost of payments to MP and IMASA to import crude into Nigeria, which means that the effects that he sells from exporting things like petrol, Jet A1, diesel, carbon black, residual fuel oil, polypropylene crystals, urea, he uses that same effects, most of it, to buy crude back to Nigeria. It's an anomaly that after 57 years of Nigeria having an oil and gas industry, in 2025, Dangote is having to import 10 million barrels of crude oil monthly and then export the refined petroleum products because there's been a constituted gang up against him. And then marketers are importing substandard petroleum products into Nigeria and then exporting Nigerian crude abroad. Nigeria is a case of, if they tell you Nigeria and you understand it the first time, they didn't explain it well to you. It doesn't make any sense. And I don't know. it's interesting because if you go back in time, you see that even Bayo Ojulari, the president is doing. Why the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Petroleum, right, Mr. President has not made any comments on this because this is a threat to Nigeria's national security. You know,
guys, take care of your workers, but I don't think we really care for Nigeria. They just care for their own pockets. And yes, there are people who Nigeria. They don't care. If everything goes to the dogs, doesn't really matter to them as long as their own interests are guaranteed. Soon everybody will be shouting, President, President. This is from Dangote Refinery. Dangote Petroleum Refinery Reorganization, commitment to safety, integrity, and workers' rights. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery wishes to clarify recent reports concerning the ongoing reorganization within its facility. This exercise is not arbitrary. It has become necessary to safeguard the refinery from repeated acts of sabotage that have raised safety concerns and affected operational efficiency. The foregoing decision was taken in the best interest of the refinery as a result of intermittent cases of sabotage in the various units of the refinery with dire consequences on human life and related safety concerns. We remain vigilant to our internal systems and vulnerabilities to ensure the long-term stability of this strategic national asset. Correct. It is imperative to protect the refinery for the benefit of Nigerians, our partners across Africa, and the thousands of people whose livelihoods depend on it. Over 3,000 Nigerians continue to work actively in our petroleum refinery at present. Only a very small number of staff were affected as we continue to recruit Nigerian talent through our various graduate training programs and experienced hire recruitment process. We recognize and uphold internationally accepted labor principles, including the right of every worker to freely decide whether or not to join a union. Our commitment to workers' rights is unwavering. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery exists to serve Nigerians, to strengthen Africa's energy independence, and to create decent, sustainable jobs. They have other things to say, but the thing is, there is no way on earth that I will go and borrow money, start a company, start building something. You now employ people that had no jobs, so give you jobs, pay you well, take care of you. You now join a union against my interest. You must be joking. All these people are shouting, oh, but the workers have rights. The owner doesn't have rights, Abi. Rather, that's more Nigeria. Let me play something from what he said in an interview that was conducted a while back. This was just around the time the refinery was commissioned. Take a listen to, this is Dangote himself. Take a listen.
Their vast resources can sell because of their vast resources can sell for cheaper.
Sorry, guys.
Yes.
Because of their vast resources can sell for cheaper.
Well, yes. Most likely, because in business, I've said this in my interview before, where I said that I never knew that the oil industry mafia are stronger than the drug cartel. It's a big cartel. I will say this anywhere. The issue that you are right, they can say, okay, fine, to make sure that this refinery doesn't work, we'll keep selling cheaper. But right now, they won't be able to sell cheaper because they will not be able to take local currency. We will take local currency. We have the refining capacity, not only to satisfy Nigeria, we have refining capacity that is almost twice the consumption of Nigeria.
But you're also confident that you can strike a deal with authorities?
No, we will. We'll definitely strike a deal. The president has...
All right. Someone called Chris Bamidele put this out, and this is very, very important. He says, ASU is the trade union of university academic staff in Nigeria, but they don't disturb Covenant University, Bayes University, Jabu, Crescent, Babcock, and all other private unis to allow their lecturers to join the union. NURTW is the trade union of road transport workers in Nigeria, but you don't see them go after God is good, DUO, Ekesin, and the likes. even if they are in the transportation business, their drivers don't also join any union. NUT is the trade union of teachers in primary and secondary school, but you don't see them go after Chrisland College, Grange School, Charterhouse Lagos, British International College and tell the teachers to join them. But you think it is okay for Dangote to build a refinery solving our collective petroleum imports problems and then allow Pengassan to dictate to him and shut down his refinery whenever they feel like. I think any refinery worker that is not happy at Dangote refinery and needs the union to help him should seek employment somewhere else or take Dangote to court. Enough of this nonsense. I approve of this message. A lot of people are not thinking like they, maybe people are even thinking they can ever own something in this life, because guys, give me a second. I think there's something up with my power source. Please. I'll be back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, but glad to be here. Thank you very much for staying tuned. All right, so I was talking about the interview that Dangote granted a while back. I think that if a person thinks like an owner, is going to actually help to take care of all of these things, and it makes no sense that a particular group would hold the nation by the jugular because things are not going their way. Like I said, I began to look at the Nigerian unions in a totally different light because of what I experienced in 2007. And what I saw taught me a lesson I would never forget, that certain people don't care what happens to Nigeria as long as they and their own are taken care of. So if, for instance, you're supposed to pay toll gates, you can say, oh, we're not going to agree, don't pay toll gates, but then the roads can be spoiled. It doesn't really matter, as long as the people are there, and they'll be collecting salary for not paying anything. If you say, oh, I want to sell refinery like they did back then, oh, they must not sell refinery because it belongs to all of us. Meanwhile, in the last 18 years, we cannot count. I don't know if we've had up to 1 tanker or 10 tankers from any of those refineries in the last 18 years. But people have been paid salaries, they've gotten their gratuities, they retired inside that thing. Only retire, one by gratuity, one by pensions. Right now, there are people being paid for not producing anything in the last 18, 20 years. I don't think all these people, when you talk, people say things like in Sena Climbs. Does this place look like how Sena Climbs operate? There's no structure. People can just wake up and look for one loophole and take advantage of it and blackmail everybody and say, because of our rights. Which right is that? And we have to speak on this, not because of Dangote. It's not because of Dangote. It's because imagine people do it across all private organizations in Nigeria and say your members must join you. Any small thing you're asking for your right. Meanwhile, the so-called rights that you're getting in the private institutions, you actually get more than people that work in the public organizations. So what are we talking about? So personally, I don't think this makes sense. And by the way, there's news, right, that there was going to be a meeting earlier today. I think they probably might have had it. But let me read a few stuff to you so that at least gets us up to speed on what has happened so far. This one is from the Ministry of Finance. And they have this to say. Mambo. Federal Ministry of Finance, Abuja press release. FG assures Nigerians of steady supply of refined petroleum products. The Steering Committee of the Domestic Crude Oil and Refined Product Sales in Local Currency Initiative met earlier today to review developments in the downstream oil sector. The meeting, chaired by the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, the purported suspension of the Naira for crude oil, Naira for crude oil arrangement by the Dangote Refinery, which has since been amicably resolved, and the concerns raised by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, regarding the Dangote Refinery. The meeting had in attendance the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, the Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Mr. Zak Adedeji, who also chairs the technical committee, the representatives of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NNPC, Central Bank, Afrexim Bank, Dangote Refinery. And the Dangote Refinery reaffirmed that there will be no disruption in the supply of refined petroleum products across the country. For the avoidance of doubt, the committee reassured that the crude oil for the Naira initiative will continue. It also assured that all outstanding issues, particularly the dispute between the Pengasan and Dangote Refinery, are being addressed with urgency and in good faith. The federal government remains fully committed to ensuring energy security, protecting consumers, and maintaining stability in the domestic petroleum products market. All right, so hopefully there will be we won't have this thing in Nigeria where fuel is now expensive. But seriously, this makes absolutely no sense. Over 3,000, somebody has about 4,000 people working in his company. You have never started a shop with 4 people working, but you must fight for rights. Right, that the people are not asking for that right too. Until you came with your left, that's not even as good as their own rights, to tell them that they have another right they should be asking for. And you know, join union. I'm not sure. I'm not going to share me, but you know, my phone share me. If Dangote's, let's say Dangote Refinery, for instance, let's say the what do you call this thing? The environment in which they work is bad, like they're not being taken care of, or Dangote is actually messing up. Now, so Dangote, why are you not taking care of your workers? You can now, say everything you need to say on that. But there's no complaint to. It just came, and they came around the time that Dangote is launching his 4,000 trucks. Abba, I say it's for workers' welfare, not lie. But they don't care for the workers. And I was talking to my cousin over the weekend. He is into that industry. They know that I can't say everything, but they know that these people don't care about any worker. They're just they not come back actually. But the point is, I hope the presidency, finishes and sorts this thing out, and all these union things should stop. If a group wants to join, let them join. If they say they're not joining, leave them alone. It's not like you're doing anybody any favor anyway. All right, so that's my own thoughts about it. I think, by the way, right now, I don't know if anybody knows, there's a union for everything in Nigeria. There's a union for steel workers. Nobody's saying anything right now. Let them go into steel. That's when people remember that they have a union, that they need to unionize. All this American thing that we say in Nigeria, to be honest, right, if it's about conditions of work to ensure that the people are well taken care of, welfare package and things like that, perfect. I'm all for that. Take care of your workers. But this thing where you will actually disrupt service in Nigeria because of some weird demand. Guys, I've never changed my mind. I don't think I'm changing anytime soon since that 2007 thing. The Dangote man that bought the refinery, they said they have to reverse. They had to start all over again, building 18 years. 18. And in those 18 years, there was not a year that we didn't have fuel scarcity. And you go to filling station, people will insult you, then you carry jerry can, then you do things. Just because there's order. Some people just hate order. Just like, why is everything good like this? Why is everything flowing like this? And I'm not gaining anything from this order. Let's introduce disorderliness. So no, this is not about unionism. This is about, I think it's just selfish, and it's not cool. Anyway, let's move on to something else. I'm going to bring people up much later. Let's just read out the news first. Let's go to America, where somehow they just began to have compassion on Nigeria. And this was Bill Mayer. Over the weekend, he put this out, and we should talk about it. Take a listen to this.
Nigeria, I mean, the fact that this issue has not gotten on people's radar.
Right, no one's talking about it.
It's pretty amazing. If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, you are in a bubble. And again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Because no one will talk about it, so thank you.
Absolutely.
About 8 years ago, thereabout, I was in Kaduna, and went for an event, and one of my hosts was a pastor. So we're talking about this whole crisis in southern Kaduna at the time. Thank God, is it about 7 years ago? I think it's better now. Thank God. And so he kept saying, "Oh, the Muslims are doing this with the Christians." So I asked him a question. Are you really sure you know what you're talking about? I know you live here. But I don't live there. I live in Abuja at the time. So it's not like I'm telling you, but do you really know what you're talking about? And I'll tell you what's happening. I said something like that in 66, when the folks that organized the coup, when they started pushing the agenda, the primary thing was Islamization. I am not saying some people don't have Islamization agenda. But I'm saying that it's a gimmick, right? It's a talking point that people use to inflame, what's the word now? To get people excited about the need for pushbacks. Are people being killed in southern Kaduna, many parts of Middle Belt? Absolutely. Were they killed because they were Christians? No. For the most part. And I'm not saying no Christians were killed because of religion, but it's not a religious war. This is what is happening. Please listen. You see, unlike the big three, Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo, unlike these three big groups, many groups are not as big as the three major ethnic groups in Nigeria. And then they are even smaller in the Middle Belt. Many groups are in the Middle Belt that are very, very small. I mean, there are many ethnic nations, in the Middle Belt of Nigeria. Now, if one of them speaks, you would not hear, because they don't have the media. They're a small ethnic group. It's not because there's something wrong with them in terms. I'm talking about their numbers, right? They don't have the voice. What brings them together is an identity that is religious by nature, right? So when they speak as Christians, I have to listen. You have to listen, regardless of your religion, because Christians are many. So together, they become a major voice. That does not mean that the issue they are having is religious. Even though some people want us to believe that it is religious. And I'm not saying there's no religious issue, but what you are seeing, for the most part, is ethnic. It has nothing to do with religion. Muslims are being killed as well. I mean, some people are putting out pictures of people that have been tied, not the way Muslims, prepare their dead for burial. And say, oh, look at all these Christians that have been killed in the north. I'm like, these are Muslims. You are actually shooting yourself in the foot. These images, no Christians bury their dead like this, tied, and then the way they do it. The Christianity has become the voice for the voiceless, because they are smaller groups and they need that identity. Guys, they need it. But that doesn't mean that we have a religious war in the north. The conversation is really about people trying to take over places, not because of religion. Some of the people killing people are not even really serious Muslims. Again, because of what they go and carry me and say, carry my voice and say I said something. I'm not saying that some people are not having an Islamization agenda. I'm just saying that this whole thing where if you want to get people triggered, just use religion. It was used in 1966. It was used in last election. Muslim ticket. They will Islamize Nigeria. It was used in 2015. Buhari will Islamize Nigeria. It's against Christians. We've heard this before. And once you let that narrative go on, then you have some people say they want to go and help Nigeria. They need freedom. We are free. Thank you very much. We have issues. The massacres, the killings are real. It's terrible. But we have to be careful with those who want to turn everything into a religious narrative. Oh, it's because they are Christians. And I'm a Christian, and I think speak up for them. But don't think that what you have is a jihad. That's not a jihad. This is not a jihad. There's an ethnic component in this. And if you know, there's a group in southern Kaduna. The name starts with an A. A few years ago, they killed a lot of people in that part of, I don't know if it's Araba. Does anybody know? Let me see if I can find it. There's a group. If you follow, Angas are in Plateau. One second. As a matter of fact, in just the scores is draw. They keep scores. Angas is in Plateau State. Adara. A-D-A-R-A. When that happened, when they were attacked, it became very glaring. You see, if you are Yoruba, you may not appreciate the issues that people in those parts of Nigeria actually go through, because whilst you are so huge and you feel many states, they are so small, you even have multiple of them in one local government. So when they speak out as a religious entity, when they speak out based on their religion, they are heard. If they speak out based on their group or their ethnicity, you will not hear it. But doesn't mean that what you are seeing is a religious war. It's not a religious war. Somebody says, I've never heard of the name before. See? Some states have 30 ethnicities. Some of them have 60 in the Middle Belt. Taraba has a lot. Adamawa has a lot. But Christianity is the main thing they can use to amplify their voices, and they have a right to do so. But we must be careful not to buy that narrative that, there's a religious war somewhere, there's something, then we need help from some part of the world, then they come with their freedom. May God deliver all of us. But maybe one day there's a book here, that's a list of all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. Maybe one day we'll do it, just for information purposes. There are many groups we don't know, and it's important to know those things. But yeah, we need help. Those people need help, but it's not because there's jihad. It's a very, very wrong narrative. I should put that out there, because it's beginning to generate. Meanwhile, as soon as Bill Maher said it, another guy said it, and then he started going up on social media. I'm like, there's something's about to happen. When they start telling you that by 20 Kiniko, something's going to happen in your country, they will engineer it. You now be thinking that they are fighting for you. Nobody cares for us like that. Nobody really cares for us. Everybody cares for their own whatever. May God help all of us. All right, a few more things before we get into this session. Again, it's Monday, so we usually spend more time having these conversations. So please understand that it's part of the session. We're going to get to class eventually. I'd like to play you something from Taiwo Edele. This is very important because at the moment we also use the opportunity to educate ourselves. This is the chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. His name is Taiwo Oyedele, and he was at an event to explain what the whole thing is about. This is just a snippet, it's about 3 minutes long, but I think it's going to give us an idea of what to expect with this new tax regime. Take a listen, please.
Area that has been misunderstood. Another area that has been misunderstood is the need for tax ID. Some people wrote some narrative and say, oh, from January, they'll block your account, they'll do this and do that. Let me tell you what it is. In 2019, the government enacted the Finance Act of 2020. It took effect from 13th of January 2020. This is over 5 years already. And that law says, if you have a bank account that you use for business, you must produce tax identification number. Otherwise, you will not be able to continue to operate the account. From that day, 13th of January 2020, if you want to open a new account, and that new account is for business purposes, you must present a tax identification number. Otherwise, you'll not be able to open the account. So this is more than 5 years ago. People who operate accounts for business purposes, they already have provided their TIN, and they're not even complaining. Because normally, that's something you should do without anybody telling you. What we have now done under the new law is that FRS has TIN. TIN is tax identification number. If you live in Lagos State, LRS, that's the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, they have their own TIN. Me now, I live in Lagos, I have LRS TIN. I'm also in Abuja. Joint Tax Board also gave me TIN. We now say, what kind of confusion is that? Why am I being identified like 3 persons within the same system? If you go to many countries, you just have your social security number, and that's what they use for everything. Many of us who live in Lagos, for example, sometimes you want to go and buy a plot of land in your village or in the capital city of your home state, and they'll say you have not paid tax there. They will force you to pay and give you their own TCC so you can buy. That's actually against the law. Once you pay your tax where you're resident, it carries you everywhere. So what did we do? We said, first and foremost, let's discard with this name tax identification number. Let's just call it any identity that we can use for tax purposes. That's how we develop tax ID, tax identification. Ultimately, the objective is if you're an individual, a natural person, we will focus on your NIN. Once we have your NIN, you don't need anything. We use it for your tax identification. In fact, we're hoping that we get to a point where if we know your phone number, because your phone numbers are unique, if I know your phone number, that's good enough. Now, for businesses, we want to get to a point where we use their RC number, okay, with Corporate Affairs Commission, because that's also unique to them. Once we do that, we're able to harmonize all the tax identities in Nigeria to a single platform that will identify you uniquely, so that life is easy for you if you are moving around, doing business in different places, buying assets in different places, and your record is harmonized. If you already have a TIN for your bank account that you use for business, you don't have to do anything, you are fine. If in your bank account you're not doing business, you're also fine, you don't need to do anything. But if you have a bank account you're using for business and you don't have a TIN, you have to get a TIN. If you're an individual, you go to Joint Tax Board. I'll share some of the materials and I'm sure they can share with you via your communication channels. You see the link to register. If you're a company that is registered with CAC, you go to FRS. From next year, FRS will become Nigerian Revenue Service, will be NRS, and you get the TIN from them. So it's actually not a hard thing to do.
I'm going to play so that's the second part. Sorry, that's it's actually one of the parts. I want to play the one that actually talks about who will be paying taxes. So that one is about tax ID. I'd like to play one that's about who will be paying tax, what would the middle class pay, what would the rich pay. By the way, shout out to the Redeemed Christian Church of God, because it's the church that organized this event where the man is explaining what tax is going to be like. Okay? Again, churches are doing stuff, and that's good. All right, let me play the other part where it talks about who will be paying what, and will the poor pay at all? So take a listen to this.
Personal income tax. Under the new tax law, we have done different things. One, low-income earners will be totally exempted from PAYE. Payees, some people call it payees. That means on a monthly basis, they will receive their salary without paying any taxes. Above that level, by the way, the threshold we have covers more than 30%, about 1/3 of all workers in the public and private sector. That's a lot of our citizens who struggle day and night just to make ends meet. It doesn't make sense for them to be the one financing government. You cannot give what you don't have. Our aspiration and hope for our country is that we get to a point where those people get additional credit on a monthly basis in their bank account so they can feed their families and have a roof over their head. They're not asking for luxury. Above that threshold, we have the middle class. You may have listened to many analysts and economists say there's no middle class in Nigeria. Again, that's an exaggeration. If you say the middle class has shrunk, you'll be right. If you say there's no middle class, you'll be wrong, because there is middle class. What does it even mean to be middle class? You're middle class if you have more than enough to meet your basic needs. Anytime you travel abroad on vacation, know that you're middle class. When you buy an expensive phone, smartphone, know you're middle class. You buy a brand new car or even a used car, you're middle class. More than basics. So anyway, for that middle class, we are reducing their tax liability on a monthly basis. So if you're in that range is somewhere between over 120,000 per month to around 1.8 million naira per month. You'll see your PAYE come down, because we also want you to have a bit more purchasing power. If you're a high net worth individual and high income earner, you will now pay a little bit more. And someone said to me that life is hard for everyone. I said, yes, but it's harder for some than the others. I'm also in that class and I will pay more. So the maximum rate you would pay on your income if you earn 1 billion naira every month before was 19%. Under the new law, it could go up to 25%. But the people that have to pay that more, guess what? They're less than 3% of the population. So they are our own high net worth individuals. The current system of capital gains we have will tax you.
It's long. He also talked about crypto and how stocks will be taxed and things like that. But I think, again, if you'd like to know more, have more information, please check out Tawe Dele. He put out a lot of things. Even I am trying to learn to understand more. Someone, wrote on the on TikTok says, people will be paying tax. Is the government ready to pay tax returns at the end of the year? I say things in America, you did. I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. DSS to arraign Showore, X, and Meta on Tuesday over alleged false claim against Tinubu. What else? If you'd like to, be part of the conversation, please send your request. I'm going to play you something from this Bangas and can you man be me no, but I said I know I play them before, but may I play them. Just take it listen to. I consider this to be ridiculous, by the way, but we're here, so let's listen. This is from the Pengasan President Festus Osifo. Take a listen.
As to how that remember, I'll ask you the question as to how Dangote sees this situation. He sees this as a terror attack on the nation's economy, as a sabotage. And I remember the military head of state and the military dictator, General Sani Abacha, in his speech, this was when MK Abiola declared himself the president and the winner of that election. It was around the same time that Pengasan and Nupeng, it's just so sharp in my memory how the military dictator at the time, in his military uniform, on the national television, on the NTA at the time, declared Nupeng and Pengasan's action as illegal. Disbanded the association's leadership and says that they cannot do what they did. Similar to what we are having. Are you worried that such a treatment can be merited on the association if it's seen as a sabotage on the economy, an economy that is trying to get back on stream after some kind of disruptions and economic problems that we have experienced in the past few months?
The position, the people that fought that struggle then, they were given national award later on, 30 years later. The people that led that struggle then, they were not just given national awards, some were given posthumous award. Then the struggle that was led as a then, the agitation as a then, MK Abiola was pronounced as a Nigerian president that was never sworn in. So that has even vindicated Pengassan. That has even clearly shown that Pengassan, we are intellectuals. We are not rascals. We are knowledgeable people. We are people that understand how...
So you are not worried about a government clampdown in the case of a possible economic sabotage being tagged or seen into all of this?
The person that is sabotaging Nigeria, whom he is today because of Nigeria. Nigeria gave him a license to import flour, single license. Nigeria gave him single license to import sugar, single license to import salt. The refinery that Dangote built is our money. With the Nigeria government subsidized first for him to build that refinery. And some of the funds that they gave to him found itself in Uganda. He was using Nigeria money to be building what he was building in another part of the world. So the person sabotaging Nigeria economy is Aliko Dangote and his co-travelers.
It seem like the fearsome people around Aliko Dangote is to the effect of some of the things you've said tonight, that Pengassan and Nupeng and the likes are being sponsored and used by the enemies of Dangote to sabotage the refinery and make the biggest investor and the biggest employer in the private sector in Nigeria look bad. Whereas the man says is into an economic disruption for good, economic reforms for good of the nation. And the fact that you and your friends want the status quo to remain, that this is now a new dawn, a new era in economic development of our nation. Why does it look like you are speaking in the language of the enemies of Dangote, and they said this is just a sponsored attack on the man?
For us in Pengassan,
it is well. They struggle. Dangote use our money. How much did you contribute? Say they subsidize this for him. Why did you not access the same subsidy so I can build a refinery for us? This sense of entitlement makes absolutely no sense. It's our money. It's not my money. They subsidize it for him. Oh, Jeloni. Why did you and your friends not come together as a group and build a refinery and access the same forex? Very funny way of thinking. Okay. Anyway. It is well. Again, no vex. So I want to play something again about tax. I normally say I like tax like that though. But like I say, all of us, we need to even understand this whole thing that's about to change, because by January now, everybody will be expected to do this, and we want to just get as much information about it as possible. Okay, so that's why I'm doing all of this. That Pengassan thing, I don't want to say anything about it because as he was talking, I was just feeling irritated. That's how you know people who have not built something. I mean, it doesn't matter what you have built. It could be a shop. Have maybe a sales boy or a sales girl selling biscuit for you. Your mindset would change about all this thing of union is our right, is our money used to build the refinery. Anyway, this is about tax. This is from Nairametrics. Please take a listen to this.
You hear Nigerians speak about, and it's the way you hear Nigerians speak about. So Nigerians generally expect Nigeria to improve without them paying taxes. Now, thieving politicians have made it difficult to explain to Nigerians that tax is an important part of growth. So it's very difficult to have that conversation. But I really want to break it to the average Nigerian, and I want to look them in the eye. We don't get money. As in, I don't know how to say it. As in, I have to say it in pidgin. We don't have money because, first of all, the Saudi person who can have that entitlement because they produce about 9 million barrels per day. There are about 35 million people. Nigeria produces about 1.5 million. We're 200 million.
So give us a little bit more. Because our GDP numbers.
Oh yeah, 1.6. In fact, I can give you 1.7. But we're 2 million people, 200 million people. So we do not have we're in real terms, we're a piss poor country from revenue compared to.
Do with holding your
no, what I'm saying is that it's not. That's the point. Hold them accountable. But what I'm saying is that we need to accept the fact that if we must move forward, taxes must be a part of that conversation. How those taxes are then implemented is something completely different. How those taxes are monitored is something completely different. But I think the way I've seen the pushback on the tax conversation is almost like, why are they telling us that we have to pay tax? Well, I mean, Nigerians generally expect Nigeria to improve without them paying taxes. We don't get money. We need to accept the fact that if we must move forward, taxes must be a part of that conversation. And it's
all right. Apparently, it's something that we're all going to learn and hopefully get used to in the coming days. All right. One more video. This is about what happened. No, two actually. What happened at the trade fair in Lagos. So this is the special advisor to the governor on urban development, Dr. Olajide Babatunde, responding to certain people, and then I'll play another video where he's also himself and other people were also talking about certain things that have to do with the demolition that occurred last week. 19 buildings were demolished. A lot of people have, of course, gone to town with the fact that it's ethnically motivated, but again, that's no news. We always hear that from time to time. If you flout the rules, you go collect. But this is from the special advisor to the governor on urban development. Take a listen.
It's one country, we're under one constitution. You understand? The laws of Lagos State, our extant regulations have to be obeyed. Nobody has the power, you understand, to be an actor in Lagos State. Even if you come from the federal government, you need to work with us. Don't work against us. If you work against us, we will definitely make sure that the full wrath of the law, you understand, is brought against whoever, is violating our regulations. And we on round, you have the complex, the offices. We have seen that even the building is not even fit for habitation. My officers are right now writing a report, which we're also going to share with the executive director. You understand? The premises itself is leaking. You understand? The roof is no longer there. Behind there are a lot of buildings that are now become abandoned. There is an abandonment law under the Lagos State Building Control Agency. Clear.
Actually happened today. It's a response from the Lagos State government that, if you recall, some couple of weeks back, some estates were declared illegal. And what was the reason? Purely because they have not gotten layout approval. Now, this complex is about 332 hectares. So, which is more than due for a layout permit. We have met with the DG, that's the executive director here, and we have not seen the layout. The conclusion of our meeting is that the layout should be forwarded to us so that we can review, and all the buildings that are on it must show evidence of individual planning permit. There's still some contention on that, so she's going to get back to our own authority and clarify that. But the take home for today is that all development under construction must stop immediately. And within 1 week from now, we expect the authority to come to our office with their layout plan and the approval of the individual buildings. If we don't have this, I'm sorry to say, we will bring down all the buildings in this place. We will bring them down, because even if they claim that it's federal land, so long as it's been given to a third party by way of lease or any other agreement, that development must procure Lagos State planning permit. It's a law. We are not disputing the land. The land is owned by the federal government, fine. But what we are saying is that for any development as confined by the Supreme Court judgment of 2003, any development within any state is under the authority of the planning authority within that state. And we here in Lagos State, we are here to enforce that. And you can see, you have a complex, a 5-story building right on the road curb with the door opening onto the road. What would you expect? That is a chaotic kind of design. And as a responsive government, we shouldn't tolerate that. We've just shown to the DG that even if you go into a committee of international countries, do you want to show the existing layout as a meaningful? It will be a total shame on this country and on Lagos State. And this is what we set out to correct. We cannot allow people just building recklessly. We are talking of a warehouse on a 5-floor. Do they use in those design? A building that is supposed to carry load should not be designed as a residential building. So these are things that we need to correct. Even their own complex, you can see the state of the place. The roads are bad, the drainages are blocked, refuse are dumped on the way, the soil waste disposed of indiscriminately. I mean, everything just out of order. As a responsive government, we cannot allow that. And it's also in their own interest. Because if we have a decent place, the value, that's what they also fail to realize. By allowing us to carry out this, our normal duty and exercise, is going to enhance the value of this complex. As it is now, it's almost, it's a thing of a shame that as a Nigerian, we are not proud of. And we cannot allow that. We have had a meeting with the DG. She's here with me. And she has promised that she will get back to us on all that. She has agreed that all the developments under construction should stop immediately. And what we are requesting for, they will start providing all those. The layout plan must be seen and approved. There are rules in terms of making layout. Where are the roads? Where are the walkways? Where are the drains? The building that we are putting up, how do we dispose of those wastes? So that it doesn't impact negatively on the health of the occupant of this place. A trade fair complex, as we all know, it's an international space by the nation. It's a thing that the nation will be proud of.
The man has a lot to say, but I think we've already gotten the message. All right, as we wrap up this section, let me just read a few things here. CAC launches 250,000 free registration for SMEs. In furtherance of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed open initiative, the federal government today launched the free registration of 250,000 MSMEs. So if you have a medium or small scale enterprise, you can take advantage of this. The story is long, but this is from the Corporate Affairs Commission. So if you have a business that's not registered and it falls in that category, I think it's business name actually. Yes. Speaking during the ceremony, the Registrar General, CEO of CAC, Hussaini Ishaq Magaji, SAN, said the 250,000 free business name registration of micro and small enterprises across Nigeria will be executed in collaboration with SMEDAN. So yeah, please can get more information. I think somebody put something like that on Radio Mikariaye, the Yoruba channel. And if need be, we'll also put it on Radio Me Global. So please take advantage of these things. I'd like to play someone who is taking advantage of his location. That's the governor of Ogun State and what he was up to in Jinseng, in Ghana. Sorry, in Ghana. What am I saying? In China, meeting with the mayor of, I can't pronounce it properly because, again, I'm Nigerian, I'm Yoruba. Mayor of Rizal is R-I-Z or R-I-Z-H-A-O. Maybe it's Rizal or Rishao. Anyway, it's a place in China. And the governor of Ogun State had a meeting with the mayor of that town, Mr. Wang Jinsheng. on what they're planning to do at Olokola Deep Sea Port. Please take a listen to the governor of Ogun State.
Olokola Free Trade Zone area, where we intend to have a deep sea port. That cluster is the deepest seaport in Nigeria. It's the natural seaport location. We're looking for partnership to develop that seaport. When that port is constructed, it will be the window to the hinterland of Nigeria. Because today there are two major ports in Nigeria, and they are both in Lagos, the Apapa port and the Tinker port. And because they are the two major ports, there's so much congestion. Because of that, the state has proposed to have an inland port, inland dry port, and also a deep sea port. We've launched our inland dry port, and our deep sea port has been on the drawing board for probably about 20 years. We're actively looking for partners, investors, to work with us in developing that seaport. Among some of the things that we're looking to partner with China, Richao, Shandong province, and its entrepreneurs in the areas of automobile engineering, like I said, in assembling these vehicles. We're looking at also partnering in renewable energy. Yes, we have gas reticulation, but we like to have a mixed, energy provision where we're generating power from both gas and renewables. This morning when we came, we saw you are at Blue Carbon, where we saw the manufacture of solar panels and batteries, and it was very impressive. We also would like to work together in establishing our ICT footprint as a means of empowering our youth. I believe that these are areas where we can further cooperate, collaborate, and strengthen our already existing and interesting relationship. We remain very committed to being investor friendly. We have ensured that we remove all the bureaucracy that normally stands as impediment for investors to invest in Nigeria. We will further work with potential investors to ensure that we provide the necessary incentives that will allow them to start businesses either by themselves, in partnership with others, or in public partnership with government. Yeah.
All right, so that just to tell you that we have some good things happening in China. The Ogun State governor is trying to get investors. I wish him all the best. We look forward to the great things that will be happening in Ogun State very soon. Someone was on Twitter saying, my best friend just got laid off by Dangote simply because she wants to join Pengasan. This is the same reason they all want to join the union. This isn't acceptable. Over 1,000 of them were laid off. I'm still in disbelief. And I got a response, or she got a response I thought I should just read out. The person says, simple. This is the Godfather's responding to Ladoke. Simple, tell her to apply to join Pengasan, a lovely place to work. And someone responded, I guess Pengasan is a multinational too. Then the Godfather said, a man sunk in $20 billion into an investment, and idiots who have never built a single kiosk in their entire lives want to tell him how to run his business. That response is apt. Now, let us read one last news, then we'll move. It's Monday, so we have a lot to cover, but this is the last one. This is from Nairametrics. Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector has once again shown its resilience, with the country's biggest listed firms delivering strong growth of nearly 50% despite inflation, currency volatility, and declining consumer purchasing power. Here are the CEOs of top 10 FMCG companies. So they put up the CEOs of the top 10 FMCG companies. FMCG is fast-moving consumer goods. Most of them are actually expatriates, so come to think of it. Most of them are expatriates. But BUA has Ayodele Musiba Abioye and Tobi Adeniyi in Unilever. That's about it. Every other person is expatriate. The other person who is not white is, there are Indians, there are the South African, but yeah. Anyway, just to say that regardless of what's happening, the FMG goods sector was able to deliver a strong growth of almost 50%. That shows the economy is also coming up. Anyway, be like say, the thing we people want to talk about, we don't come out from that one, Abi. All right, let's go to class. Oh, we had a lot to talk about today, man. There's some other things, but no, it's almost 4. So let's discuss. Let's go to class. And let me read some comments on YouTube first, and then we'll go to class. Okay. So it's from YouTube. Tax is mandatory. If we truly desire a better Nigeria, we must be ready to pay tax. May God help us also increase our income and our earnings. Someone says, could you imagine Ojukwu accusing Gowon, the son of evangelist, of Islamization agenda? Between Ojukwu and Gowon, who showed more Christian compassion? Gowon. Thank you for that comment, Kobo. Olumdele Somi says, Oriyomi, you have said it. It's up to obedience to listen and accept. Thank you for that. I think that's about everything we have on YouTube, and thank you very much for being part of this session, of the news beat of today's session. If you're on TikTok, please tap on YouTube. Please like the live. We have a lot of people in here who haven't liked the live yet. Thank you very much for being here, but please just double tap on your screen. It's a like now, and also subscribe to the channel, but like first. That way, at least this video will be recommended to others. All right, great to be here. Let's go to class. All right, yeah. Okay, so class is very right. Last week, we finished a series on how ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria. It was an 8-part series. Fun. Our main text was The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by Ibe Ayodele. So if you want to, listen to the game, please go on YouTube. In the live section, you'll find all the videos there. And you also find videos that we've cropped out. Well, not cropped out. What's the word? The podcast stuff that we created from the live sessions that are also on YouTube, Busri Ori's YouTube channel. Please subscribe and also share and recommend to others. Thank you very much. Today we're beginning something new. I told us last week that we're going to be discussing Awolowo and Akintola. But while I was studying, I thought it wouldn't be fair to just go straight to Kileshelari and Akintola at Awolowo. And one of the reasons that I felt we shouldn't go in that direction is that we're not trying to set them up against each other. Now, let me start by saying this. I'm Awolowo's son, ideologically. And I am the son of a man who adored Awo. So, Awo is who Awo is. Nothing comes close. No one comes close. It's just what it is, right? And I've said it several times. If we were in the 13th or 14th century, Awo would be a deity. Literally, there would be a shrine all over Yoruba land just for Awo. So that's how much I adore Awo. And so, but I don't want to go in the direction of Awo versus Akintola. That's what I was saying, Awo and Akintola. Because it's not so much of pitting them against each other. It's about what our generation can learn from both of them, and also from the disagreements, and also the things their relationship, right? And I feel that since we've had a session discussing Awo, learning about Papa, about how he grew up and things like that, perhaps we should do, even if it's just one session on SLA, to just have an idea of who he was. And then we can now go into, at least today, I want to see if we can cover how he grew up, and then how he got into politics. And maybe next time, Wednesday is Independence Day. I'll talk about that later. At some point, then we'll now go into what happened in Action Group, and then also the issue that himself and Papa had, and what caused that, and then what can we learn from it. Also, despite the fact that I adore Awo, it's not so much to say Papa was right in everything, SLA was wrong in everything. I don't think that's a proper way to study history. If you do that way, that's very reductionist and it's very pedestrian. So you're just going to take this, make everything black and white. It's not so simple, right? But yes, Papa is Papa. But then there's some things that we can also learn from SLA. Now, there's some books I'm going to be reading. I had a great time last week, I won't lie. This weekend was good, especially this morning. The primary book I will be using is Ladoke Akintola, His Life and Times. This book was written by Akintola, was first published, Akinjide, I want to get the full name. Akinjide Oshuntoku was first published in 1984. It was reprinted in 2010. If you want the book, you can get it on Telegram on Redomi Books. The other book I think we also use is Samuel Ladoke Akintola, In the Eyes of History by Femi Kende, Esquire. It's called A Biography and a Postscript. It's also quite good. And when the time comes, we're going to read from this book, The Travels of Democracy, Adventures in Power, Book 2 by Papa. He talked about some of the things that happened with Akintola in this book. He also mentioned him in his autobiography, Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So when the time comes, we're going to visit, not just visit, we just actually enjoy spending time, reading those books. Now, let me say it this way. I could just go on and tell you the story, but I think that it will be more beneficial if we actually read. So we would be reading. In other words, for the early life, I think it's best to read Akinjide Oshuntokun's book, and then when we get into what happened in Action Group, we also read this one and also the book by Honorable Femi Kende. By the way, Akinjide Oshuntoku was a professor of I think it's ISO, because he's still with Redeemers University, but he's been around for a very long time. He's been around since the First Republic. So he's a distinguished scholar and historian, and was formerly Nigeria's ambassador to Germany. Okay, he's been around since AG days. So we have a lot to learn here. And this man, Honorable Femi Kende, is a lawyer who was a member of the House of Representatives in Abuja between 1999 and 2003, representing the Ayedire Iwo Olaoluwa Federal Constituency of Osun State. So we'll get to this one later. So let's start with this. Okay. Please, let's power tap. Let's share the live. Okay, I was going to say that Wednesday is Independence Day, so we might take a break on this on Wednesday and just have a session on Nigeria. So I'm still thinking, there are two books I have in mind for Wednesday. Either we read The People's Republic by Papa, or Nigeria on a Keg of Gunpowder by Victor Taiwo. One of the two. Yeah. I was thinking of How to Be a Nigerian by Peter Inauro. But I don't think what we need is sarcasm. I think we should just go straight to policy conversations and historical stuff. So that will be on Wednesday. But today, let's meet SLA. By the way, that's what it was known as by his supporters. Samuel Ladoke Akintola was known as SLA. So I read book from cover to cover, but I don't think it's important to get into the introduction. If you get the book, you'll be able to see it there. But I could just read part of it. All right. My View of the Coin by Chief Ipola Oshintokun, Professor Akintola uncle, is another good book. Oh, DJ TY, it's good to see you. It's been a minute. I think I saw you last week once or so, but it's good to see you. Thank you very much for joining. I say see as if I'm just seeing your face, but you get the point. At least I'm seeing you type here, so thank you very much for being here. I'll probably look out for that book. All right, so let's read. We're just going to read parts of the introduction. We're not going deep into it, and then when we get into the body of the book itself, start from the beginning. Okay, so just some things from the introduction. Essentially talked about Ogbomoso, and at the time it was about 500,000 people. It's the fourth largest town in Nigeria. It's also there. By the way, I believe personally that perhaps, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's true that Ogbomoso people are, okay, let me say it this way, arguably the most traveled group in Yoruba land. Like, those people, they are everywhere. They have this itinerant trading that they do, and I'm going to read something about that here. It says it's perhaps the openness of this environment and the shortage of adequate employment opportunities at home because of overpopulation, which among other factors make Ogbomoso people wander as itinerant traders throughout West Africa and particularly into northern Nigeria. And so they travel a lot. I mean, there are many in Ghana. Apart from them, maybe Ejigbo, because those Ejigbo people essentially have a colony in Cote d'Ivoire. It's quite interesting that they also spend their currency in Ejigbo. That's CFA francs. CFAs. They spend, they speak French in Ejigbo, and but Ogbomoso is known. They are known to travel. They are all over Kaduna, Kano, Sokoto, Plateau, especially Jos, and of course in different parts of Ghana, Takoradi, Accra, Tamale, Kumasi. Ogbomoso people are everywhere. So that is important because SLA was an Ogbomoso man. Ogbomoso people are Oyo Yoruba, and they form part of the larger Yoruba nation that spreads from southwestern Nigeria westward into the Republic of Benin. That's Dahomey. The Yoruba are a highly homogeneous people in terms of culture, and while they speak a variety of dialects, these are intelligible to most of the Yoruba. There's no accurate census at the time, but I'm not going into all of the thing about Yoruba, but it's saying that we are homogeneous, but we have many dialects, but we speak one language. Then it also says that the Yoruba form a well-defined society with a common history, shared experience, a distinct and common language, a single and contiguous geographic area, and even the belief in a common eponymous ancestor, Oduduwa or Olofi. Then it goes on to talk about how the British first made inroads into Nigeria. By the way, before the British, the Portuguese had come. Of course, that was in the 15th century. But before the Portuguese, the Yoruba people have had interactions with different people. Number one, we have several subgroups like Ekiti, Ondo, Oyo, Ijebu, Ikale, Ijesha, Akoko, and some will say Shekiri. And there have been contact between Yoruba and the Edo, Nupe, Borgawa, Hausa, and Nkamberi, and the Fon and Aja speaking peoples in Benin Republic for thousands of years, which predated Portuguese, who came in the 15th century, and then the British came in 1851 and 1861 respectively, when they invaded and annexed Lagos. All right. Excuse me. Then it talks about the missionary getting in and how they penetrated the western region, how people got educated, how Yoruba people got exposed to education. Someone says, I myself was born in Funtua, Katsina. We travel a lot. Oh, you are Ogbomoso? Ogbomoso, Ogbomojugun. Let me not do your Oriki. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. Something about eating ekoyangan before eating amala, something like that. Or in the morning, something like that. That's very interesting, Oriki. All right. So talks about how the missionary introduced Western education into Yoruba territory. Christian missions provided Nigerians with the opportunity to acquire Western education and a window through which to see other civilizations. And Efik, and later in Igbo areas. So I was first in Yoruba, then in Efik, and that's why you have what we have, of course, in Calabar area. God bless you. You understand. See, it's good to have anything more you better than no comment section. That's the Ogomosho, Oriki Ogomosho. Between what being Jeka, Kantomo call your gun. And being on Juema Moko loss on no. All right. Then it says here, up to the 1920s, therefore, nationalist agitation. Okay, the point to note is that by dint of an earlier Christian proselytization, the Yoruba had a head start in the acquisition of Western education and all its consequences. Up to the 1920s, therefore, nationalist agitation for improvement in the African condition was led and completely dominated by the Yoruba and a few Efik and Ishekiri people. The Igbo did not become a factor in Nigerian nationalism until the arrival of Nnamdi Azikiwe in 1937. We've talked about it before when we're discussing NYM and what Zik did with the NYM. We're going to talk about it again because you can't talk about SLA without mentioning NYM and Daily Service, where he was an editor. But we'll get into all of that momentarily. But there's something I learned from reading this book I thought I would just share this morning before we go into SLA. Go. I'll read it, and I'm sure you're going to get the point. And the founding of his newspaper business, Azikiwe was able to fire the imagination of his people and mobilize them to catch up with the Yoruba with regard to Western education. But unlike most of the Yoruba, this goal was sometimes achieved by community effort. What I'm about to read is an answer to a question that I have had for a bit. And I'm sure you're going to get the point without me having to say it, at least not yet. Members of certain villages or clans usually collected money to send ambitious and brilliant young men to the United States or Britain in search of the golden fleece. This practice, which was widespread in the eastern part of Nigeria, meant that when the young men returned to Nigeria after their studies, they would be obliged to return the favor of their own people, either by directly repaying the union that sent them, or by using their newly acquired status or position to somehow advance the cause of the clan or ethnic group. In a pluralist, in a pluralist society such as Nigeria, this payment of an educational debt through favoritism and jobbery to one's ethnic group was to exacerbate inter-ethnic rivalry, if not antagonism. Let me pause to explain. I'm sure you got it. You know, you read, you know stuff, but you want to know why. For instance, why are people so clannish? Why are people always trying to get people's spaces? I found part of the answer here. And what he's saying here is that the Igbos felt they were left behind. So what they did was to work together as communities. So again, you know, the first set of unions were created in 1936, right? The first Igbo union was in 1936, and they started having them in Calabar, in Lagos, and in Port Harcourt, and then in other places. By 43, that became Igbo Federal Union, and I think around 48 became Igbo State Union. It was the same organization. I also remember that one of the issues that Onwafo Rizzo had in the 1950s, it was in 1953, was that he had collected money meant for the education of certain people in his community. They put money together and gave it to him. Since he had studied in the US, they gave him the money, and he spent the money, which of course led him to prison before Azikiwe came along and somehow found a way to get him pardoned. Anyway, the point is that the community would raise money and send people to school. That's supposed to be beautiful and laudable and, you know, nice, right? But here's the issue. When the person got back to Nigeria, they either pay the community back after working, or this is the Or you have a situation where the person has to now pay that education debt through favoritism to his own ethnic group members, which explains why many parastatals in the federal government were completely filled by Igbo people. It was payback. People from the communities, and you saw it, for instance, in NRC, Nigerian Railway Corporation, where even a janitor, was a janitor messenger, was made the chairman of the selection committee. That's the recruitment exercise. Recruitment committee chairman was a messenger, and that happened because the person was from the same ethnic, from the same town as. No, it was actually his brother, Ikejani. So what you see here is this: people who maybe you went to school based on community support, you feel indebted to the community. And the only thing you can do now that you have some bit of influence is to ensure that you're able to get other people in that community, get them jobs where you're working. Regardless of the fact that what you're doing is nepotism, but at least you are helping your own people. So I'm just saying that this explains some of the issues that I think we had, that we still have with the mentality of the average Igbo person in civil service. And this is not in the past, this is still present till today. The Yoruba student, by contrast, did not have to rely on his village or town to send him to London or New York, because in many cases, the parents concerned were involved in import-export trade or in the cocoa industry and were therefore able to pay the way of their children. Furthermore, with Lagos being the administrative and commercial capital of Nigeria, opportunities did exist for a quick profit and subsequent capital accumulation by the indigenous entrepreneur. Sometimes, too, the missionary societies, which are their headquarters in Yoruba land, were able to aid students in their aspirations toward a Western education without their having to rely on a communal financial levy. Then this book went on to talk about what happened in the north and how Islam also spread, and the rise of nationalists in Nigeria, and how they would speak to certain things that the Oyinbos were doing, e.g., when Oyinbo people began to create this estate, so to speak, or accommodation in Ikoyi, and it was becoming segregated just for them, the educated Nigerians began to speak up against that, because you can't have segregated quarters in an African city, essentially. And to that, the brother to Frederick Lugard, who was also his political secretary, his name is Edward Lugard, called them trousered niggers. Now, all of this was the condition of Lagos at the time that Ladoke Akintola moved to Lagos in 1930. We're going to read more about it. He was born in July of 1910. We'll get into the exact date and details and all of that, but just trying to paint a picture of what the society was like, or what Lagos was like at the time he arrived from Ogbomoso. So let's go to, I'm just going to read the parts that I think I just quickly read. Then I'm going to read that foray into journalism and later into politics. All right, so he was born July 10, 1910, into a family of traders. Of course, Ogbomoso people were, like we said earlier, itinerant traders. His family was Christian. Again, one of the things you also know about Ogbomoso, let's even try and see if people know. Oh, if Ogbomoso don't type, which denomination is actually is the strongest in Ogbomoso? Anybody that knows would know. If you know, you know. The most popular Christian denomination in Ogbomoso. And it's most popular because they went there when no one else really did. Yes, Baptist. No, not Catholic, it's Baptist. And you also find them in Iwo. And that's why you see the connection between Iwo and Ogbomoso when it comes to Baptist institutions. For instance, Bowen, you see where Bowen is, you see where the Baptist seminary is. All of those things, between both of them, you see the influence of Baptist church. So Ogbomoso was the base for the Baptist church. Actually, I was born there. I'm trying to jump because of time. Akintola was born there, but eventually they moved, just like Ogbomoso people always do. They eventually moved to the north. They moved to Minna. I'm trying not to get into the details of Ogun Adubi in 1918. Anyway, they moved to Minna. Ladoke, after 4 years of schooling in Minna, was sent back home by his father in 1922 to live with his grandfather Akintola, who indulged young Ladoke's love of schooling a bit more than his father did. He was consequently sent to Baptist Day School in 1922 and was a diligent student there for about 4 years before entering the Baptist College in 1925. At that time, the Baptist College was both a seminary for training future deacons and a teacher's college. By the time Ladoke entered the Baptist Day School, tragedy had befallen his father. His half-brother, Ojediran, whom he had taken with him to Minna and who had actually saved Ladoke from being drowned in 1920, died suddenly. Akintola could not bear to live in Minna without Ojediran. Hence, he sold all their wares and even decided to abandon trade altogether, so that this might not bring back the sad memory every day of his life. So Ladoke went to Baptist College, Ogbomoso. The fees were not high, since the students had to do most of what would have increased the cost of education themselves. They cut grass, provided cheap labor for construction of buildings, and also did their own cooking. So yeah, he did that. In 1930, Ladoke arrived at Baptist Academy in Lagos as a general science tutor. So he went to school. He went to Baptist High School, then Baptist College in Ogbomoso. Then later on, he moved to Lagos in 1930. Okay? And of course, excuse me, it wasn't long after this that he got married to his wife. Someone says, I thought it was Quarans in Minna. I didn't know Ogbomoso people went there too. Guys, let me pause. As of 1910, the year that Ladoke Akintola was born, as of 1910, Minna had 6 districts. It was divided into 6 districts for administrative purposes by the colonial government. Of those 6 districts, 2 of them were led by Yoruba people, and they were Ogbomoso. 1910. So, just to tell you how long, and that was the year Akintola was born. So this was even before Akintola. So imagine, of 6 districts, 2 were headed by Ogbomoso men in Minna. And you don't hear that Minna is no man's land. So, Catherine Aloide, good to see you, ma'am. It's been a minute. On YouTube says, that's why the Theological Seminary University is situated there. Yes, that's why. All right. So, Ogbomoso people, those ones, wanting to travel to Petpe. So he went to Baptist Academy in 1930, and someone says, great connection between Yorubas and Lope. Yes, yes. You see me pausing is because I'm trying to also make sure that I'm engaging before we go into the deep end of the session. But let's go on. All right. So at the time that Akintola moved to Lagos, he was about 20 years old. He had a lady he was dating. Her name was Faderera Awomolo, who happened to be the sister to one of his friends and colleagues at Baptist College Ogbomoso. Faderera herself had trained as a nurse at the Baptist Mission Hospital at Ogbomoso. And because of the proximity of the institution to the Baptist College, she and Ladoke had been seeing each other quite frequently. But after Ladoke graduated, their meeting became rather infrequent. Faderera's brother was supportive of the courtship, but her parents were not. Her father, for example, a policeman with a very strong views, who came from Igbajo, an Ijesha-speaking village of Yoruba land, wanted his daughter to marry someone else. And then eventually, wanted the daughter to marry someone else, preferably an Igbajo man. Faderera's mother from Abeokuta ironically saw nothing wrong in her husband's parochialism, whereas one would have expected her to point out to Awomolo that she, his own wife, was not after all from Igbajo. In any case, Faderera, having inherited her father's stubbornness, she was determined to choose her own husband, even in those even in those Alicon days. No, I was young in Yoruba land, when fathers merely informed their daughters who their prospective husbands. Anyway, the point is that 1935, she decided to marry her husband, regardless of the fact that the father did not even approve. So the father eventually approved her, but they went to the marriage registry, they were duly married, they went to church, they got blessed, and so on. Fadera's parents were not pleased. Her father eventually found out about the marriage, claiming that if that was the wish of his daughter, he had no quarrel. But if the marriage did not work out, she would never come back to his home looking for help. Thankfully, it worked out. All right, moving very quickly. Akintola moved from there, from the school. Something happened in the school, by the way. He became, they had a union. I'm laughing now because you know what we just discussed, union issues. So they had a union, and this was around the time when there was World War. Let me just read this part. I think it's important. I don't have to skip it. The African teachers at Baptist Academy tried to give their best while earning salaries of £5 or £6 per month as junior teachers. They found these salaries too meager during the inflationary spiral caused by scarcity of goods during the Second World War. Their complaints, which were silent at first, became strident as the war wore on. As a matter of fact, the missions during this time were hard hit for money because they depended on the generosity of their sponsors, who resided either in Europe or in America, and who were fighting for the survival of their countries against the fascist armies of Italy, Germany, and Imperial Japan. The white headmaster of the school thought that the teachers, especially those of the senior cadre like E.E. Esua, that was SLA's friend, should understand that difficult times of the war were inappropriate for labor management disputes over salaries. In fact, the mission itself was considering retrenching some of its staff in order to save money. The young headmaster who had taken over from Mrs. Reagan was also quite insensitive to African needs and issues. This was hardly surprising in those times. Let me just jump. I don't want to get into race issues with the fact that a lot of the people that did this Baptist work in Nigeria at the time had come from the southern part of the United States, where they didn't think blacks were, all that. Anyway, sorry guys. All right. So yeah, there was the case where again, if you're from, you must have read about the American South and their perception of black people because of slavery and the way it was carried out in America. And the writer here is saying that might be one of the reasons they had this funny relationship with the African teachers. The effect of all this was the formation of an unbridgeable chasm between the race of the converter and that of the converted. It was in this atmosphere that the agitation for fringe benefits like housing, which the Baptist teachers have already said was being enjoyed by their colleagues in the Church Missionary Society, that CMS schools, was received as rebellion. At this time, there was an embryonic trade union movement in the school. Ladoke was the secretary of the Baptist Teachers Union, a branch of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, which was registered as a union in 1931, but it was not he who precipitated the crisis. While a petition for improved conditions of service had been signed by all the African teachers, Akintola, Ogunjumo, and a Mr. Okanla, both from Ogumosho, were singled out, probably as scapegoats, and dismissed outright. When Mr. E.E. Esua interceded, he too was fired. Ladoke resigned the same day, to the surprise of all his friends who had prevailed on him to stay, and to the jubilation of some of his students. They were jubilated because he used to punish them and was very strict, and he could beat them very well. So when he said he was leaving, everybody was happy. Only for them to discover that they had no general science teacher the next day. But the point is that he left that job because the other guys who had, talked about going on strike or agitating were sacked, right? So he decided to just leave the job. Then he left there and joined the NRC. That's the, am I right? No, NRC was the second thing. They joined the produce inspectors. So himself and his brother and friend, they joined the produce. I'm just going through all of this because I want to also have an idea of his own beginning as well before we get into his politics, which we're almost done with, by the way. So they sat for an exam to become produce inspectors. What that means basically is that they're the ones who will get to grade the cocoa that were being exported, right? So you have to write exams, and then they qualified to do that. Later on, he left and then joined the Nigerian Railways department, and he worked in accounts. Himself, Okanla, and Akintola under Akintola, they all worked in the accounts department of railways. He was there for a year, and then he decided to leave. And when he left, he decided to join the Nigerian Daily Service. I don't know if you remember Nigerian Daily Service. By the way, while he was working in the railways, he was always contributing to the newspaper, to different pages of newspapers, actually. To different papers, he would write. He was a regular contributor to different papers. So when he left, he decided to join the Daily Service. The Daily Service was owned largely by remnants of the old Nigerian youth movement. I'm sure we've had this conversation about the connection between the NYM and Daily Service. At the time, it was the service, but later on, it became Daily Service. We'll get into all of these things. We're about to get into it right now, actually. The Daily Service was owned by remnants of the old Nigerian youth movement, but particularly by Akintola Maja. By this time, the paper had become more or less the organ of the Yoruba literati and nationalist, increasingly threatened by Nnamdi Azikiwe and his brand of American journalism, with its emphasis on sensationalism. Even though the Daily Service was edited by Ernest Sikoli and Ijoman from the minority group of the Niger Delta, there was no doubt that there was a meeting of minds between Yoruba nationalists and Ikoli, whose people as a minority felt threatened by the much more aggressive, numerous and neighboring Igbo people. Ladoke's journalistic adventure was not fortuitous. It was in fact premeditated. He had always wanted to be a journalist. His early command of the English language was exercised daily in teaching, and during the time he was teaching science at Baptist Academy, he took up correspondence courses in journalism and also had practical experience as a part-time journalist as editor of the Nigerian Baptist from 1939 to 1943. He decided to work with Daily Service Group because the paper reflected his own political ideas. So we're gradually getting into politics. Again, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you very much. Eshio, Madam Catherine. Oh, nice. So let's continue. The Daily Service was one of the leading dailies of the time, and the organ, I think I should explain a little because I don't want to assume I'm sure a lot of people here know these things, but I think it's important. 1920s that Lagos Daily News started, having been created by Abat Macaulay. Now, of course, we know the history of media in Nigeria. It started with Iwe Iroyin Yoruba ati Egba. By the way, the name of the paper was a mistranslation of the real thoughts of Henry Townsend in 1859. I just think it's important to mention this thing. Let me say it. So the English, if you look for the English translation of Iwe Iroyin Awon Egba ati Yoruba, they didn't write newspaper for Egba and Yoruba. It's the newspaper. Let me read it. Let me look for the entire thing. It's actually for the Egba in Yoruba. It's not today's talk, but I think it's important to mention it because I just remembered it for it. I want to read. Let me read to you from the Church Intelligencer, I think. I think it's from the Church Intelligencer in 1860, thereabout. I'll find that page. And I'm doing this because it's also one of the things that people used to say things like, oh, the Egba were not Yoruba. That's why the paper was called Iwe Iroyin Egba ati Awon. I'm not the one that, I don't want to say it. I want to read to you what what they wrote while writing the Yoruba, what they interpreted it as in English language. This will help. Oh, fine, I found it. About the close of last year, October 25, 1859, appeared the first number of a Yoruba newspaper. It is edited by the Reverend H. Townsend and printed and published under his direction by the converts at Abeokuta. It is called Ìwé Ìròyìn fún àwọn ará Ẹ̀gbá àti Yorùbá, which means a paper of information for the Ẹ̀gbá people in the Yoruba country. Mr. Townsend writes, I have set on foot a Yoruba newspaper. My first number is out. I am writing the second. My object is to get the people to read. That is, to beget the habit of seeking for information by reading. It is very difficult. However, the attempt seems to have prospered. Please power tap on TikTok. We are seeing TikTok is saying there's inactivity, so please power tap. It says, my first number is out. I am writing the second. My object is to get the people to read. That is, to beget the habit of seeking for information by reading. It is very difficult. However, the attempt seems to have prospered. The price is 120 cowries, equal to 1 penny. There's both African and European news in it. So the first paper that was published in Nigeria, right, was in Yoruba language, and it was sold for 120 cowries. The point I'm trying to make is that people have used the name to say things like the Egbas were not Yoruba because they called it Ìwé Ìròyìn fún àwọn Ẹ̀gbá àti Yorùbá. It was a mistranslation that you see right here. This is from the Church Intelligence Report. It says it is called Ìwé Ìròyìn fún àwọn ará Ẹ̀gbá àti Yorùbá, which means a paper of information for the Ẹ̀gbá people in the Yoruba country. So in Boyekon should have been Ìwé Ìròyìn fún àwọn ará Ẹ̀gbá ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. So that is not it's not a point. It's not even tenable when people use it as a way to drive an agenda that some people are Yoruba. I get to where they are going, but just thought I should, make that clear. I hope that helps somehow. Now let's go on with the reading. So I was saying that the first paper, of course, was Ìwé Ìròyìn fún àwọn Ẹ̀gbá àti Yorùbá. Later on, other papers came up in Lagos, and then by the 1920s, we had Lagos Daily News by Albert Macaulay, and then later on there was Nigerian Daily Times, there was Nigerian Daily Telegraph, and then by 1937 there was West African Pilot. Zik had two papers, West African Pilot and Comet, and we've said it several times here that Zik's papers were very, very popular. It was sensational. It appealed to the young people, right? And then he used certain words that the older guys wouldn't have thought of using. He went after the whites. He also went after his own black people that he didn't like, almost like what Albert Macaulay used to do in his heydays. So Zik, became very popular with that. And then, like we also said the other time, that somebody says why you shouldn't rely on only one source for historical research. Yes. So the daily service, the service itself originally was the organ of information or communication for the NYM. Now, if you went here when we had the conversation on NYM, please check the videos on YouTube. Well, I'll just give you like a very quick summary. In 1934, a movement began in Lagos called Lagos Youth Movement, right? And one of the reasons for that movement was the issue that we had, the elders, the Yoruba people, the people of Nigeria had with Yaba Tech. It was called Yaba Higher College at the time. They had a problem with the fact that the graduates of Yaba Tech were going to be given diplomas that were inferior to the ones that folks would get if they had studied in the UK. And so the youth in Lagos were clamoring for the school, for the diploma of Yaba Tech to be at the same level as what you would get if you had studied even in England. And the reason for that was this. One of the things they wanted back in the day was to have an Africanization of the civil service. What that means basically is this. Again, see that word. It wasn't Yorubalization. It wasn't Yorubanization. It wasn't even Nigerianization. It was Africanization. Why? When we get to discuss the evolution of Christianity in Nigeria after this series, we are going to get into some things, but here's the point. The first set of nationalists in Nigeria were Yoruba people, right? But they were not fighting for Yoruba alone. They were fighting for the entire black race. They had this mindset of, they knew what Pan-Africanism was before Zik came along, right? They talked about Africanization of the civil service. They talked about, you know, when they did anything, so an African man has done it. They would rarely say Yoruba man has done it because they were thinking of, you know, Pan-African. And when the Nigerian identity began to get formed in a way, they embraced that as well. But Zik came and turned everything around. So they started Lagos Youth Movement in 1934. In 1936, it became Nigerian Youth Movement. And the goal was independence. It was Africanization of the civil service. It was about making the place more like us rather than like the colonial government. And the reason they fought for Yabatek at the time was because, see, so if you were a student or if you were a young person in Nigeria and you went to school, the highest you could be was a clerk, right? You couldn't go higher unless, of course, maybe you had gone to school abroad. Even then, most likely your guy would be white. What they wanted was to belong to the senior cadre in the civil service, right? And the only way to do that is to ensure that the school that is in Nigeria can actually produce graduates who can occupy those positions rather than have whites at the top and then blacks just, you know, running around with papers and, you know, being clerks. So that was the reason they were clamoring for Africanization. Interestingly, a couple of years later, they acquiesced and decided to have the first African or Nigerian magistrate, and that was going to be Ade Malakija. No. It's Adeyemo, but I can't. What's the surname? Jeez. That name is somewhere in my mind. Somebody knows it in the comment section. Please write if you do know it. This is funny. Adetokunbo Ademola. Thank you. Adetokunbo Ademola. Well, Adetokunbo Ademola. No Adeyemo. That was Alakija. Adetokunbo Ademola was going to be the first magistrate that the British decided to appoint. At this time, Zik's paper was already very popular, right? So what Zik did was to write against his appointment, and he said they shouldn't make Adetokunbo Ademola the magistrate because he didn't have the prerequisite post-call or statutory post-call experience. I wonder I was going to have it if he didn't get the opportunity. So at that time, Zik already started showing his hand. But before he started showing his hand, NYM had welcomed Zik in 1937 after he returned from Ghana. And so when they welcomed him, he became a member of the union, of the movement. The movement started before Zik returned to Nigeria. Although they had known Zik, they knew in 1984, right? Zik would, you know, come to Lagos and, you know, be able to speak in certain places, like in schools, like in Itafaji, he would speak to young people in secondary schools. So people knew him as a speaker, as an orator. The first interaction that Papa had with Zik, Papa was a reporter at the time, was a journalist. Zik was a speaker, and he went and then, you know, reported that news in the paper, gave it to the Enesikoli and all. And Enesikoli, by the way, is older than all of these people. He was born in the 19th century, late 19th century, 1890s. Anyway, Zik comes in. They had 4 people at the time. There was Enesikoli, Samuel Akintola, Vaughan, and H.O. Davis. Zik comes in and they made him part of the group, and they started campaigning for seats in Lagos Town Council and Lagos Legislative Council in 1937. And Zik helped a lot. That was the same year that Zik also started publishing his magazine, his newspaper. Like I said, his paper was very popular. It was so popular that people left civil service jobs to work, you know, in West African Pilot. But here's the issue: as soon as he found his feet, he began to use it to push his ethnic agenda. That is the part that people don't say a lot, and that started way back in 1938. That's why when they tell you that somebody started tribalism in Nigeria as Awolowo, just know that the person talking is a clown. And that's the mildest thing I can say, because it irritates me, and they do it because, again, like I always say, especially to Yoruba people, if a group wants to destroy you, they don't have to carry guns. all they need to do is to denigrate your heroes. Have you second guessing their virtues, if they were ethical, if they were virtuous, if they were good men. By the time you are done doing all of that, you have nobody to look up to. Therefore, you become exactly like them because they have no heroes where they come from. That's the reason I speak very passionately when it comes to AWO, because if they can, and they've done this thing persistently for more than 50 years, but it's important for people to actually reclaim him, and that way you reclaim his energy, and you're able to also have somehow, like you have a role model to copy, rather than just be a tabula rasa without anything in your past, like some people. All right, so that was what Zig did. Zig started introducing tribalism by pushing Igbo agenda in 1938. This was 2 years after the Igbo Union started, and a year after I arrived in Lagos. But here's the thing I was going to say about the service. Nigerian Youth Movement was representing Nigerian young people. It was composed of different groups. Students were there, secondary school students were joining the movement. Everybody was part of it. They had groups in different parts, mostly South Nigeria, mostly Western Nigeria actually, but they sure had people in different places that knew what was going on. Like I said earlier, there were two major mistakes I think NYM, well, maybe even three, that they made. Number one was that when Zeke returned to Nigeria in 1937, they should not have made him a member of the executive committee. That was a huge mistake. And I've said it before, in case you were not here, they made him a member, in my opinion, because he had talent, right? He could speak, and he also had influence. His paper was popular. That's a very dangerous combo without character. And it's something that is a mistake we make also in companies, in organizations, even in politics. You elevate people based on talent without assessing if they have the character to maintain it. That was a major mistake they made. The other mistake they made was to say, let's leave the service and use West African pilots to disseminate our news or our activities and stuff like that. Because again, West African pilot was popular. That was a mistake. And they didn't know it was a mistake until when they decided to change. When they said, you know what, Oga, you're a member of the executive committee. We've been West African pilot for a bit now, but we're going to revert to the service so that we can continue, you know, to have something dedicated just for us. Then they called H.O. Davis was going to go around Nigeria to solicit for shares, right? So you buy shares in the paper. Zeke wrote against, H.O. Davis wrote against all of them. That was when Zeke actually now flipped and just went from just talking about his ethnicity and attacking people like Bates, H.O. Davis, and Ladoke Mademola, to switching to the point where he started essentially just destroying the party, which he succeeded at, by the way. He succeeded in destroying it. We're going to read more of it here. I just want to make sure I bring us up to speed before I get into the books. Zeke got to the point where he went against the party, went against individuals. If you're running, he wrote against you. And it all started because they changed their mind about using his paper. The third thing they did, I think, was also wrong. Again, not to blame them, but to learn from the error. So number one, don't from the error. So number one, don't help to get people to vote NYM, so much so that NYM won of all of the 5 seats in Lagos legislative. Sorry, NYM won all 5 seats in Lagos Town Council and all the seats in the Legislative Council except one, which is the one that Obasanjo Akesanya lost. Right, so it was very instrumental in them procuring succeeding at the polls. But talent is never enough. A talented person without character is a walking time bomb. The second one is what they did with his paper. Using his paper is an organization. You can't jettison your organization for an individual's organ that he can use the way he likes, and then you now come around and say, I want to change it. To be fair, I don't really blame that one as much. I blame Zeke's ego. The third one was when they had enough in 1940. October 1940, there was a meeting that was held. It was in Lagos, of course. Zeke was called into that meeting. People were brought in from different parts, from Ijebu, Adelo Odutola from Ijebu, from Ibadan, Papa Awolowo traveled. I mean, they were young people at the time. This was 1940. Papa was 31. You know, he had all these people gather, and it was the time they were supposed to actually eject Zik from Nigerian youth movement. They failed to do that, and they didn't do that because also there was going to be an election in February of 1941, and again they needed Zik's influence because his paper was very popular. Anyway, those are the three things I learned. Well, there are many things, but those are the three I think I should share. When it comes to when you have to eject people, eject them. A talented person who is destroying your organization, send them packing. Oh, you're going to lack the talent. Doesn't matter. You're going to find another one. You know why? They were going to reject him. They were going to, what's the word I'm even looking for? It's not even injecting I'm looking for. There's a word I'm looking for. On fait lilo. Olóyìnbó kan. And tó wá gbé ìbòjú mi lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ in the comment section. Expel. They were going to expel him in October of 1940. He threatened to resign. Then they took it back and said, what our friends were just kidding. We're just kidding. He now stayed and chose to run for an office to occupy the post that Alakija had vacated. But then he lost, by the way. Zik lost. Then by 1941 February, he then decided to resign, leaving the party in limbo, and ensuring that he destroyed the party in the process by engineering inter-ethnic rivalry within the first nationalist organization that Nigeria ever created. That's Zik. So that service is what we're talking about. That service eventually became daily service, and that's where Akintola worked as an editor. So let's go back to the book now. The daily service was one of the leading dailies of the time and the organ of the Nigerian youth movement. Akintola, of course, knew what the daily service stood for. He himself, ever since 1941, while he was still at Baptist Academy, had participated in the Nigerian youth movement and had witnessed the attempts of the Igbo intellectual Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe to tear the movement apart on the pretext that it was not militant or dynamic enough. But as Akintola later realized, Azikiwe had different plans and wanted to smash the NYM so as to pave the way for his own organization, representing, as Zik would put it, the spirit of the new Africa. If you don't believe what this man is saying here, I want to recommend a book. It is called The Renaissance Africa. It was published in 1937. That was Zik's first book. This whole new Africa thing he was talking about, he wrote it in that book. It's a terrible idea. So his idea was to destroy NYM and erect New Africa. It says here, Dr. Azikiwe, let me go back just a bit. Akintola himself, ever since 1941, while he was still at the Baptist Academy, had participated in the Nigerian youth movement and had witnessed the attempts of the Igbo intellectual Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe to tear the movement apart on the pretext that it was not militant or dynamic enough. But as Akintola later realized, Azikiwe had different plans and wanted to smash the NYM so as to pave the way for his own organization, representing, as Zik would put it, the spirit of the new Africa. It is therefore not surprising that the daily service persistently criticized Azikiwe. While lambasting the British for whatever errors of omission or commission the paper could find, it kept its more deadly weapons and acerbic and virulent attacks for the West African Pilot and the Comet, the two leading newspapers owned and edited by Azikiwe. The mutual antagonism and recrimination between Nnamdi Azikiwe and Ernest Ekoli dates back to the struggle for control and influence in the very first nationalist organization, the Nigerian Youth Movement, which had been formed in 1934. This body was organized mainly by Ernest Ekoli, Samuel Akinsoya, Dr. J.C. Vaughan, education as was then provided by the Yaba Higher College, established in 1934, to train subordinate African staff for the colonial service in Nigeria. The movement was later coined by Azikiwe in 1937 after returning from the Gold Coast, where he first resided after leaving the United States, and H.O. Davies, who also came back into the movement from the London School of Economics in 1938, having studied under the socialist professor Harold Lasky. These two gave the movement a militant direction. Crisis ensued in the movement in 1941 when Dr. K. Abayomi, that's Kofi Abayomi, the chairman of the NYM and member for Lagos in the Legislative Council, left for the United Kingdom to take a special course in ophthalmology, thus leading to a vacancy in the Legislative Council. Okay, let me finish reading and I'll explain. Ernest Ikoli and Samuel Akintola showed interest in competing for the election. Azikiwe backed Akintola and the Lagos elite supported Ikoli. Ikoli won the election and Azikiwe attacked the election of Ikoli on the basis that the vote was an anti-Igbo vote, while Akintola felt it was rejected by the Lagos elite because it was Ijebu Yoruba. I have to read another thing. I could say it, but it's better if I read it. 1 second. It's better if I read it. Let me find... I've said it several times, but today let's read it again. That's stuff that he just said in a few words. I'm going to read it from Papa's book, his autobiography. Are we ready? I'm seeing some comments on TikTok. I'm going to read this eventually. Just stay with me, please. And this is long. Let me explain. Okay, I'll read part and I'll explain. Let me explain first, then I'll read, because this thing is long. Here's the issue. I told you what happened in 1940, right? 1941, they were going to fill another seat. That seat in 1941 was left vacant because the former occupier, so to speak, Kofi Abayomi, had gone to the UK, right? So the seat was vacant. Therefore, it required, there was going to be a by-election, right? I think everybody here probably knows what I'm about to say. I've said it several times. Ernest Ikoli was the president of the Nigerian Youth Movement at the time. So when you see here by the way, the person who asked the name of the book is Ladoke Akintola, His Life and Times by Akinjide Oshotokun. When you see here that it said Lagos elite supported Ikoli, it wasn't just because they wanted to support Ikoli. There's actually a much deeper reason behind that, and it's in this book, our autobiography. So let me quickly explain. See, the exit of the exit is not Lamakwe. The fact that Kofi Abayomi had gone to the UK created a vacuum in the Legislative Council, and therefore they needed to, have a by-election, right? Ernest Ikoli was interested in that seat. Oba Samuel Akintola was also interested in that seat. Samuel Akintola was not Oba at the time. He later became the Odemo of Ishara, the king. But before then, he was in politics. In 1937, he had also tried to to represent one of the town councils in Lagos, but then he lost. So this time around, he was also interested in the legislative seat. He decided to have like a primary election within NYM. In that primary election, to be fair, Samuel Akintola won fair and square. I think it was 100 to 66 thereabouts. Let me see if I can find it. Let me not give you wrong information. One second though. I want to get you the numbers. Okay, this was 1940. 1940 was when Maja got 87, Jibril Martin, Davis, Azikiwe got 33. He now said he will go on. I was serious. Where was I? Let me look for that one. Can't find it. Okay. Several efforts were made to get. Guys, I'm sorry. Okay, I think I found it. I found it. I was right. Where I was close, but I wasn't. Obasanjo Akosanya won with 108 votes. Ikoli had 60. Maja had 37. Those are the numbers. So it's 108 to 60. So Ikoli had 60. Maja had 108 votes. But here's the issue. The issue is that according to the guidelines of the party, the president, if the president showed interest in a particular elective office or post, he is meant to go uncontested within his party. In other words, the only election would have to participate in will be the election for that post, not the election within the party for who to represent the party in that election, in the main election. Get the point? So they then said, you know what? Okay, so we have 108 for Akintola, 60 for Ikoli, 37 for Maja, but we're going to still subject this to the decision of the Executive Council. Which, interestingly, Akintola was also a member. So they had the meeting and said, no, we're wrong. We shouldn't have had the primaries. We're going to have an Ikoli run because, I mean, he is the president. And like someone says here, he has the right of refusal, or the first right of refusal, or right of first refusal, whichever Oyinbo is correct. Anyway, Akosanya said, oh, that's fine. It's okay. Since it's the party comes first, party supreme is all right. So that went on, and then, but he still had interest in running. So having said that, let me now read the book. Now I'm going to read Awolowo's autobiography. The executive committee met in due course and varied the decision in favor of Mr. Ikoli. Obasanjo Akosanya movement was present at the meeting of the executive. He congratulated Mr. Ikoli on his selection and assured him of his support. The Odemo's friend, however, Odemo, that's the Oyeton Jeleta, Odemo Nilushara. The Odemo's friends, however, were not satisfied with the decision of the executive committee. When a general meeting was convened to announce Ikoli's candidature to the members, therefore, these friends, the friends, Akosanya's friends, mostly Ijebus, turned up in large numbers. I was there too, all the way from Ibadan. The announcement of Ikoli's candidature was not well received, but the Odemo himself got up and spoke, congratulating his friend and colleague and promising his fullest support in the ensuing campaign. He was cheered. When the meeting adjourned, all the leaders of the NYM were happy that an eve of election crisis had been averted, but we were all mistaken. For when nomination for the by-election closed, it was discovered that Obasanjo Akosanya was standing as a candidate against Mr. Ikoli. On 20th February 1941, the pilot carried the sensational news of this fact, and also the equally sensational news that Dr. Azikiwe had resigned from the movement. All right, so quickly, when you see that, oh, the Lagos elite supported Ikoli, it was because the NYM guideline actually mandated that if the president was interested, if a man was good enough to be president of NYM, was good enough to represent NYM in the Legislative Council, right? And so they were not going to change their mind on that because they had a primary election that they shouldn't have had. But here's what Zik did. By the way, before Zik did what he did, there was a meeting that lasted for 12.5 hours between Obasanjo Akosanya and Ikoli's group, where they invited Reverend Ransom Kuti. Israel Oludotun, that's Fela's father, was invited. This was in 1941 to broker peace and see if they could settle the issue. The meeting lasted for 12.5 hours from 5 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. The stand taken by the pro-Akosanya group was that Obasanjo Akosanya had labored much for the NYM and was overdue for rich reward, and none could be more appropriate and befitting than his election to the Legislative Council. Anyway, that went back and forth for a while, and then eventually Zik published something that nobody ever thought was possible in Nigeria at the time. This is what Zeke said. Zeke said that the candidature of Oba Samuel Akintola had been rejected because he was an Ijebu. Now, here's the crazy part. The leaders in Lagos supporting Ikoli were Yoruba people. Obafemi Awolowo, who was supporting Ikoli, was a Yoruba person, Yoruba man. Ikoli, who they were supporting, was not Yoruba, it was Ijo. Akintola was Ijebu. Zeke, who was writing his newspaper, was Igbo. Zeke was now telling the world in his own paper that the reason they didn't want Oba Samuel Akintola on that ticket was because he was Ijebu. That was the first time. Date 1941. It was in February 41. This was the first time we had ethnicity as the basis of election in Nigeria's political history. The introduction of ethnicity in Nigerian political discourse started in 1938 by the same person, Zeke. The introduction of ethnicity into Nigerian political discourse started in 1938 by Azikiwe with his paper, West African Pilot. I've read the, somebody said lie. I'm not your parent, so maybe you're confusing me for your parents. But since you said it, maybe this is going to help you. Let me read some things. Let me read some of the newspaper headlines that Azikiwe published in his West African Pilot in 1938. Maybe this is going to help. Because again, I think we talk a lot. Again, some people who the best thing they've read in their lifetime is invoice, selling spare parts. The one saying I'm lying. Oh my show. I'll find it and read it to you so that hopefully this will help you. What your parents didn't teach you at home, we can, you know. What are we citizens of the same country for? No, don't tell him to go and read it, or he cannot. He doesn't have the capacity to read. The best thing he can read is invoice. Let me find some of the newspaper report. It'll be headlines. This is from West African Parliament. I must find that, you know. If there's anything I hate in my life, I people saying things like that. But I'm not even doing it just for this clown. I'm doing it for all of us. All of us actually, because if you make a statement like that, also it's important to back it up. It doesn't look like we're just talking. Give me a second, please. Almost there. Okay. So, first issue, guys, please, I have to switch the audio source. I found what I'm looking for. I'm going to read it in a bit. Just give me a second. Let's switch the audio source. You see, by the way, let me help this clown in the comment section. If I say something and you don't believe it, you have a right not to believe it. So what a sensible person would do is you ask for proof. You don't say the person is lying, especially when they are not your parents who probably raised you with lies. Okay, that's how sensible human beings have conversations. This thing you are saying, can you tell us where to find it? And that would be fair, because I don't also expect you to believe me without questioning things. But you can't say lie. It sounds like you're talking to your parents. All right, let me please change the audio source. 1 second, please. All right, so let's get into this. I hope you can hear me. So let's read So we talked about what happened, how's the okay, so the issue here is somebody wants, I think he wants to know, to be honest. It's just that he doesn't know how to ask if what I'm saying is correct and if I have any proof. You know, again, this is a statement I made and I stand by it. Number one, the nationalist figures in Nigeria from the 1920s, were almost altogether Yoruba. The others that you will find amongst them will be the Efiks. It was Yoruba and Ishekiri, and the reason was because they were the educated ones. I mean, Yoruba had doctors in the 19th century, lawyers in the 19th century. We talk about a lot about someone like Shakwara Williams, who as in 1902 was establishing a community health center in Shaki. Okay, so they already had a lot of educated elites. I mean, we had a lot of educated elites back then. This was not I think Guatemala came much later. I'm talking the 19th century into the 20th century. So when the nationalist movement started, by the way, it was also heavily influenced by Yoruba Christians who were already on the path of cultural activism, so to speak, where they expressed the need to remain Yoruba while being Christians. And I promise after this Awolowo and Akintola series, we're going to go into evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. Their heart for culture not being expunged in the name of Christianity was what led to Nigerian nationalism in the 1920s. And a lot of them that started nationalism in Nigeria were Yoruba, as we read earlier, and of course you had some Efiks because of also they also had Opodel in Calabar, so they also got exposed to education early in that part of the country, but primarily it was Yoruba people. Now, they thought nationalistically, right? They were always thinking of Nigeria, one nation, Africa. They had the concept of Africa before the one that came and said he was looking for a new Africa, which was why Adeola Odutola was saying in 1940 October that the concept of New Africa that Zik has brought will not bring harmony between different ethnic groups within Nigeria, and it has not brought it since then. But the concept of Pan-Africanism, as far as we are all brothers who can do well, was something that was entrenched in the heart of our nationalists, right? This was in the 1920s. Zik came along in 1937. And he joined the nationalist movement, but eventually he introduced tribalism, and he did that in 1938. And I'll read some of the headlines so that which one should we start with? No, let's not talk about what he did within the party while he tried to sabotage what they were doing. But these were the things that he published in 1938. Igbo young man to sail to UK. That was the heading of a front page story on September 23, 1938. The person they were talking about, the young man they was talking about, was Jaja Wachuku, who of course went on to become the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives much later. Another one in 1939, 14th West African student, 10th Nigerian, 8th Igbo in USA. That 8th Igbo he was talking about was Nwafọ Orizu. Another one from 1940, Igbo medical student passes exam in first class honors. Was talking about Iguatu. Then he talked about a model union. When I was talking about, 1 year ago, celebrating the first anniversary of the call to the bar of the first Igbo lawyer. That's Justice Mbanefo. Then he talked about in December 31, 1938, he published this one, The Igbo Are Coming. In a society where all the educated elites were thinking like nationalists, they were in Lagos, they were in Ibadan, right? They were in Ijebu, they were in Calabar, they were nationalists, they were Nigerians. Z comes along to tell them that, listen, the Igbos are coming. He started using funny text, funny titles, because of course, again, his paper was very popular. Maybe he got into his head, I don't know, or maybe he had his own plan. Meanwhile, he had started publishing a year after the Igbo Union started forming. Igbo Union started forming in 1936 in Calabar, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt. 37 Zik returns. 38, he just went tribal. right? 1940 was when he published that football Iliad between CKC team of Onitsha and St. Gregory's, when he said that the CKC team, the boys from Onitsha, had exceptionally developed brains. That's why they won 5-4. He turned the football match into an ethnic war. And when they beat those CKC team in Ibadan, you know, that same year in August of 1940, 3-2, Zeke did not publish it. He had to wait for 2 weeks before he published it. And when he published it, he told the world that, listen, those boys were tired because they traveled all the way from Onitsha to Ibadan. If you were traveling from Onitsha, where you go reach first? Ibadan, Lagos, not Ibadan. So when they beat the Lagos boys, they had exceptionally developed brains. But when they were beaten in Ibadan, they were tired from the trip. Zeke was an ethnic jingoist. He brought it in 1938. But that was just in conversations. So nobody thought of it, of amplifying ethnicity in politics, right? Before Zeke. But that was just in conversations. But nobody brought it into... Nobody used it as a factor in elections until 1941, and that was Zeke again. And when he did it, he said that the people in NYM were against Akintola because he was Ijebu. Never mind Awolowo himself being Ijebu. Interestingly, they were both Ijebu Remo. But Samuel Akintola was Ishara. Awolowo was Ikene. And he did this to the point where Ijebu people began to even fight Awolowo. That this is why they don't want your people, our man there. That was what Zeke engineered in 1941. Zeke then turns around in 1951, 10 years later. 10 years later, to say that Awolowo was a jingoist because he used tribalism to get people to join AG, because he was under the impression that those who won on their own kinyo would have joined NCNC to give them 43 seats out of 80. And that nonsense is what people have believed since 1951, because Zeke. So if you're looking for wholesale tribalism, Zeke. And to make matters worse, I know it's not today's topic, but to make matters worse, the man who confidently wrote that rubbish in his book, Mbadiwe, he wrote a book called The Rebirth of the Nation, saying Awolowo was a tribalist. He was the one who signed that Igbo National Caucus Protocol that I read out last week, talking about what to do to Yoruba people, what to do to Hausa people, what to do to Fulani people, what to do to Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Rivers, Ishekiri, Urobo, and Edo. He will now write the book, and they even wrote inside that paper where he signed that the statesman's words do not have to match his actions. So they can tell you that you are tribalist, but in reality, Ongogoni arch-tribalist. So that was how Zeke introduced that thing. I hope I answered that person that was saying his parents were lying. All right, let's get back to the book now. Again, I'm reading Ladoke Akintola, His Life and Times. This is by Akinjide Oshotokun. Again, the book was first published in 1984. So, but if you want it, you can get it in Redomi Books on Telegram. So, back to this book. It says, when Azikiwe joined NYM, he said he was not militant enough. Not too different from what the clowns and some people in the obedient movement are saying, and some of those people are clowns. That the fire for fire, cancel everybody. So it became more, fire for fire later. In 1941, crisis ensued in the movement in 1941 when Dr. K.A. Abayomi, the chairman of the NYM and member for Lagos in the Legislative Council, left for the United Kingdom to take a special course in ophthalmology, thus leading to a vacancy in the Legislative Council. Ernest Ikoli and Samuel Akintola showed interest in competing for the election. Azikiwe backed Akintola, that's why he said what he said. And the Lagos elite supported Ikoli. We already explained why they did. Ikoli won the election, and Azikiwe attacked the election of Ikoli on the basis that the vote was an anti-Igbo vote. Before the election, it was because it was Ijebu. After the election, it was Igbophobia. If you think anything you are hearing in 2025 is happening for the first time, let's read history together. When was this? 1941. While Akintola felt he was rejected by the Lagos elite because he was Ijebu Yoruba, from this time on, the NYM for all practical purposes defunct. By the way, when Zik was done with NYM, the Ijebu people and the Igbo people pulled out of NYM. And it began to just deteriorate because people now say, bickering amongst themselves. Ibadan tried to resuscitate it, and it worked for a while. Aolo was the secretary, but eventually that also had to give way. By 43, everything went down. Papa himself went to the UK in 1944. From this time on, the NYM became, for all practical purposes, defunct. Azikiwe withdrew from it. Have you noticed some people don't build stuff? Especially if it's something that they are criticizing. They don't build stuff. They will join, like Anton Strike, they will join, then they will find a way to destroy it. They will sabotage it, then they will leave. What is the Telegram address? It's not Telegram address for the book. It's Telegram. It's a Telegram. It's a book. It's an online bookshop. It's Redomi Books. RE. May I type I beg, so that way, all of us will see it. It also help all of us, by the way. Okay. REDOMI Books. So thank you, Empress. The Global is the group where you can join and get stuff. But Redomi Books is where you get to buy books. They will ship it to you wherever you are in the world. All right. I think it's on YouTube as well. I'll see if I can type it while we speak. Okay. So the Igbos and the Ijebu people decided to leave the NYM, and they did that because of the propaganda and all the things that Zik did. That is why when you hear that they use tribalism against Zik, let me tell you something. Number one, that's not what happened. But number two, even if that's what happened, it's good. By the way, if you're a Yoruba person, don't apologize for anything. If you read this history, it's called that now the person where they insult you suppose they apologize. Now you suppose they apologize. Say waiting there, whether it was for unitary system or for tribalism in Nigerian politics or for any of those things. Now the person where they insult you, now you suppose they apologize for him, Papa. Don't. I mean, respect everybody, but don't be cowed by people who are just all over the place blackmailing people with half truths and full-blown lies. Let's get back into this. So it says here, Ikoli won the election, and Azikiwe attacked the election of Ikoli on the basis that the vote was an anti-Igbo vote, while Akintola felt he was rejected by the Lagos elite because he was Ijebu Yoruba. From this time on, the NYM became, for all practical purposes, defunct. Azikiwe withdrew from it and publicized it in his papers in February 1941. That's not in this book, but it's the truth. It's in the other book. Akintola went to Ishara to become Odemo, that's Oba, and other members, as a result of either disaffection or indifference, lost interest in the NYM. Again, NYM was the first nationalist organization in Nigeria. It was destroyed by Zik. That must be remembered. And the party that was formed, should I say from the ashes of NYM, was NCNC, formed primarily by Yoruba people, not just Yoruba people by the way, but primarily, because again it was Yoruba land. And Zik became the Oga in 1946, and it turned that party to an Igbo party. Go to the federal, right, to become Governor General. They had to choose a new president of NCNC, and Zik made sure, himself and his people made sure, that the vice president, Father Onsi, who was Yoruba, was not made the president. They made sure that it was Okpara. These are the people that call you tribalists. Somebody say, why you guys are bringing all these things out? It's because Tinubu became president. No. It's because you were stupid to insult Yoruba people because Tinubu became president. You guys are tribalists. You are bad people. Yoruba people, you have destroyed Nigeria. Okay, let's show you what really happened in history. And by the way, there are worse things that were done by these clowns. Ken Patrick on YouTube, go and ask your parents for the truth. Again, maybe you should take some break from this. The only thing you do, you drink Hero beer, listen to Nnamdi Kanu, his recordings, and then you sign receipts. That's the only thing you can do. Ken Patrick, take a break, read some books. God bless you. You are wise in Jesus' name. Believe in yourself. I believe in you. Do it for your children, if not for anything else. R&D. R&D means you are not very smart. What was I? Let's get back to the book, by the way. So yeah, Azikiwe withdrew. Akinola went to become king. Other members lost interest as a result of disaffection or indifference. Even the attempt by Obafemi Awolowo in Ibadan to revive and reform the movement between 1941 and 1944 collapsed when he left for London to study. Sorry, guys. We have a Rita. God, no. Let me just leave you alone. Let's go on. I say one on alone. Let's go on. Even the attempt by Obafemi Awolowo in Ibadan to revive and reform the movement between 1941 and 1944 collapsed when he left for London to study. H.O. Davis, around whom the hardcore NYM could have rallied, took up a government job as a marketing officer. However, Ernest Ikoli would never forget what he regarded as Azikiwe's perfidy and ambition, and his daily service provided... Sorry, Ken Patrick on YouTube, this is the last time you are typing anything stupid. You've been typing stupidity of the world. I hope you are seeing my face. The last thing you type, let it be the last thing that is stupid that you will type. I beg in the name of God, or else. I don't like removing people. Maybe I'll just mute you and send you to the naughty corner because you are a baby. But please stop. Okay? You guys, you have been taught nonsense by your elders. Let me tell you something. If you are Igbo, you should be angry with your elders all along. They have succeeded in destroying your self-esteem. You don't know how bad it is. That's why sometimes I restrain myself, because I look at you like just a bunch of unnecessary. But I'm holding myself back. The next nonsense you type, I'm sending you straight home, because your parents did not train you. You guys are damaged goods. Have you read Igbo leaders' books? I have them. I read and I feel sorry for young people from the East. I feel sorry for you guys. And it's not your fault. I'm talking, reading books. This one say, is this? You are disagreeing with no record of anything because your parents taught you, raised you on propaganda. But you know what? Not today. Devil, not today. Let's get into the book. It says, Ernest Ikoli would never forget what he regarded as Azikiwe's perfidy and ambition. Sorry guys, let me just mute this guy. I don't want to go off. You're not worth it. Ernest Ikoli would never forget what he regarded as Azikiwe's perfidy and ambition, and his daily service provided ample opportunity for venting his spleen against Azikiwe, whom he described constantly in the daily service as being afflicted with megalomania, which is what happens to majority of folks from the South. There's this grandeur, this delusion of grandeur. You just put yourself on a pedestal you could never reach, and you look down on everybody who is literally just about to step on you. In other words, what you are looking down on is your imagination of every other person. You think you are looking down on people, but the person you are looking down on, you are literally under his boots. Is this delusions of grandeur? I'm bigger than everybody, I'm better than everybody, I'm this king, I'm king. Is a lie. Farabale, calm down. When Akintola moved to the daily service in 1942, he quickly imbibed the prevailing anti-Zikist spirit of the place. By 1943, and at the insistence of Dr. Akinola Maja, chairman of the National Bank formed in 1933 and part owner of the daily service, Akintola became the editor of this newspaper. His meteoric rise was due to his hard work and his brilliant pen. Also, by this time, Ernest Ikoli was more interested in his position as member from Lagos of the Legislative Council. By the way, Ernest Ikoli, that was representing Lagos in 1941, was not a Yoruba man. Azikiwe, who won a seat in Lagos in 1951, was not a Yoruba man. Yoruba people have always tribalistic. They are playing with you. All this nonsense about Yoruba people don't allow people. We've been allowing people since 1930s. The question you should be asking is that what have we gained from all of that? Nothing. Just a bunch of ingrates who still keep calling you tribalists, no matter what you do. One of them wrote something last week saying, even if Tinubu builds a seaport in the southeast, the southeast will not vote for him. That tweet shows nothing but mental issues. And with all due respect to everybody having mental, this is not even, this one is madness. It's madness because, number one, Tinubu cannot give you that one. Number two, nobody is even expecting anything from the Southeast in terms of electoral value. 2 times Buhari became president, he did not need the Southeast. Do you guys remember? 2015 and 2019, the Southeast did not vote for him and he won. 2023, the Southeast did not vote for Tinubu and he won. That means in 12 years, people have won without you. What makes you think they... Let's get back into this. I must finish that statement. What makes you think you are a major factor in determining their strategy for the next election? I'm not saying you're not a factor, but what makes you think that you're a major factor in determining the strategy for the next election? May God help us in this country. Where was I? So we're discussing Akintola meet SLA. I know this looks like how are you going from Akintola, because this was the environment where Akintola was working and how he rose. Somebody says, Olotu, it's actually the first time they have failed to vote for a winner. No, it's not the first time. This will be the 3rd time. They didn't vote for Buhari now. You just be shocked that all these things, you'll be telling everybody that you're better than everybody, but nobody will need you to do anything. And maybe at that point, hopefully it will not be long now, because the next generation doesn't need this nonsense. The next generation of Igbo people don't need this nonsense. Let's get into this. So it's talking about how Akintola rose in the daily service. By the way, that stuff I read that was published in June of 1948. At that time, Akintola was already the editor of Daily Service. If we have to read it later, we will. Let's get into this. By 1943, and at the insistence of Dr. Akintola Maja, chairman of the National Bank formed in 1933, and part owner of the Daily Service, Akintola became the editor of this newspaper. His meteoric rise was due to his hard work and his brilliant pen. Also by this time, Ernest Ikoli was more interested in his position as member from Lagos of the Legislative Council, and was also chairman of what remained of the Nigerian Youth Movement. Akintola's impressive and unprecedented rise to the editorship of the Daily Service did not endear him to journalists who were not so lucky. Akintola was a perfectionist and an indefatigable worker. Sometimes for days, he would arrive at his office at dawn and would not leave until the next morning, often working for 24 hours at a stretch. He remained editor of the Daily Service until 1946. He almost lost the job of editor in 1945 during the famous general strike called by the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, the NCNC, whose party organs later chorused the allegation made by Secretary General Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe that the British had plotted to kill him. Akintola brought the full weight of his paper to bear against Azikiwe and the general strike and asked the workers to go back to work. The strike had called because of the general misery of the workers who had to take cuts in salaries not only during the war but all through the 1930s and early 1940s. By the way, when we say war here, this is not This is not Nigerian war. This is not Biafra. We're talking First and Second World War. But particularly in this case, Second World War. This was particularly true for teachers, especially those in mission schools, which had suffered from a cut in grants in aid from the government following the financial stringency occasioned by the war. The situation was so bad in the 1940s that there had been a general exodus of teachers from mission schools. Many of the displaced teachers ended up in government departments and in commercial houses, where they hoped conditions would be better, only to find that the war had made the situation so bad that government institutions like railways, posts and telegraphs, public works departments, schools and hospitals were also retrenching and cutting wages. When the strike was called, it provided an opportunity. I'll take it slowly. When the strike was called, it provided an opportunity for all aggrieved persons to vent their feelings against the government. This was a strike Akintola was condemning. By this stand, he raised the ire of the general public and the workers against the daily service. When a workers' meeting was called at Okwawo in Lagos, a pledge to boycott the daily service was made by all those present. The boycott worked, and the paper's board of directors panicked and ordered Akintola to write an editorial asking for forgiveness from the workers. Akintola politely refused and told his employers that the workers would soon realize the falsehood that was being dished out by Azikiwe's press. And by the time the strike ended, it became quite clear to the strikers that they were being used by the NCNC for political ends. Akintola's criticism of Azikiwe and his call for an end to the strike seemed to have been vindicated. Awo said something in his autobiography. He said that Azikiwe was the first consummate propagandist in Nigeria. The more I read, the more I find that to be the workers in Nigeria to go on strike because of waiting he won't do, which is why we say these things about let's fight. Have you noticed that these things don't sound far away? I don't know about you, but they sound like it's not as if we're talking about what's happening right now, although it's 1940s. Like say they happen right now. Someone just go on Twitter, write something, you'll be angry. People, they use people for this Nigeria. You go think say you fight for your rights. You ain't doing that. All right. As if to prove this, circulation of the daily service quadrupled, and the board of directors of the paper, who would have been forced for financial reasons to fire Akintola, soon found out that the editor was not only gifted as far as the style of his writing was concerned, but also that he could discern the truth and pursue it even during a time of crisis. One could always argue that the increased circulation of the daily service was due not only to Akintola's gifted pen, but also to the fact that since the West African Pilot and the Comet of Dr. Azikiwe were banned, and Anthony Enaro, the editor of the Daily Comet, had been imprisoned in 1945 for sedition, the daily service did not have much competition. The fact, however, remains that Ladoke Akintola took an unpopular stand in opposing the strike, and when he was faced with all kinds of odds, he stuck to his guns. Some people, particularly Azikiwe and Enaro, felt that Ladoke's opposition to the strike was officially inspired, and that his reward was the British Council scholarship he got in 1946. There's apparently no evidence to support this. Azikiwe was trying to win the support of the workers for the NCNC, while Ladoke was trying to deny him that support. The number involved in the general strike was not more than 30,000 people, and they were mostly in the railways, the civil service, and the post office. It was not that Ladoke Akintola was in principle opposed to the strike. It was when Azikiwe linked the strike with an alleged plot of the British to assassinate him that Ladoke Akintola came out fully against the strike, if only to deny Azikiwe the claim that he was the new leader of the Nigerian nationalists. This was very much in consonance with the NCNC and the NYM politics of antagonism and of taking different positions on almost all issues. Excuse me. Here's the long and short of everything we just read. There was a strike worker strike, Zik said, excuse me, Zik said that the reason for that strike, that the workers should actually still go on strike because the British were trying to assassinate him. Again, delusions of grandeur, the idea that you are so important they want to kill you. I mean, if it's true, then that's a point, but for the most part, it's just propaganda. And that's why Akintola was against him. While the editor of the Daily Service, Ladoke, was a member of many literary societies in Lagos and was frequently in demand as a speaker, one of his former students claims that the practice at debating meetings was to reserve Akintola's speech as the last item on the agenda because if he spoke first, he would have exhausted all the points, and his power of delivery was so great that the crowd would after listening to him, disperse almost automatically. He was a perfectionist as far as the Yoruba language was. That's the word I was looking for earlier that I called cultural activism. Cultural nationalism was a major movement in the late 20th century and in the late 19th century and early 20th century among Yoruba Christians. It says he was a perfectionist as far as Yoruba language was concerned, and as a believer in cultural nationalism, and with the conviction that language was a powerful vehicle to unite a people, he decided to found and edit a weekly Yoruba newspaper, the Iroyin Yoruba, which more than any other newspaper would be responsible for spreading political awareness among the Yoruba. Someone say, can we say SLA was an orator? Of course. You can find some of his speeches on YouTube. SLA was an orator, was a great speaker. He was a fantastic speaker. By now, Ladoke Akintola was well known in nationalist circles for the power of his pen. This came in handy when Colonel Oliver Stanley, the British Secretary of State for the Colonies, visited Nigeria in September 1943, and when what remained of the NYM made an appeal to the British Colonial Secretary. A committee of this movement under the chairmanship of Ernest Ekoli, comprising Obafemi Awolowo as Secretary, H.O. Davis, and Ladoke Akintola, demanded, among other things, that colonial peoples should be brought within the framework of the Atlantic Charter's Self-Determination Clause. The committee also pleaded for decent wages for Nigerians in the face of galloping inflation and low wages during the war. They called for responsible government, free medical service, free primary education, and the award of scholarships to bright young men for study abroad. I mean, we've read that before. You find that in Awolowo, The Unfinished Greatness by Femi Ogunsanwo. He itemized the things that they wanted. During his tenure of office as editor of the Daily Service, Akintola read voraciously and studied in his own time for the University of London matriculation examination, without which one could not enter universities in England. Having passed his examination, he went to Fleet Street in 1946 to one of the colleges of journalism on a British Council scholarship. But it did not take him long to recognize that if he was to realize his full potential, he needed more than 1 year course to exploit his God-given gifts. He had come to England alone, leaving his wife in Nigeria with 4 children, Omodele, Yomi, Abimbola, and Ladipo. He had clearly intended to ask his wife to join him later, in keeping with Nigerian custom in those days. The men would prepare the ground and be followed later by the wife, accompanied by the youngest child. This was precisely what Akintola did. As previously stated, Ladoke Akintola, even while accepting the 1-year British Council scholarship to study journalism, was formulating other plans. He wrote his old friend Akintola Ogunjumo and the Reverend Agbola in Jos. These two were prominent members of Ogumosho Parakbo, an organization encompassing all Ogumosho organizations in Nigeria and other West African countries. Ladoke himself was a very prominent member of this organization. The substance of the letter to Ogumosho Parakbo was his desire to study law after finishing his course in journalism. The quite sizable Ogumosho community in Jos collected money, which they forwarded to him in England. One of his former students at Baptist Academy, who had been very successful in business, Alhaji S. Ogbadamosi, who later joined AJ, and who would later play a prominent role in Ladoke's life and in the action group, also contributed financially to his training as a lawyer. Another considerable prosperous contributor was his mother-in-law, who had made quite a fortune in the distributive trade. Meanwhile, the 4 children, ranging in age from 10 to 1 year, remained with their mother. The family had to vacate the Gbangboshe house because the breadwinner had become a student, and they all, in the traditional African way, went to live with Ladoke's cousin and former teacher at Baptist College, Ogbomoso, Mr. Oyenrinde. They lived with him until 1947, when Ladoke's wife, Aderera, decided to join her husband in England. To the dismay of the children, who could not have known the economic hardship their father was going through in post-World War II England, Ladoke specified that only Ladipo, who was just over 2 years by then, should accompany his wife to London. Something had to be done for the other children if they were to be properly raised. Ladoke had the option of sending them to live with his mother-in-law, but Mama Calabar in Lagos was too busy with her trade to want to serve as a glorified nanny. Sending them back to Ogbomoso to his own parents was definitely out of the question, for they would have been overindulged on the one hand and brought up in an illiterate environment as well. Ladoke then decided that he would send his son Yomi, the surrogate head of the family, to live with Mr. Yediran from Ofa. Mr. Yediran was then headmaster of the Methodist Boys High School and had a son who was slightly older than Yomi. But in effect, what decided Yomi's fate in this instance was the friendship between Oyediran and Ladoke, as well as the fact that Oyediran was generally regarded as a strict disciplinarian, since Ladoke did not want his son to be treated with kid gloves. The 2 girls, Omodele and Abimbola, were sent to Idiaba Girls' School, Abeokuta, which was then a combination of a primary and vocational school for women. Abimbola remained there until 1948, when she returned to Lagos to stay with her maternal uncle, Mr. Awomolo. Omodele remained in Idiaba. It was a rather difficult time for everyone. The family was separated. Ladoke and Fadera were not having it easy financially in England. And the fact that Fadera had to give Ladipo to a foster mother while she learned dress designing did not help matters, since these two bit into their pockets. The children left behind in Nigeria saw very little of each other, but it could have been worse. For many Nigerian children of the time, led a sheltered... Sorry, 1 second. Ẹkáàbọ. Welcome. But it could have been worse. For many Nigerian children of the time, led a less sheltered life than these Akintola children. So that was the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2. The book is S. Ladoke Akintola, His Life and Times by Akinjide Oshuntokun. We are doing this because we're trying to create a basis for the real conversation that we plan to have, which is Akintola and Awolowo and Akintola. And I said earlier that I don't want us to have the conversation to just make it look like, oh, what did they do between themselves? Just as we spend some time to know Papa, it's also important to know some things about SLA. So let's read a few things about this. Read some things, then go to this book. After his 1-year stint at Fleet Street training as a journalist, Ladoke switched over to law, which he thought would give him more opinion that the combination of legal training and journalism would be ideal in Nigeria, where nationalists were often dragged before British judges who sentenced them to jail for sedition or similar offenses. Ladoke was also influenced in his choice of profession by the fact that most of his friends in England at that time were studying law and not journalism. As was the case with most Nigerians of his time, he did not go to university to read law. He interned at Barnet House and Lincoln's Inn for 3 years. He interned at Barnet House and Lincoln's Inn for 3 years. He found the winters particularly uncomfortable, even through the winter months in London. He found the winters particularly uncomfortable, even though the winter months in London are not relatively severe. In later years, he would refer to his years in England with overtones of dislike and pain. This is quite nice, in a funny way. You know, people go to England and start insulting everybody in Nigeria. This is the opposite. In the 1940s, the English and other Europeans were not very liberal with regard to race relations. Even though initially, Ladoke had very little social contact with English people, particularly English women, he was occasionally embarrassed by the overt racism he encountered in everyday life. The fact that he had on his face very prominent tribal markings made him a target for ridicule and insincere questions about the meaning of these lacerations. Even when his British contacts asked questions out of polite curiosity, Ladoke never quite understood this. Financially, things were not easy either. He was short on funds most of the time, and during the holidays, he worked with British Rail, pushing wheelbarrows at the big railway station. This he enjoyed, and in later years would humorously refer to his experience as a porter with British Rail. Africans and others from the British Empire were not always treated with understanding, even by their teachers, who saw most of them as likely agitators who would go back to their different countries to work towards the liquidation of the British Empire. By this time, the tide of Indian nationalism was rising, and Africans were paying close attention to the ongoing process of decolonization there. Even though the Labour government of Clement Attlee, after sweeping out Winston Churchill's Conservative Party, had declared that they were going to grant independence to the colonies in an orderly way, many of the students, including Ladoke Akintola, felt that Labour was dragging its feet and that one could not really trust perfidious Albion, no matter the political party in power. Ladoke was, during his student days in London, very much involved in liberation politics, particularly in West African Students' Union, WASU, founded by Ladipo Solanke in 1925. Through Solanke, Ladoke was introduced to George Padmore from Trinidad and Jomo Kenyatta from Kenya, and also Kwame Nkrumah. It was between 1947 and 1949, through his friendship with George Padmore, that Ladoke toyed openly with communism after he had become a successful lawyer. He would sum up this period by reflecting that any educated African who was not a socialist or communist before he was 40 was a fool, and any who was a socialist or communist after 40 years was equally a fool. His attitude seems to have been that a person mellows in his politics with advancing years and maturity, and by the age of 40 has more to lose. It was on the other hand purposeful and advantageous to espouse communist ideology, because the idea of revolution meant a radical change of Nigeria from a tropical dependency to an independent nation state. It goes without saying that revolution in the communist sense offered a more concrete, thus more gratifying strategy than the evolutionary doctrine of Western liberal democracy. Finally, a commitment to communist ideals attracted the attention of people in the Kremlin, dedicated to world revolution and only too eager and willing to help Africans and others in their resistance against British imperialism and their forces of occupation. So I'm going to take a break from this book now. We'll use the other book to just get into some of these things. Before I go, let me just quickly say that after this education, he returns to Nigeria. It was, by the way, it was called to bar in 1949. Let's do a little quiz. We'll be reading, Abi. What year was Ladoke Akintola born? Anybody? My gift is I'm going to clap for you. I'm just taking a short break. What year was he born? Let me clap for you. Thank you very much. So I'll just quickly skim through this, and then I'll go to the other book by Honorable Femi Kehinde. So this one again is called Ladoke Akintola, His Life and Times by Akinjide Oshuntokun, Professor Akinjide Oshuntokun. So where was I? So 1949, Ladoke Akintola was called to the English bar. Somebody said it was called to bar in 1970. How? Somebody went to invest in 1940s. He will now wait in 1970s to be called to bar. 1949, not 70. Abba. The man was killed in 1966 now. How did he be called to bar in 1970? Daniel, waiting the right for comment section. The man was killed in 66. He couldn't have been called to bar in 1970. But it's okay. Maybe just a mix-up. Anyway, 1949, Ladoke was called to the English bar, and then he returns to Nigeria, started practicing as a lawyer in 1950, mostly in Lagos and other parts of Yoruba land. The practice in those days was that when two parties contested the ownership of a piece of land and hired lawyers to represent them, professional fees were demanded by lawyers in kind, not in cash. This explains, I don't go into it, but let me explain it. Let me say this. This explains the answer Papa gave when Concord was harassing him over Morocco. So where did he get church? How did he get land? Where did he get money from? That generation, if they help you settle land matters, they will collect their payment in kind, not cash. So you pay them with land, right? But when we get to that matter, we'll talk about it. It was a major issue that Congo newspaper, owned by MKO, went after Papa again and again and again and again. But eventually, one day he was traveling abroad, and he was coming back in. So when he went, he didn't talk. When he came back, he now addressed the press at the airport. So I just remembered. Let me go back to the book. Sorry, the way my brain works is quite interesting. Let's get back to this. So yeah, they used to. The professional fees were demanded by lawyers in kind, not in cash. The lawyers would then turn around and sell their own part of the land at handsome prices. It was also common for lawyers to charge their clients exorbitant fees, which clients were unable to pay, and which lawyers knew they would be unable to pay. Certainly, this was unethical, but most, if not all, the lawyers in Nigeria enriched themselves through this practice. Akintola also made money through the writings of petitions by villagers and townspeople to the colonial government to redraw provincial or divisional boundaries or to transfer a certain district from one province or division to another. Lawyers would customarily charge the village or town a fee, and this was collected by the village or town chief from adult individuals. All this was generally considered legitimate business. In 1952, Samuel Ladoke Akintola formed a partnership with Chris Oladipo Ogunbanjo and Michael A. Odesonya in a firm called Samuel, Chris, and Michael, with Akintola as the dominant figure. Remember the date, 1952. This year, Awo was already leading the government of Western Region. While Ladoke Akintola supported his family financially, he also took an interest in the education of his children. This was to be expected of a man who had been separated from 3 of his children for 4 years. By the time he returned to Nigeria in March 1950, Modele, the eldest of the children, who was staying at Tidiaba Girls' School in Abeokuta, Yomi's first son was sent to Baptist Academy, even though he continued to live with the Oyedirons. Abimbola was sent to Princess Primary School. Ladipo, who spoke only English, was sent to a private English-speaking school, Our Lady of Lords in Yaba. While Ladoke was arranging for the schooling of his children, the entire family stayed with Alhaji Esok Badamosi, a former student of his who was then living at Reclamation Street in Lagos. Eventually, Ladoke Akintola found a house in which to live before buying a piece of land in Ajasa, where he built his own house. At home, Ladoke Akintola was not a strict father. This contrasts markedly with his reputation as an exigent disciplinarian while he was a school teacher. He had his children driven by the chauffeur to school every morning, scrutinized their reports after the end of each term, offered advice or chastisement when necessary, but he was never severe with his children. As a former teacher, he also had the habit of quizzing his children. He would occasionally ask the old ones about Keats or Wordsworth, and this practice of his made his children aware that their father expected them to be hardworking. Abimbola, who appeared to be the most promising intellectually of them all, had by the age of 12 read the complete works of Shakespeare, to Ladoke Akintola's obvious satisfaction. He was extremely protective of his children, and one of them said she never remembered father caning any of them, although some received an occasional slap on the face. He was so indulgent to the children that when relatives who in Nigeria always took on the role of hostile outsiders came visiting, he would send the children away or to bed to avoid being unnecessarily bullied. In addition, at least throughout the first 6 months of his return home from Britain, he did not travel very much except to visit Ogbomoso regularly to see his parents and also to give direction to the Ogbomoso Parapo, an umbrella organization which sought to and planned for the improvement of the town. By January 1951, Ladoke's wife had their 5th child, a boy called Tokumbo, meaning literally back from overseas. After Tokumbo was born, Ladoke Akintola felt he could leave his wife without fear of the sudden onset of birth symptoms. He concentrated on his law practice, traveling mostly to Ogbomoso and Abeokuta, where he was a counsel for litigants involved in land disputes. In spite of this traveling, he continued to impress on his children that the greatest patrimony he could leave them was a sound education. In a rather curious way, he paid more attention to his daughters than to the 3 sons. His reasoning was that the girls needed to have good professions in case they were thrown out by their future husbands, especially in a male-dominated country like Nigeria, where the practice of alimony was non-existent. He believed the boys would be able to take care of themselves. In retrospect, this was a rather prophetic observation. What emerges, therefore, is a man who realizes his ambition of self-employment as a lawyer and who had a family of 2 girls and 3 boys, a combination that would gladden the hearts of many Nigerian men who put more premium on boys than girls. His happiness was jostled when in March 1951, he received a message from Ogbomoso that he had lost his mother. He immediately packed up the entire family and drove to Ogbomoso through Ibadan, stopping briefly to tell his friend, Dr. Agbaje, what had happened and to solicit the latter's help in preserving the body of his mother until all arrangements for burial were completed. He gave his mother a decent Christian burial. He had in effect been closer to his father, from whom he inherited his wonderful sense of humor and Yoruba philosophy and gift for oratory. His rather mellifluous and high-pitched voice he had come by from his mother. Unfortunately, his father and mother were so close that his father only survived her for 1.5 years. Ladoke then had to suffer the grief and burial expenses once more with the help of his other half-brothers and sisters, his father having been polygamous. While practicing law, he was also involved. Oh, some people wrote 1910 on YouTube as well. Thank you for answering the question. Thank you. While practicing law, he was also involved in the political life of the country. Okay. I'm trying not to get to AG. Today is just introduction. First of all, introduction. Okay. While practicing law, he was also involved in the political life of the country. In fact, politics seems to have been his second love ever since the time in 1931 when he organized the Ogbomoso people into the Egbe Irepodu. This cooperative movement was founded to agitate for the separation of Ogbomoso from Ibadan division. Ladoke Akintola also became prominent as an organizer of one of the progressive unions that sprang up in the 1930s and 1940s in Nigeria. Under his leadership, the Ogbomoso Progressive Union was able to stop the appointment of Amao Oyetunde as Shoun of Ogbomoso, that's Yoruba. For the first time in the history of the town, the educated elite that had emerged was pitched against the traditional leadership, and the educated leadership was triumphant. Ladoke's role in the life of the people of Ogbomoso became from this time on very important. He was also responsible for starting under the auspices of the Baptist Mission what he called Education Day, during which funds were raised for sending Baptist preachers and teachers abroad for further training. Because of his activities in Lagos and Ogbomoso, and his counsel was, because of his activities in Lagos and Ogbomoso, his counsel was sought by many Yoruba leaders. He got on very well with the Lagos Yoruba leadership and was quite close to H.O. Davis, Alhaji Eso Gbadamosi, Ayo Von, Dr. Akoni Doherty, the financier, Adebayo Doherty, Dr. Akinola Maja, Sir Kofu Abayomi, and Sir Adeyemo Alakija. Unlike Chief Awolowo and Ijebu Yoruba, who seems to have regarded these Lagos people as decadent, Ladoke Akintola had good relationships with them. He was himself more of a Lagosian, having lived in the city since 1930. Although as a purist and an exponent of good Yoruba, he never spoke the Lagos Yoruba for which he had sincere contempt. That same thing is inside this book. It's not like the Lagos mide. This man wrote it as mide. He knew Awolowo as far back as the early 1940s, when Obafemi Awolowo was active in the Ibadan wing of the Nigerian youth movement. When Ladoke returned to Nigeria in March 1950 as a lawyer and made his first journey from Lagos to Ogbomoso via Ibadan to see his parents, He stopped only in 2 places in Ibadan, at his in-laws, the Awomolos, or Awomolo. I'm trying to get the pronunciation correctly. Awomolo, it has to be Awomolo. Abi? Yeah, this is Awomolo. Kosami Lorie. So when, I'll take that again. Michel Oracle, writing 1,000 times will not change the tone of your word. Do you know how to use Ami? Use Ami. This is Do. Do. Re, mi. Re, mi, do, mi, do. Awo, mo, lo. O, kan, lo, ambe. Re, mi, do, mi, do. Awo, mo, lo. Okay, Ẹkáàbọ, awo, mo, lo. Since we have 2 people suggesting that. It's meta, uti da ba. Awo, mo, lo. So let's take it again. When Ladoke returned to Nigeria in March 1950 as a lawyer and made his first journey from Lagos to Ogbomoso via Ibadan to see his parents, he stopped only in 2 places in Ibadan, at his in-laws, the Awomo-laws, and at Obafemi Awolowo's house. These 2 developed ironically close ties in view of their respective political futures, so much that their children used to exchange visits and spend their holidays at each other's place. We're getting into it, dear. It was becoming increasingly clear. Sorry, guys. 1 second. It was becoming increasingly clear to Ladoke Akintola that he had to become a politician and to seek elective office whenever the opportunity presented itself. And he knew that he could expect help from his many friends, but he still continued to practice law even while spending more time on politics. His involvement in politics, he knew, was fraught with danger. After delivering a lecture to a group of students in 1950, he was arrested for sedition. In his lecture, he had threatened that if the British did not speed up the process of decolonization in Nigeria, Nigerians would seize the initiative and take care of their own destiny. If it had been a lecture given to a private audience, the British authorities would not have been infuriated. But much publicity was given by the daily service to what Ladoke Akintola had to say. Its editorial staff was still very loyal to their former editor. The newspaper carried excerpts of the lecture from May 2nd, 1950 to June 1st, 1950. In one of these, Ladoke had, among other things, said, quote, "An administration run and controlled by civil servants is not a government but a bureaucratic rule. It is an insult to the people of Nigeria to pay servants in order to Jesus is Lord." Sorry, it didn't touch me. I'll start again. An administration run and controlled by civil servants is not a government but a bureaucratic rule. It is an insult to the people of Nigeria to pay servants in order that the said servants may boss them. From His Excellency downwards, the civil servants are the employees of the taxpayers. By the peculiar constitution of the country, they have placed themselves above their masters. They are the tail that now wags the dog. Whatever their blunders, we can neither make nor unmake them. Should this form of administration endure, I submit that Nigeria is ready for self-government. British administration in Nigeria has proved itself incompetent, irresponsible, insincere, and demoralizing. These are serious charges, and I prefer them with every sense of responsibility. Unquote. What finally brought the ire of the government down on Akintola was an editorial of the Daily Service of June 1, 1950, entitled, quote, "We want to remove this government," unquote. The editorial traced the shortcomings of the British administration in Nigeria and asserted that if India could become independent, there was no justifiable reason for which the granting of independence to Nigeria should be further delayed. It went into the argument of the efficacy of force as a means to an end and the ineffectiveness of passive disobedience and non-violence. The police put out a search warrant for Dr. Akintola Maja, the chairman of the board of directors of the Service Press Limited, owners of the Daily Service, and for Ladoke Akintola, who was believed to have penned the editorial. The general manager of the Service Press Limited, Chief Imam, YPO Shodende, was also arrested. The police arrested Ladoke Akintola in a dramatic way at St. Anna's Magistrate Court while he was defending a client. The British were a bit touchy at this time because they were faced with stiff opposition from Nigerians who were agitating against the Richards Constitution. Somebody says Adegboyega Solomon Awomolo is also from Igbajo. It's possible because Ladoke, his wife, was from Igbajo. So it could be, who knows, maybe his brother-in-law or someone from the wife's family. But yeah, the wife's family was Awomolo and they are from the same Igbajo. So it's possible. We could check, maybe later. So back to this. The British were a bit touchy at this time because they were faced with stiff opposition from Nigerians who were agitating against the Richards Constitution, which had provided limited participation in government by Nigerians and which also introduced a quasi-federal government into Nigeria. The Nigerians opposed to the Constitution were demanding proper and unadulterated representation and responsible government. The British were suspicious of Akintola for being too volatile and with his tongue. I'll take that again. The British were suspicious of Akintola for being too volatile with his tongue and dangerous with his pen, and wanted to prosecute him for allegedly preaching rebellion against His Majesty's government through his writing in the Daily Service. By the way, if you notice the thing that these people are always writing, is always about how to free Nigeria. Zeke is always about his own greatness. On the eve, by the way, when I say on his own greatness, you remember what Papa wrote about the elexification of some people? Yeah, that's that. On the eve of his appearance before the British magistrate presiding at the court, a friend who was also a lawyer came to Akintola asking him to plead guilty as a first offender. Akintola felt insulted but did not tell his friend, who later came to court only to find that Akintola had pleaded not guilty and successfully defended himself by arguing that he was not the editor of the Daily Service and that his association with the paper was that he had edited it 5 years before the time of his arrest. He saw on the grounds of previous association or employment. When his friend asked him why he did not use the legal strategy that they had previously agreed upon, Akintola fumed and told him off in his inimitable and characteristic way. Quote, "I did not for nothing pass through the portals of an English inn of court or walk up and down Chancery Lane for 4 cruel winters for fun." Unquote. Now that was beautiful. The magistrate who reprimanded him and acquitted him took the current political situation into consideration. To have jailed Akintola would have heightened the tension in the society at the time. This tense political situation was precipitated by the lack of satisfaction with the Richards Constitution. Sir Arthur Richards, later Lord Milverton, Governor General from 1943 to 1947, had foisted on Nigeria a constitution which failed to satisfy anybody. The nationalists, particularly those supporting Nnamdi Azikiwe, criticized the Governor General for lack of consultation with his subjects and also for encouraging forces of division and fission in the country by pandering to politicians favoring federalism and regionalism in Nigeria. Why? Because they wanted unitary system. This last criticism, hey, I have to farabale. Mumbo, 1 second. When I start rushing like that, it's because I'm excited. And so I'm trying to get many things out at the same time. Let's get back into it and calm down a bit. All right. The nationalists, particularly those supporting Nnamdi Azikiwe, criticized the Governor General for lack of consultation with his subjects and also for encouraging forces of division and fission in the country by pandering to politicians favoring federalism and regionalism in Nigeria. Others attacked the Governor General for introducing an undemocratic constitution into Nigeria. This last criticism was justified in that chiefs were given too much power by Sir Arthur Richards in his constitution. The ghosts of Sir Frederick Lugard, Sir Charles Temple, and Sir Richmond Palmer, the exponents of indirect rule and the aristocratic privilege, still haunted British officials in Nigeria and their brethren in the colonial office. Sir Arthur wanted the native authority councils, where chiefs predominated, to be reorganized into electoral colleges for the newly constituted regional houses of assembly in Kaduna, Ibadan, and Enugu. These houses of assembly had also as members, apart from elected nationalists, British officials and chiefs who were nominated by the British administration and were consequently expected to toe the official line. The constitution also made provision for a central legislature, with 5 members being elected from the regional houses of assembly. The central legislature, like its regional counterpart, was dominated by British officials and their running dogs, the chiefs, and nominated unofficial members who were in the majority. This meant that while Africans participated in the government, they had no political responsibility since they were not appointed as department heads. And as Chief HO, sorry guys, on YouTube, please power tap. YouTube, thank you very much for power tapping and helping us. If you're on YouTube, sorry, TikTok I meant. TikTok, please power tap. YouTube, please like the live. Facebook, please like and share. We're on Twitter as well, and on Twitch. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Let's continue. The central legislature, like its regional counterpart, was dominated by British officials and their running dogs, the chiefs, and nominated unofficial members who were in the majority. This meant that while Africans participated in the government, they had no political responsibility since they were not appointed as department heads. And as Chief H.O. Davis said, the emphasis of the Richards Constitution was discussion, not formulation and execution of policies by Africans. The Richards Constitution was very far from perfect, but it was not as bad as the nationalists made it out to be. It was undemocratic, that is true. Nevertheless, it was the first attempt to introduce some form of election countrywide. The charges of encouraging vociferous tendencies in the country levied against Arthur Richards were insincere. Arthur Richards simply faced the reality that Nigeria was a pluralist society and devised a constitution that took this fact into consideration. Akintola's reaction to the Richards Constitution, one second please. Akintola's reaction to the Richards Constitution shows his realism when he ruefully described it as something that, quote, has got to be accommodated anyhow. This is one rotten fruit of imperialism, and we shall have to adjust ourselves to it as best we can, at least for the time being, unquote. In actual fact, the Richards Constitution, which came into force in 1947, was still some kind of progress, even though it fell short of nationalist expectations. It at least foreshadowed the future political evolution of Nigeria along federalist lines. The Labour government of Clement Attlee made it quite clear that it was committed to a policy of decolonization, and that all the Nigerians had to prove was that they could peacefully manage their own affairs and that power would be transferred in the not too distant future. Admittedly, this acceptance of the right of all peoples to be free was forced on the British by, first of all, the general war weariness after the Second World War. This was coupled with the strident anti-colonialism of the United States and the Soviet Union. These two world powers were paradoxically agreed on the fact that the two destructive world wars were caused by imperialism. Africans were not passive onlookers. In all this. The nationalist agitation all over the British Empire further convinced the Labour government that Britannia could not rule the waves forever. Agitation against the Richards Constitution was led by the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC, dominated by Nnamdi Azikiwe, its general secretary, who with a team of party leaders toured the whole country in 1946 and 1947, whipping up general resentment against the British, and in the process collecting a sum of £13,000 to carry their campaign against the Constitution to Britain. A team of NCNC leaders comprising Nnamdi Azikiwe, Prince Adeleke Adedoyin, Dr. Abubakar Oloronimbe, Malam Zanabuka Dipcharima, Chief Nyong Essien, Mrs. Funmilayo Ransom Kuti, and PM Kale from the United Nations mandated territory of the Southern Cameroons left for Britain in June 1947 to agitate against the Richard's Constitution and to lobby sympathetic members of Parliament to their point of view. You know what happened? It was so bad. The Eastern region declared a day of mourning. This was the meeting they went for. That £13,000, don't forget that money. That's when they asked that they should come and do accounting when they got back. As Zeke said, 9,000 of that money came from the Eastern region. To tomorrow, nobody, Zeke did not account how they spent that money. It is doubtful whether the delegation accomplished much. Actually, they didn't accomplish anything. If they accomplished much, the Eastern region will not declare mourning, a day of mourning. But let's continue. I'll stop soon to read the other book before we go. I want to read something from that other one. It is doubtful whether the delegation accomplished much, for members soon began to accuse each other of financial mismanagement, embezzlement, and lack of proper auditing of expenditure. However, Sir Arthur Richards retired and his place was taken by Sir John Macpherson, who immediately began moves to draft a new constitution. Between the time of Sir John's arrival and 1950, when the political situation in Nigeria was put back on an even keel, Nigerian nationalism almost took a virulent turn, especially when the Zikist movement emerged. But the British, through political dexterity and imprisonment, nipped the movement in the bud. This movement, led by such people as Kolawole Balogun, Abiodun Aloba, Ogedengbe Macaulay, that's about Macaulay's son, MCK Ajuluchukwu, Osita C. Aguna, H. Raji Abdullahi, and others, borrowing a leaf from Kwame Nkrumah, preached what they loosely called positive action, which occasionally bordered on a call to arms against the British administration in Nigeria and against those the nationalists styled Uncle Toms, and particularly against members of Egbe Omodudua. Among the latter were persons such as Sir Malakija, Dr. Akintola Maja, Sir Kofu Abayomi, Chief Bode Thomas, Chief H.O. Davis, Dr. Akin Doherty, and others. In other words, precisely the Lagos Yoruba elite with whom Ladoke Akintola identified very closely. We've already read some of these things from Papa's book. We're going to tie everything together very soon. So what you are seeing here is that people like Kolawole Balogun, Abiodun Aloba, Ogedengbe Macaulay, Ajuluchukwu. By the way, MCK Ajuluchukwu eventually turned around to work with Papa. You know, all these guys were the ones that carried out that terrible stuff that we talked about from the editorial September 8, 1948. You know, they attacked the British, they attacked Nigerian nationalists. If you don't agree with them, they call you Uncle Tom. You are, what's that word they say these days? You are a threat to my life. That's what obedience here, Abi. Obedience are the new iteration of Zikist movement. One of these days we'll talk Zikism. But that day, maybe after Awoism, because that one is more sensible. Zikism is just interesting. Let's put it that way. They were very violent. Very, very. Yes, you are after my life. If you don't vote for B, you are after their life. Very interesting characters. All right. So, he mentioned, by the way, Sadia Malakija was the leader of Egbe Omodudua in Lagos at the time. So all these people in Lagos, Sadia Malakija, Akintola Maja, Kofu Abayomi, Bode Thomas, H.O. Davis, Akin Doherty, were people that Akintola related with. So they were all in Egbe Omodudua. Again, if you were here when we had the session, Egbe Omodudua was founded in London in the UK in 1945. 1948, they inaugurated it in Ife, and that same year in Lagos, right? The one in Lagos became a threat to Azikiwe and his Zikist movement, and they said it was tribalist. It was a tribalist organization. It was a fascist organization, they called it. Never mind, Azikiwe himself being the head of Igbo Federal Union at the time. So it says here, the Egbe Modudua to which they belonged and the association for which they were being vilified by the Zikists and the NCNC press, the Daily Comet and the West African Pilot, was founded in 1945 in London by Yoruba students then in London, namely Obafemi Awolowo, Ayotunde Rosiji, Oni Akerele, Abiodun Akerele, Akintola Williams, and others. Their aim was to galvanize Yoruba into action in the face of what they considered to be Azikiwe's grand design of Igbo domination. Let me ask a question. We've been here for a while. We have been called tribalists. I want to ask you a simple question. Please just say yes or no. Or just say true or false. Is it true that as of 1945, there was a plan for Igbo domination of the entire nation called Nigeria? If it's true, please write true or yes. If it's false, write false or no. I just want to know I want to know if you have been following what we've been reading all this while. Is it true that by 1945, there was a plan for Igbo domination of the entire nation? Yes. Okay. I'm saying so that, thank you. Two things. Number one, not be today. Number two, in case people that are like the clown that came in there and said they were lying, so that they will know that I'm not the only one person saying it. We've all read the books, right? So let's continue. So it says their aim was to galvanize the Yoruba into action in the face of what they considered to be Azikiwe's grand design of Igbo domination. Even though the organization had existed in London since 1945, it was not until the Lagos branch was formed in 1948 that the movement took root on Nigerian soil. The organization also intended to provide a forum in which problems common to Yoruba people as a whole could be discussed. Since the new governor, Sir John Macpherson, had said he would consult with all leaders of the Nigerian peoples, the Egbe Modudua felt it would be in a position to present a charter of inter-ethnic relations in Nigeria, which among other specifications would form the basis of a new federal constitution in Nigeria. By the way, we read that charter some time ago from Baba's autobiography. If you're interested, please get the book, Awo, the autobiography by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. You can get it on Redomi Books on Telegram. It's a bookshop. When Ladoke Akintola returned to Nigeria in March 1950, he found the political situation in Lagos and Yoruba land polarized between the NCNC and what was left of the Nigerian youth movement, who were also in the Egbe Modudua. He immediately renewed his contacts with the Lagos branch of the Egbe Modudua. He had been keen... Sorry, guys. My neck. It's sitting sometimes, eh? Thank you, Mr. Loede on YouTube. When Ladoke Akintola returned to Nigeria in March 1950, he found the political situation in Lagos and Yoruba land polarized between the NCNC and what was left of the Nigerian youth movement, who were also in the Egbe Modudua. He immediately renewed his contacts with the Lagos branch of the Egbe Modudua. He had been kept informed of developments in Nigeria while he was in London through his regular correspondence with Drs. Akintola and Akintola Maja. When Ladoke himself investigated the political situation of Lagos, he found to his chagrin that the so-called Egbe Modudua and the NYM were weak, while Nnamdi Azikiwe bestrode the political scene like a colossus. Akintola, in a series of discussions with Dr. Akintola Maja, the Akereles, Bode Thomas, and Dr. Akintola, impressed it upon them that a new political party to champion the cause of the Yoruba must be formed if they were not to play second fiddle to the Igbo in the political evolution of Nigeria. By this time, too, Obafemi Awolowo, who had an aversion for Lagos politics and politicians, was planning an independent move in Ibadan. In March 1950, Awolowo had sent letters to several people inviting them to his house in Ibadan to discuss a plan of action for Western Nigeria, for Western Nigerian people to present a united front, which he claimed had been sadly lacking at the previous constitutional conferences before the impending Macpherson constitutional proposals. Those who showed up at Awolowo's house in Ibadan numbered exactly 7. These were the people that formed Action Group. This was because many of those invited were put off by Awolowo's arrogance and high-handedness in inviting people to his house, rather than calling a conference in a neutral place. Those who came to Awolowo's house justifiably felt that the fewer they were, the greater their share of honor. This was why they met and formulated plans to form a political party as soon as possible. Incidentally, one of those who attended the seven-man conference was J. Oladejo Adigun, the secretary of the Ibadan branch of the Ogumosho Parapor, and also a protege of Ladoke Akintola, one whom Ladoke customarily sent to functions which he himself could not attend. At this time, Ladoke Akintola was the only lawyer from Ogumosho, and as Akintola Ogunjumo, his former colleague as a teacher at Baptist Academy in the 1930s, often said, in those days, the Ogumosho people never made a political move without the consent of Ladoke Akintola. Akintola himself had passed through Ibadan in March 1950 on his way from Lagos to Ogumosho, newly returned from England. He had stopped at the Awolowos and they had discussed politics together, but he did not attend the meeting called by Awolowo. As a matter of fact, most of those who attended the meeting were political lightweights, but Akintola was smart enough to send a surrogate in the person of Oladejo Adigun. A year after the initial meeting at Awolowo's house, a proper meeting was summoned at Owo in Ondo province on April 28, 1951. Representatives from 24 administrative divisions of the Western region were present. Most of those present were members of the Egbe Omodudua and others who had been members of the NYM, including people like Bode Thomas and Ladoke Akintola. The Lagos elite stayed away, apparently convinced they were too politically sophisticated to be led by people from the Yoruba hinterland. Those who attended the conference, which was lavishly hosted by the young, forceful, dynamic, and thoroughly modern Oba of Owo, His Highness Olateru Olagbegi, resolved to form the Action Group as a political party to fight for independence and to ensure Yoruba a place in the political sun of Nigeria. The party, when formed, was heavily dependent on the goodwill of the Obas in Western Nigeria. Sorry, guys. Okay. The party, when formed, was heavily dependent on the goodwill of the Obas in Western Nigeria, who used their influence to persuade, cajole, or force their people into it. Explaining the reason for forming the Action Group, Obafemi Awolowo told his listeners that, quote, both inside and outside the NCNC, anybody who appeared to be a threat to Azikiwe's reign was mowed down like grass. It is not difficult to surmise the intentions of Azikiwe and his NCNC press. They were engaged in a calculated effort to frighten away decent citizens from public life, to collect a motley crowd of degreed mediocrity and lackeys, the Orizus, the Mbadiwes, the Ojikes, eating out of Azikiwe's hands, and thus to pave the way for a dictatorship by Azikiwe. The situation became too serious to be ignored, for unless the best brains in all parts of the country were afforded through a well-organized political party, the country will fall into the hands of well-organized brigands, ignorant and unprincipled. The country will fall into the hands of well-organized brigands, ignorant and unprincipled demagogues, peddling nationalism for the sake of their stomachs. Unquote. The Action Group emerged between 1950 and 1952 as the best organized party. It also had a newspaper, the Nigerian Tribune, which was owned and for a while edited by Obafemi Awolowo. Even at this early stage, Obafemi Awolowo made sure effective control of the party was in his hands. He deliberately shunned Lagos because he regarded the place as a hotbed of intrigues and blackmail. Ibadan then became the focal point of politics in the Western region, which still regarded Lagos as an integral part of itself. Thus, the defeat of NCNC by the Action Group in the first post-McPherson election in 1951 marked the triumph of party organization, regionalism, and federalism over the loosely articulated New Africa creed of Azikiwe and the NCNC's commitment to unitary government. The McPherson Constitution was a bold attempt to democratize the organs of government and to involve Nigerians in this effort. The detractors of the Action Group said their defeat was a triumph of tribalism, ethnicism, and vote buying over commitment to unity and early independence. There were elements of truth in all this. there's no doubt that the action group was a party. There's no doubt that the action group as a party was well financed, and that the efficient party machine was well served by its connection with traditional Yoruba leadership. The victory of the action group in the West, however, had great political ramifications. The NCNC could no longer claim it represented the political aspirations of all Nigerians. This break in the nationalist ranks was partly because, I'm getting tired. We're going to close very soon. Oh boy. Somebody said Ogumosho also has Benjamin Adekunle, the Black Scorpion, as a son. Yes. The Macpherson Constitution was a... Okay. The victory of the action group in the West, however, had great political ramifications. The NCNC could no longer claim it represented the political aspirations of all Nigerians. This break in the nationalist ranks was partly caused by Nnamdi Azikiwe himself. His undisguised campaign for Igbo primacy in Nigeria through sensationalist reporting of Igbo triumphs, whether on the field of play at a soccer match or far away in America or England, served to detract from his national following, especially when he failed to report Yoruba or Hausa Fulani triumphs in these areas. While his paper served to inspire the Igbo people to catch up with the educationally more advanced Yoruba, it unintentionally succeeded in creating a siege mentality among the Yoruba, which Obafemi Awolowo and his action group exploited. Let's pause on this for now. I want to read something from this other book. That's Ladoke Akintola, His Life and Times by Akinjide Oshuntokun. I want to read something to you from Samuel Ladoke Akintola, In the Eyes of History by Femi Kehinde. No. I'll come to this later. If I get into this, I won't leave here today. Let me just read a few more things from the other book. I wanted to read from this book. There are fantastic things inside here, but clearly there's a gap I need to fill before I get here. So this, what I find, there are many interesting things in this book as well, but I kind of like how he talked about his involvement in politics. I don't want to go to all those things of how he got married and all those things. All right. So let me read something about that. Fellow rest. This book is called Samuel Ladoke Akintola, In the Eyes of History by Femi Kehinde, Honorable Femi Kehinde Esquire. Samuel Ladoke Akintola began his law practice in Lagos and Abeokuta. His practice being mainly on land matters and advisory services. We already covered that in the other book. Let's come to this next time. Because if we get into that, we're not going to leave here today. I'll just read a few more things from here. Let's go back to the book by Akinjide Oshuntokun. By the way, this book is very detailed. It was published 18 years after he was killed. One of the things you notice from here is there's nothing we've read here that is different from what we've read from other books. If you notice, what is what Zeke did with Egwemo Dudua, with West African Pilot, with Igbo Union, with Igbo, Jingoism, it's called that there is Ojo. So that's to say that, and by the way, these people were actors. Actually, they served in the Oshotokun. Actually, Oshotokun served, is a professor. He served in the cabinet of Akintola. These were people who were there in the eye of the storm. And that's why you find the congruence. So a few more things before we go on. So we said that he talked about how Azikiwe used his paper to report Igbo triumphs. If you want to find details of the triumphs, which some of them we mentioned earlier, you also find in the book by Papa Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. But a few more things here before we go today. We'll be here again tomorrow, 1 p.m. if time West African time. We're almost done for today's session. So, while his paper served to, okay, let me go back just a bit to create congruence. It says Azikiwe's undisguised campaign for Igbo primacy in Nigeria through sensationalist reporting of Igbo triumphs, whether on the field of play at a soccer match, that's the one that happened in 1940, or far away in America or England, that's 38, 39. All those things, all this reportage served to distract from his national following, especially when he failed to report Yoruba or Hausa Fulani triumphs in these areas. While his paper served to inspire the Igbo people to catch up with the educationally more advanced Yoruba, it unintentionally succeeded in creating a siege mentality among the Yoruba, which Obafemi Awolowo and his action group exploited. The coming together of Akintola and Awolowo in the action group was easily foreseeable. Akintola had been in the NYM, had edited its organ, the Daily Service, and his oratorical skill and mastery of the Yoruba language, unparalleled by any other public figure in his time, made him much more indispensable to the new party than even Bode Thomas, who was, like Awolowo, a very arrogant and aloof person. Akintola did not like Awolowo very much, clearly. But I'm reading everything, even though I don't. So Awo had this, I feel at this point I have to say something. I might just throw jabs at Awo. Awo had this, I think he had this respect for self, or of self. And I've read it from these different books. They wouldn't use the word arrogant. Some would say arrogant, like Ibi Ayodele said that he had this quixotic idealism. Oshodoko is definitely calling him, that. But the point is, you know how, here's a better word, he's unbending. I've said this several times, that Awo's strength could also be his weakness. Where, this song, Awo was song, so it usually comes off as snobbish. And I think it also happens when you discover that many of the people that are even shouting, they don't even know as much, to be honest. Right? So it makes you, and sometimes, let me tell you what I think. Sometimes I think people can have a perception of you that is not really what it is, but it's just the vibe that you give. But doesn't mean that that's actually who you are until they get very close. Like you find some of these things in Bolaige's book where he described Awo. He talked about how with his own people is more what's the word, appearance, so to speak. I don't even know why I'm stopping to say that. I just feel like he's been throwing jabs at Papa for a while, so I felt I had a duty. But let's go back to the book. All right. So he said, but it is true that there was, I've listened to a number of the people, because thank God for recordings. Akintola had a way with words. He had a way with words. He was such a good speaker. And if you doubt it, please, especially Yoruba, if you doubt me, please go on YouTube, look for his speech. Even you'll be happy to hear. It was fantastic. It was a fantastic speaker. So it's true that it was better than most of the people of his era. From the very inception of the action group, Akintola was chosen as a member of the national executive as well as a party legal advisor. His role in the new party was decisive in selling the party in his hometown, where his influence with the Ogumosho Parapo proved very useful. Just before the Macpherson Constitution came into effect in December 1951, Ladoke Akintola was sent by the Action Group to make contact with progressive elements in the United Kingdom and also to lobby members of the British House of Commons to support future plans of the Action Group, particularly in the party's stand that Nigeria could only develop peacefully along federalist lines. Federalist being ethno-linguistic federation. That was the original plan before the unitary people came to dabaru everything. And then the British did not help matters, by the way. Since Akintola, through his legal and political activities in England from 1946 to 1950, had made friends there, the party gave him latitude to meet with anybody who might be useful to the Action Group and be of help in the realization of the political aspirations of Western Nigerians. His mission, in his own words, was a huge success. He met and had discussions with Fenner Brockway, Hugh Gateskill, Michael and Dingle Foote, whose brother Hugh Foote had been Governor Macpherson's chief secretary. The party felt he had done a good job to the extent that he was one of the 5 delegates who represented the Action Group in the Constitutional Conference that met in London towards the end of 1951 to put finishing touches on the Macpherson Constitution. Early in 1953 again, he and his good friend, the affable, if hard-drinking and fun-loving Ishekiri, Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm reading what he wrote. I wouldn't have described Author Press this way, but I read it in there, right? Early in 1953 again, he and his good friend, the affable, if hard-drinking and fun-loving Ishekiri lawyer, Chief Author Press, were sent to London to support unsuccessfully the case of the Western region against the separation of Lagos from the West. In all this, Ladoke Akintola's reputation so grew within the party and in the country as a whole that he soon earned the nickname Envoy Extraordinary of the Action Group. In all he did, Ladoke continued to be very thorough, and in his position in the inner circle of the Action Group, he proved his mettle so soon that by 1951, when the Macpherson Constitution came into being, he found himself elected to go to Lagos as one of the representatives of the Western region in the new House of Representatives. This will be the point where we stop today. We're going to continue this. Maybe what I'll do on Wednesday is we'll read something about Nigeria's independence, and I might get back into the book because it's quite interesting. I don't want us to stay a full session before it. Independence is on Wednesday. Independence celebration is Wednesday, 1st October. But we'll be here tomorrow, Tuesday, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We'll be here for a very short time, so please come early. But before we go, I think, like we usually have people who would like to contribute. So if you'd like to contribute to the conversation, please send your request. We'll bring you up and then we'll have some feedback. Mr. Olumide on YouTube says, Awolowo makes people feel like schoolboys. That's true. You know the truth. You know the funny thing about this thing? If you really sit down and think about it, it's quite difficult to believe that the age gap between Awo and Akintola was just 1 year and 4 months. It was larger than life. By the time we get into the details of what happened between both of them, you see how it was almost inevitable. Almost inevitable. They could have handled it better, with benefit of hindsight, but Awo was Awo. But I hope, by the way, let me also ask, I hope that this route we're taking, I hope you don't mind this route, rather than just going straight to Awo and Akintola, to actually try and know the person, because I don't think most of us actually know who SLA is. And I'll tell you one of the things, and which is also one of the reasons I decided to do this thing. Who is the oldest of the two? Papa? Awo. Awo was born in March 6, 1909. Akintola was born July 10, 1910. So the difference is 1 year, 4 months, and 4 days. They are more close like that, and they were very close friends, by the way, but just because of who he was. And I think one of the reasons we don't really care about SLA, this is not to absolve him of his fault. So when we get to his fault, I will talk about it. what Papa could have maybe chose another path. We'll talk about that as well. But I want to, before we go, nobody is sending requests. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar Tungos. Thank you, sir. One of the reasons we don't care so much for a story, and we just want to talk about this versus that. And this is not me, sincerely, this is not me abdicating responsibility or saying that it's the fault of somebody else. But to be honest, it is actually the fault of somebody else. It's the fault of somebody else. Now, and that's the reason I didn't want to start by saying Awo and Akintola, because I'll be playing into that stuff. And I'll tell you where that fault came from. I'm going to read it to you, and then you can decide. You will know exactly what I'm talking about. The person that caused, I mean, again, Akintola, there are some mess-ups, let's not lie. But remember that when, I mean, there were mess-ups, especially in 1961, 62, there were mess-ups from Akintola's side. You can't even, we'll talk about it later. But by 62, Papa was in prison. So the question we should be asking ourselves is this. From 62 to 66, who shaped the perception of Yoruba people about their political leaders in the absence of Awo? Especially from 64 to 66, who shaped their perspective? Your answer, the answer to that question tells you why you believe what you believe about Akintola when we're talking about Akintola. Like, we don't care where he was born, his date of birth, the fact that he was a lawyer. We don't care that he was in daily service, that he wrote, that he was an orator, that he was very instrumental to the success of Action Group. We don't care about those things, but there's a reason we don't care. Let me read that reason to you. This reason is actually from 1964. This was published in 1964. Play up Awolowo at all times. These... No, it's on this one. Mombo, 1 second. I want to read to you why we think of him the way we do. Somebody says Zik. No, it's not Zik. I don't like to say, I don't like blame games, but it's important to acknowledge it. And the reason I'm saying this, I'll tell you, is every time you talk about Yoruba leaders, if you chalk it down to black and white, this person is good, that person is bad, the one you see as good, you will not be able to see some mistakes that he made so that you can avoid those mistakes. The one you see as bad, you will never be able to learn anything from them. So who is good in this? Of course, Awo is good. Guys, Awo is good. I don't care. Awo is good. But if that's the only way you see that situation, then you will not see Papa's mistakes. And he made some mistakes. And the mistakes do not in any way reduce his deity status as far as I am concerned. It doesn't. I can even explain the mistake and explain it away. I can even explain it away because it's Awo. But if you follow blindly, you may miss out on the things that you want to make sure you don't repeat, having learned from his mistakes. And we don't really care for that, which is a problem for us. For Akintola, because you think he's such a bad person, you also don't see the points in the things that he raised and why you may need to also factor those things in your own generation, because you've already written him off as bad. So that's the reason I'm not doing Awo and Akintola straight up, but we're going to get into that. But we need to create this foundation where you actually know who he is or who he was and the circumstances surrounding his involvement in Nigerian politics, right? Somebody says Baba was being ideological and Akintola was being realistic. You're right. We're going to get into all of these things. Someone also says Awolowo was nationalistic in approach and action. He stuck to his decision to go all out to lead. You're also right. But why do we do Awo versus Akintola instead of understanding Awo and understanding Akintola? Let me read to you when it started. Again, it started in 1964. We did not even know. We were being engineered. The folks who engineered their own people with victim mindset engineered us. Let me read to you what they did. Play up Awolowo at all times. This will keep up the resistance of the action group members and stop them from uniting with the NNDP to form a solid Yoruba front. This is vital, and there is no longer a headache or danger to us. Intensify all propaganda against Akintola. Don't hold that he is sufficiently discredited. He is sufficiently discredited already. He is still dangerous. We must always keep the quarrel between himself and the action group alive. This will ensure the disunity amongst the Yoruba leaders. Seek all means to discredit Fani Kayode. He is the real and only barrier to our domination of the West and our ultimate control of the Federation. That was the Igbo National Caucus Protocol 1964, signed by Badiwe and Banugo. That is what was responsible for Awo is great. Awo is great. You know you are good, but they can eulogize you not for your own benefit, but against your people. Thankfully, Papa was in prison at the time, so nobody say he head goes well. But the point is that the people hearing that Awolowo was so bad, they did not know that a propaganda was engineered against him to the point where, although it was wrong, and I'll tell you this, I mean, there are things that he did right, but there were major things where he was wrong. Even with that, he's still somebody to look up to in our generation. Which, like somebody is writing in the comment section, is also what is happening today. There are certain people some people are using the media to tell you that they are bad and they are your leaders. They will tell you to fight them. They are engineering you too. It's the same thing. Play up this person, have this propaganda against this person. Let's make sure that there's no solid Yoruba front. If you think it ended in 1964, wake up and smell the coffee. It's still alive. It is you that they will tell that Wole Soyinka is a bad guy. He's a terrible man. He's a terrible human being. Pastor Adeboye, Pastor Kumuyi, Bishop Edepo, anybody that is anything, they get discredited. And you, because you are supposed to be loyal to whatever group you are in, you go with the flow. What is happening is that you have been used against your own self and against your people. But it's not new, right? And I hope that this path we are taking will help us understand these things better. By the way, what I just read right now is from Igbo National Caucus. It was a plan, and there are worse things they've written, by the way, but it's amazing how the people that do this are the ones that call everybody tribalists. All right. Let's quickly answer some questions in the comment section, since you guys don't want to come up. By the way, if you'd like to support what we're doing, please, let me just write it. Because when we begin to answer questions is when we put up bank details. Somebody says, still don't understand Tinubu's offense is Yoruba. That's enough offense. The person who allowed folks from the East to get into his cabinet, he didn't have to do it. Brought Easterners into his cabinet. Now he's the most tribalistic human being on earth, according to the same Easterners. Somebody says they were also responsible for the Oyo effect. No, down on us. Igbo people did not make us say Oyo is bigger than Kineko. No, that one not us. And it's the foolishness of some of our people. That one is not them. But they are taking advantage of it. They're taking advantage of it. But we are the cause of that one. We are the authors and finishers of that one. They started last year. No, this thing has been on since the 1980s. This has been on since the 1980s. The person who started Oyo and Ife Kini is Obadiemi. But to his credit, before he passed, himself and Obagunwusi, they were able to, mend stuff. And that's to his credit. The only problem, they say, the thing we didn't talk that time, the recording still there. That's the only problem. But to be honest, it didn't start with you, but it started with Obadiemi. One of these days, there's a video I'm going to play. It's Oba Shanke, Olubadan Ibadan, his son, what he said about how Adeyemi engineered the reorganization of the chairmanship of the House of Chiefs in Oyo State in the 1980s. It was Machiavellian. But again, like I said, before he passed, he tried to mend, to his credit, to his eternal credit, he tried to make things better. But you would expect that the next king would follow in that king. That one just went back and took everybody. Not it took himself. It took people back to wherever they came from. Anyway, let's just respond to some questions. We have a few minutes before we go. People have chosen to. Did Igbo National Caucus involve in Awolowo treasonable felony against Nigerian government? You have to remember that members of NCNC were also in Igbo National Caucus. Some of them were in the cabinet, but they were also in Igbo National Caucus. And Awolowo going to prison was not without their knowledge. But you can't say they don't have sent him there, but they were part of the whole thing. It was a northern and eastern agenda against the West. Awolowo going to prison was a northern and eastern agenda. They worked together to orchestrate that in the Western region. That's why Ayodele said that when they were going to fight, the North and the East wanted to fight. The theater of war was Western region. One second, I want to just do this thing so I can concentrate. If you'd like to support us, please look at the comment section. You'll find the bank details there. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your support and generosity. So I was saying that it was intentional. It was something that they did in order to. I mean, look at what these people were saying in '64. This was even after Papa was in prison. The whole idea was to take over every region, particularly the Eastern region, the Midwest region, and the Western region. And then the federal government, that's the central government. They succeeded with the East, they succeeded with the Midwest, they succeeded even with the central government. They were left only with the West. So all the things that came up, whether it was the treasonable felony charge and all of those things, it was MPC and NCNC now. So if you asked, yeah, it was part of their wins. By the way, which turned out to be a blessing, because had Papa not been in prison, they would have killed him in '66. Best believe. Why was the West chosen? Sorry. Let me finish that thought first. Had Papa not been in prison, they would have killed him in '66. Being in prison in Calabar was what saved Awolowo from being murdered by these lunatics. Now the question you said, let me answer the next question. Why was the West chosen battlefield? Because we, amongst ourselves, we had no unity. It was easy for them to use us. They came west because, so already we had a crack in our own wall. That's on us, right? You had this thing where, no, if I go into it, is the answer to the whole series. It started between, so there's something that we don't usually talk about in this whole thing about Akintola. Akintola was originally in Lagos as in the House of Representatives, while Papa was in the region as Premier. Akintola was a member of parliament representing Ogbomoso in that place. Ogbomoso ni àbí Ọ̀ṣun, ṣọ́n ti ṣe Ọ̀ṣun gbà yẹn ṣá. Yes, Ọ̀ṣun or your that side. In Lagos, in House of Representatives. He was a minister. He had already worked with Tafawa Balewa. The mistake I think we make when we have this conversation is that we reduce it to Akintola became premier, and some people say Baba now said should give him his seat back, and then that's how they fighting. It's a very childish, pedestrian, infantile way of looking at that history. Akintola had been in federal government. He was minister of. Well, he was minister of aviation. He was also in charge of health at the time when they were able to build UCH and finish up with UCH. He was one that helped relocate the UCH from Adeoyo to the present location. They became Minister of Aviation. The first time they were going to move from the one they all owned together in West Africa with Ghana, Nigeria, Gambia. I think there's another country. They own this West African airline stuff together. Then Ghana pulled out to start their own before Nigeria then decided to have Nigerian Airways. Akintola was the Minister of Aviation at that time. So it was already there. It was when Papa was planning to go, to the federal parliament that it was then recalled. And then out to now, there was a by-election, he won, and then he... So what I'm saying basically is that he was already working with Northerners before he became premier of the Western region. He also knew the inner workings of the Igbos, because they were all together in that place. And contrary to what people think, Awo did not come back, to the Western region parliament to say, give me my seat. What really happened, and this is, I think, maybe this is going to help. What really happened was that at the time that Awolowo was premier of the region, he was also leader of the party, but Akintola was in the federal parliament, right? When Akintola returned to the regional parliament and became the regional government and became the premier, and Papa had to now go to the federal parliament, Akintola did not become the leader of the party. Papa was still the leader of the party. The real issue was that becoming the premier of the region did not automatically make you the leader of the party. And that to me is where the problem really started. It's not about I want to work with the North, don't work with the North. All those ones came much later. The real issue was ego. If we are really if we want to be honest, it's ego. And I'm not saying ego on one side, it's ego. The leader of the party doesn't cease to be the leader of the party just because he's no longer the premier. Do you know how crazy it was? Let me tell you one funny story. It was so crazy that Akintola's wife, when Papa was premier, Papa did not live in government house. He was going to work from his own house. Okay, let me consider Katomalo. Ocean Division, thank you, 16 Hills. Ocean Division, thank you. That was what Akintola was representing. When Akintola returned to Ibadan to become premier, do you know himself and his family were living in Papa's house? Because there was no house they were going to live in. It was much later they found a building in, I think it was in Iyaganku. They now fixed it up and then moved him there. Normally, everybody would go to Papa's house for meetings. When he was head of the party, when he became premier, even when they were founding the party, the meeting held in his house. It now got quite interesting that when he became premier, Akintola's wife told him that he shouldn't be going to Awolowo's house for meetings because he's now the premier. This thing is, you see some petty things and then you see some serious stuff, but then everything will end in ego. Like, why should you be going to Okebola for meetings You know, there's also the issue of from their wife's side, it's actually quite interesting. Meanwhile, when the daughter was going to the UK, Akintola, Awolowo, and both wives saw that girl off. They escorted her, saw her off to the airport. They were very close, but someone says even Akintola do pick Baba at home before his wife disagreed. Yes, they were very close, but then one said, why should he be going to his house? And yes, Baba was very principled. To the question that somebody asked earlier, yes, he was like this, like Tashima Shedele. And let me tell you something. People like this author, for instance, has some issues with Baba. Guy, he founded the party. If you think he is, you run him. He founded the party. So if he has some ego stuff, again, is our where he's wrong. I know we'll talk about it all. But in the part where you meet before you became Kini, was in his house. So all those things, for me, as far as I'm concerned, it's not good enough. It's not a good enough reason to. And then to be honest, right? Let me tell you what I think. We're going to go deeper into all of this later. I think where Akintola really had issues was that he was made to succeed somebody who was larger than life and was still alive. He was larger than life, but he was still alive. Like we will read it. Don't worry, we'll read some of these books. How and Akintola could travel somewhere. Akintola is a premier, but the only thing you'll be hearing is that thing can pain somebody. Can pain somebody. And so Akintola, having faced that repeatedly, came up with populist policies that backfired badly. But we'll talk about that later. Somebody says, also Coca-Cola deal. Yes, that was between their wives. Akintola was right about the Igbos. Oh, yes, he was. That much is true. That was his Igbo collaborators told him before they murdered him. I don't know that one. Who is this? Afam Charles says, Ademo Iga book says the intentions was to install Awo. You are a liar, Afam Charles. You are a liar. You are a liar. You have never read that book in your life. You have tell me the title of Ademo Iga's book. You have never read that. You guys use that name because it's Yoruba. You have never read that book in your life. Not once in the entire book. It's here. I have a number of copies. I could send one to you. There's not one time did Ademo Iga say they were organizing the coup to install Awolowo. You are a liar. You are a liar. The book you quoted, not once did excuse me. Not once did Ademo Iga mention, sorry, I'll say that again. Not once did Ademo Iga mention that they were going to install Awolowo as head of state. He never did in the entire book. But clowns like this, especially folks from the Southeast, they will use Ademo Iga against you as a Yoruba person and tell you that after he went to install him. The first time we heard that they were going to install Awolowo as president, do you know the date? The coup was January 15. I don't like people lying about this coup. Oman trigger me go. The coup was January 15, 1966. We did not know that the reason was Awo until 1967, more than 1 year after the fact. More than 1 year after the fact. And the first place that thing was published was in the Eastern Region newspaper. Before the interview that happened, I think it was in May or July, when Nzogu then had with Taishulari, this was in 67. You guys, were you cursed with lying instincts? Like you have to lie? And you know the crazy part? They will refer to a book, not because they read the book, but because the author is Yoruba, and they think the author actually panders to them. The only thing, I should say this, the only thing connecting to Awolowo that Ademoyega mentioned was a plan to get him out of prison. He said they were going to have 14 regions in Nigeria, 7 in the north, 7 in the south, and it was going to be a military solution. Not once did he mention having a civilian to be the prime minister. He said they were going to release him from prison in Calabar. That was what he wrote in his book. Interestingly, when you read the special branch report that was published in April 1966, it was discovered that there was no plan for Calabar. There was no plan. There were 5 capitals and one place of interest, 5 capitals and 1 city of interest. And of those 6, only 3 were planned for. There was Lagos, Ibadan, Kaduna, Enugu, and Benin City. The place of interest was Calabar. That was where Papa was being held. They only planned for Lagos, Ibadan, and Kaduna. That was all. They did nothing in Benin, they did nothing in Enugu, they did nothing in Calabar. Only for us to see 1 year later that, oh, the reason we had the coup was... And by the way, why is the Eastern Region government publishing something to support what coup plotters may have done in January 66? The game, somebody said they sold the Calabar to the thing they sold to them was not even to make him prime minister. It was to free him from prison, and even then they did not do anything. They said they had plans to have a helicopter. No, we didn't see any. We didn't see bird. The only thing we saw were pigeons and maybe an eagle or a hawk somewhere. We saw no helicopters, let alone planes. They did nothing in the Calabar. And that's why whenever you say this thing, like they don't say after all, but even then, at least Ojukwu released him. Lie, underlie. Ojukwu could not that did not, he could not have released Papa. He was released on August 12, 1966 by Yakubu Gowon, 11 days after I became prime minister, after I became head of state. You guys, if you want to lie, you can go in your enclave. That's your place where you guys drink lies like pure water. Go there and be drinking your pure water of lies. Don't bring your nonsense here, I beg. And if you are looking for the document on when the thing started, I can even provide that one to you. You want to rush you're a liar. That nonsense. I see some people that have wrote books that your people have read that has destroyed your mindset about Nigerians and about yourselves. If you see a book written by Chinua Achebe, before you read this, pray in the spirit. If you're a Christian, if you're charismatic, tongue speaking, pray in tongue before you read, because his book is lie. What the Bible say about lies, about Satan? It calls Satan the father of lies. When he speaks his native language. That's literally what the Bible says in the book of John, NIV. When he speaks his native tongue. When these people speak, they speak. He say he's a liar and the father of lies. When he speaks of himself. NIV says when he speaks his native tongue. These clowns, when they speak, forget the language they are speaking. It's actually lies. Blackmailing the rest of Nigeria. So if you're a Christian and you want to read that book, please pray very well, because Achebe lied. Mbadiwe lied. Ojukwu, that one did not even bother telling the truth at all. What was the name of this one that I wrote? Madiebo, that one too lied. On Russia, I want to be. Max, I'm talking to you now. For what you just wrote in the comment section, I won't block you. On Firo, not feel boy. Think about it. You buy the book by Chukwemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. You are expecting him to say stuff. He will not even go there. In that book, he didn't mention anything. But apart from that book, the real issue, he didn't talk about the war. Ojukwu will have meetings in 2001 in Boston and still lie about what happened in 1967. He still lie about 1967. It got to a point where 1983, Papa said, some of the Igbos are redeemable, but Ojukwu is irredeemable. He said it in 1983 in Abeokuta. Said this Ojukwu is irredeemable. It's just like, you just open your mouth and just come and just lie. Hello? Hello? Ah, you can't hear me? Okay. Is it okay now? You can hear me now? Good. Okay. What the win? Epa tap wejo. Epa tap 203 over 200k likes. Let me clap for everybody. I'll even cheer yourself. Yes. Thank you. I don't know what happened. I think it's the app. Please power tap. All these things they say about the war, it's everything you hear from the south is about the war. Check, double check, triple check. Do it as many times as you can. Quadruple say if you have to. Irony. Once I should rewind, I don't even know where I stopped. The point is, today's topic is meet SLA. We'll continue on Wednesday. Tomorrow we're having another session. 1 p.m. if you're time West African time, please join us. To those who have been giving gifts, thank you for your generosity. If you want to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up here. Here. Please use the bank details, the GT account. It helps a lot, so please support what we're doing. But to end this thing, we're going to continue on Akintola, but this thing about the civil war or the coup, everything, I'm not saying one, everything you hear from the Southeast is leading with lie, is lined with lies. Even if there is truth, they will still line it with lies. It is full of lies. The children, some of them are in their 60s now or 50s, who were raised with those lies, have now given to their own children and their children's children, and they are all lying. Just because they have repeated it 1,000 times doesn't make it the truth. So, if you're looking for, Awolowo had nothing to do with your coup. He was in prison, and we thank God he was in prison. In retrospect, I mean, in hindsight, we thank God. Because if he wasn't, your people would have killed him. Like you killed the others. The only person you did not kill, that you could have killed, but you did not kill, was Fani Kayode. And that one, they carried him to Ikoyi. But why was all this kept away from us while they indoctrinate their kid? See what they have done to their children now. See, let me say this. I know we would have loved to know these things, and then we say things like, oh, our parents should have, sincerely, would I have taught my children all these things? No. Especially if they are still young. You have to get to the mistake that parents made, Cha. Some of them didn't even know. What am I even saying? Some of them did not even know. And the ones who knew, when your kids start getting into like the late teens, early 20s, what's in real life, you be able to tell them stuff because you've already built in them the capacity for compassion, the capacity for empathy, for helping, for kindness. All those things are already there. You can now tell them what happened so that they are restrained from acting like lunatics. The ones who didn't have the background of kindness, of empathy, of goodwill towards others, of love, they are the ones, they were raised primarily on the diet of lies and propaganda. Therefore, they hate everybody. But what we should do, especially our generation, without blaming our fathers too much, or our parents, is raise your kids with love, respect for all, empathy, compassion, the normal thing that human beings should have. When you now get to a certain age, start telling them how things be. But at least you already have the foundation so that they will not become mad people. Because it takes madness to just look around people and say, you hate me, you hate me, you hate me, you hate me, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, you hate me. All this nonsense that they go around the place. So, to be honest, I'd rather just leave it at kindness, love, goodwill, and not even teach the child the history at all, than to leave all the goodwill and kindness and just teach them propaganda. But we have to do better in our own generation. Let's do you're a human being, you are blessed. And again, like I always say, don't start history by telling people what they did to you. Start history by telling your children the greatness of your race. What it means to be Yoruba. what we have accomplished in the past, what we are capable of accomplishing going forward, what they can look to, the models they should have, the people they can copy. Tell them about Awo, tell them about Dudua, tell them about Oromiyan, tell them about Bolaige, about Jakonde, tell them about greatness. Let it get into their brains, into their minds, into their soul, into their being. Let them become, when they think about Yoruba, let it be synonymous with greatness. Let that be, Koti socks, Tobati was strong, you will do everything for Yoruba, but look out for this, and that. In other words, they learn the true history, but not from a place of, I'm a victim of everybody. No, you are great. It's just that you have to be careful of things like this that happened in the past. So we don't raise children like these ones that are just filled with hate and lies. And I've heard it from the young, I've heard it from the old, and I wonder why. I know why. It's what you do when you are losing. It's what you do when you're underdeveloped. But I pray, since I'm Nigerian, I pray for other Nigerians that God will heal your wound. The only issue is this: God cannot make you want to find healing. God is capable of healing people's wounds, but it cannot make you to find healing. Somebody say Balogun Derinlo. We should do a session of Balogun Derinlo soon. And Ogedengbe Agbogungboro and Fabumi Okemese. These were great people. You have heroes for days. By the time our children are soaked in those things, start talking about some interesting characters in Nigeria, they will know how to handle it. I was saying something just now. God, to the best of my knowledge, studying his word as a Christian, is interested in healing people, healing nations, healing communities, healing societies. But he will never force himself on people. The case of the Southeast, with all due respect to all the people that I know that are from there, I love you all. Listen, you have a wound. Your elders decided to bandage that wound with propaganda. In other words, the very bandage they use on that wound is propaganda. Can God heal you? Yes. But the issue is this: you are concealing the wound. Anybody that tries to touch it, tries to expose it, not to wound you, not to make it worse, but just to expose it to the elements, you call them tribalist. In other words, what makes me a good person is to conceal your wound and take responsibility for your injury. Don't be me, that wasn't my fault. I can't take responsibility for your parents' fault. So you are concealing the wound. Don't touch it, don't touch it. If you touch it, you want to open the bandage. I want to help you. You want to open. No, you're a tribalist, you're a bigot, you're a bigot. The wound, they decay. Maggots are coming out. And that's how you see the terrible actions, the terrible character. The production, the kind of things that have been produced, ESN, UGM, IPOB. Well, sorry, Obi said that they are his brothers, they are his neighbors, but you get the point. The wound is deteriorating, but it can be healed. But it can't be healed with you closing it up and telling everybody to shut up. You know what? Don't believe anything I'm saying if you're from the South. Don't. I don't want you to even. I'm not putting that burden on you, so you don't think that because I'm Yoruba. Just read, find healing. There's a song by Don Moen. I won't sing it, but the lyrics goes something like this: find rest my soul in Christ alone, know his power, and when the oceans rise and thunders roll, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the floods. I will be still and know your God. Listen, just calm down. Forget about is a Yoruba person with Yoruba cap, which I wear proudly every day, saying these things. Just get the references, study those things. Maybe you'll find some healing. You need it. The next generation needs it. The Igbo teenagers need it. I saw a video last week of an Igbo boy talking to Yoruba men in Yoruba land, telling them that their brother is the reason for Nigeria's issue. And their brother is Tinubu. And that one I said, but it's also our brother. And I said, no, it's not our brother, it's your brother. They speak the same language. The things the boy was saying, the boy could not be more than 12 years old. The things he was saying, if they told you that the person talking was 50-year-old, you will not say it's a lie because it's the same mindset. How are you going to pass this into children? How are you going to pass propaganda to kids? I spoke to a person who is a doctor, a PhD holder. He was running his PhD at the time. I don't know if he's done now. In the US, he was telling me that we know what we are doing. We are going to, this. I don't know. We're going to blackmail you guys into giving us what we want. Like, really? You have a PhD. You're going to blackmail Nigerians into giving you what you want. You will not get what you want. You will probably die open to have it. You won't. Nobody's going to be blackmailed in this country, but everybody will be respected. People will be loved. I mean, I will love because that's how I am, and I want everybody to be like that. If you are hating people and you're looking for unfit touchlights, YHK, that's entirely your business. We'll love you, respect you, but we'll tell you your boundaries, we'll tell you your limits, especially in Yoruba land. And if you have a problem with that, you can always go back home. Kojubelo. Unless, of course, there's no home, which by then you can now apply for shelter. We'll find a place for you. But you be there. God bless you. All right. Somebody says PhD doesn't make you smart. Apparently. Apparently, it doesn't make you smart. And it's sad because this is what also happened during the war. It was the PhD holders, the professors, who wrote the documents. The average Igbo person did not care for these things. You see what people say when they say the average Igbo person just wants to go and sell. Actually, it's not true. He used to want to just go and do his business. He had no problem. The average Igbo man was just okay living as a neighbor. He will go to places. He may have issues, though, but it's just natural. He's a human being. At his level of development, he will get issue. That's normal. But this whole thing of we are better, we are greater, we are taking over, all those things, it came from the ones who went to school. Came up with some ridiculous plans, taught it to their children and their friends and the people. Then everybody believes that if you went to school, then you must know better. That's why you're teaching us this. Before you know what's happening, listen to the song "The Monster You Made" by Burna Boy. Describes what's happening. May God bless everybody. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless Yoruba land. May God bless your own region as well. May God bring peace into your space, and may God frustrate every plan you and yours have to bring disorderliness to other parts of Nigeria, particularly Southwest. May God bless you. All right, we've had a fantastic run today. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I hope I answered the questions you asked. It's 7:23, so it's time to begin to cook basile. Oh, somebody wants to speak. Okay, let's have one person.
Ebo,
hello?
Well done.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I'm fine, sir. I'm fine, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, I just want to add this. I'm beginning to take it upon myself now to keep sensitizing people in my area here. I told you my program, and in fact, by God, some say I'm biased. Jerry, why are you like this? Because actually, my name is Jeremiah, so but I use my social name as Adekong. So Jerry, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Now, until I started trying, in fact, some of them have been coming to your life, but just that one can let send request or anything. So some of them were like, why are you like this? And then I started trying to teach them and all, show them some certain things. You know, some of these things are things that has been happening in our environment, even in the contemporary society that we have today. Just that many of our youths are not really paying attention to it. So until I started giving some instances, trying to make them see some things, I don't want to be going into details because the time is gone. You understand? That's like they started getting some of these things, and then as for me, And as for the Yoruba ethnic nationality and Nigeria as a whole, it's a plus. In fact, you'll be seeing some of them here as time goes on. And to our brothers in the East, well, you guys, majority of you guys, well, the Christian faith is more this thing at your place. Even the Bible says we cannot keep dwelling in sin and pray for grace to abound. The best thing for you guys is to heal. The best thing for you guys that you can do, God heal. He said, I was bruised for my iniquities. It was injured. The chastisement of my peace was casted upon me.
Isaiah 53.
By his stripes, you are what? You are
healed.
Exactly. By his stripe, you are healed. You can be healed, not just physically alone, but psychologically, emotionally, mentally. He wants you to be healed. He said he hasn't given you the spirit of fear, but of love, of power, and of a sound mind. Thank you, Sir Egmo. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the privilege.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, and thank you for preaching. Thank you for that scripture. If you're looking for reference, that's Isaiah 53. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, by his stripes we are healed. All right, let's have the final speaker for today. Olubi, good evening. I only say Pastor Jerry. Yes, Pastor Jerry, not easy, is on the mic. Olubi, good afternoon. Good evening, Jerry. Are we? Oluboy. Oh, Oluboy Financial Advisory.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Olubi, yeah, it's okay. That's
okay.
fine.
Because all I saw was Olubi, but it's Oluboy apparently.
It's okay. It's fine. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. You know, when you were talking about that orchestrated, as if they all sit somewhere and they say, just like the book, that document that was written by the guys as regard what they need to do. You know, hyping and putting him in a God position, and what they are doing at the moment. You see, the moment they see that, okay, maybe whatever Rodun guys are doing is beginning to have a force of whatever, and there is a unity, support for Tinubu, they keep looking for what else again can we use to drive these people apart. Because if they are not telling Egu people are not Yoruba, they are not saying Edo owns Lagos, they are talking about
the greatness of Awori. The time Awori is great, Oyo is great.
Exactly. All those people are not Yoruba people. They must look for something to make sure that anything that will unite us, they will make sure they do it, because they believe that our disunity is what they are going to ride on to become whatever they want to achieve. And it's becoming insanely the way they go about this thing. Even in normal comments, anywhere where you see Yoruba guys are being celebrated and everything, they will come to the comment section and put the name of Igbo there. It no longer is becoming a mental case. Like somebody sat them there and say, anywhere Yoruba person is mentioned or Yoruba people are being celebrated, go there and benchmark yourself beside them. And it's that everybody, because that's our source. Once you are able to do away with the source, then they can no longer hold. They know that definitely Onu is the one that is binding all of us together, including those that are in Ghana, including those that are in Brazil. Everybody are looking at Onu. That is the source of our unity. Now, these guys are beginning to say, and I don't know why this or your people do not understand what is playing out. You understand? It has never reduced Alaafin. Alaafin is powerful. What your empire has done for us, we are leveraging it now. It's part of our greatness as a people. They've done wonderfully well. We are all brothers. And which is why they need to be able to understand what is playing out. I know they are doing their own bit, but these guys are equally driving it behind the scene. There is one particular guy that will just come online. I will be saying, our lawyer or you know from the way he's speaking that he's not an Oyo person. But he said we are the real Yoruba. All these Ekiti people come and get up.
Don't amplify what they say.
No, it's just so because what occurs to me, because the moment you just mentioned that document and how the intentionality of their leaders and what they are doing at the moment, it's as if they're all reading from the same template. I want to believe these people, there must be a school where they teach them on what to do. Because it's just from small to even the educated ones. I have people that were in law school, went to law school together, and the way they reason, so crazy. And the funny thing is that most of them, there was a time we were looking for people who can, do drafting, legal drafting for us.
One more minute, please.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So for drafting, And we're looking for drafters, that constitutional people who are lawyers, that are experts when it comes to constitutional drafting, amendment, and stuff like that. Majority of the people that we are seeing are people from the East. Àwọn ọmọ Igbo ni. Because àwọn ni wọ́n mọ̀ gbọ́n bóyá máa yí constitution, because it means everything to them to be able to see what they can do in order to unite us by force and look into holes and whatever. And we need to wake up as a people so that we can be able to put our feet forward and try to see how we can survive in this I don't want to say ungodly, God has blessed us as a people, but man, it's saddening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that submission. And thank you, moderator, in the comment section. Thank you. Someone on YouTube says, I think it is even better that they are given what they want so that we can all have peace. So the real question is this: what do they want? And by the way, just like you are speaking, one of the lunatics just came in the comment section to write stuff about something he knows nothing of. So, bye-bye. All right, I'm going to have to drop Olu. So, when you say, Ms. Oloide says, I think it's even better they are given what they want so that we can all have peace. So the real question is, what do they want? And here's the thing. What they want is what is not theirs. If they say today that they want Igbo nation, just their own space, I'm very sure it will be easier for them to get it. But guess what? Nobody who is a leader in that region would want an Igbo nation. None. But you know what? In 1968, in the heat of the war, the federal government of Nigeria offered the eastern region, the Igbos, to have the East Central State. They said no. They did not want Igbo land. They wanted other parts of the then eastern region. And remember, eastern region is not Igbo land. Half of eastern region was Igbo land. The other half belonged to others. And it so happened that the other half that belonged to others was a fertile and productive one, whether in terms of agriculture or in terms of mineral oil, crude oil, mineral resources. I mean, thank God they found gas in Imo now. So if they really want to move, let them ask for their state. And by the way, it's going to be their own leaders that will make that argument for having Igbo nation, which I think they have a right to, by the way. But to be collecting other people's kidney and be doing like, I own this, I own that, when the owners of the land are saying no, they can't get that. If that's what they want, they can't get it. But they can get their space, which they have a right to ancestrally. All right. It's been a fantastic session today. I want to thank everybody who has been part of today's conversation. Thank you for being here. And thank you for your support. Someone says, have you spoken about Olubadan's coronation and Thai currency with a laughing Woweri? No. Let's just leave Thai currency alone. One of their strategies is meeting regularly and disseminating information across all age groups under cult-like leadership. Yeah, that's true. That much is true. But our own job now is also to know what the truth is and arm ourselves with the truth while we do the real work of building our own space. In all of this, they don't care about building their own space. It's about owning what belongs to others under the pretext of whatever victimhood. That way, the marginalization, those things are just pretext. So if they really want their own nation, I mean, I think they have they have a right, by the way. They have a right under God to their own space. So if they want, because if you read Antonio Nauro's speech in 1968, 12th August 68 speech at Addis Ababa, he was the one representing federal government at that conference. He mentioned what the federal government was offering, and the Igbo said no. They didn't want their own space. They wanted other people's spaces joined to do. The oil that they were shouting at the time was not in their space. The land was not in their space. They wanted, and they still do want it. And as long as that's the vision, they will never get it. Not because I hate anybody, but because those other people also have a right to what God has given to them. You can't try to own what is theirs because we are all in one country. Somebody says, why do they always want other people's land? Because they have little of it. That's a simple answer. And the little they have is not as fertile. And I believe that that is not a curse. That is actually, there's a blessing in there somewhere, somehow. I may not be able to tell you right now, but there's something good about that. There's something good about that. And I've asked that question before. I'll ask it again. Think about it as a person for a second. If you had nowhere else to run, what would you do at home? You had nowhere else to run to. What would you do at home? People should ask that question. Everybody's shouting. You go to everywhere telling them you own the land together because you're a developer, which is absolute nonsense. But if you were back home, just on your own at home, and you had no other place to go to, what would you do? Are you telling me that you cannot bring something good out of that place? I believe, no matter what people say, even whether they're throwing jabs, I believe that there's something, there are many good things about Igbo land. Guys, they have people. They have more people than the land could contain. That's what in fact, no, let's not go in that direction. The point is they have a lot of people. That is a plus. You can build towers. You can. I mean, I'm not even advising anything. The point is just that you cannot tell me that there's nothing good about Igbo land. And if there's something good about Igbo land, then you build on that thing. You don't go around telling everybody you own their spaces while you leave your own place in desolation. Enugu has coal. Yes, Enugu has coal. Imo has gas. There has to be something. How big is Singapore? But while Lenon is, I own Ẹkáàbọ, I own Cross River, I own Rivers, Ikwere is Igbo, Inko is Igbo, this one is Igbo, that one is Igbo. And they said, leave us alone. Say, no. The one where you get now, what have you done with it? Build something so that the people you are shouting, they will say, see, our brothers are doing something, we are their brothers. But no, you won't build anything at all. You'll be shouting, you are Igbo, you are Igbo. It's a shame, man. But may God bless that place. I believe that to read good news about the Southeast, sincerely. Like I watch Enugu for good news. I see some things that are not happening. I won't read it here. It's intentional. If I really hate dead people like they think I do, all the things that you'll be like, okay, so if I read this now, what will I get from it? I really believe something good will come out of the Southeast as soon as they begin to look inwards and stop insulting everybody but themselves. Buy mirrors, not telescopes. Look in the glass. Michael Jackson ló sọ wípé I'm starting with the man in the mirror. Start with the man in the mirror. May God bless everybody. Someone says, why can't they make use of this instead of claiming Lagos and all other places? May God bless them. God will give them wisdom. Yoruba people too. Let me finish. We're not heading to, we're not having Igbo class. Whatever happened that made our land the theater of war in the 1960s, we must be careful not to repeat it. If they are telling you one person is better than the other person, and you are insulting the other person, you are playing their game. It is true that one person may be better than the other person, but the idea of shouting that this one is Ginikon, that one throw him down, is Ginikon, even if that's the truth, even if that is the truth, the idea of always pushing it out, some things, you correct statements, but you don't, like all this Oyo Ife thing, I've said what I want to say. If I have the opportunity to say it again, I will say it again. But not, so there's a difference between setting the record straight and saying this one is good, that one is bad. This one is good, that one is bad. I want to bad, I want to good, I want to bad. I see a lot of it on social media right now. And some of them are typing, people typing are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, Adagbajera Ofu, Adagbamadanu, typing things, insulting each other's kings. You are doing yourself. Let's do better. Yeah? May God bless us. One of these days, we should discuss this book. I find it quite interesting. We should discuss this book one of these days. We'll see how it goes. There are many things to learn. We have to go now. Thank you, Empress. Folks on YouTube, on TikTok, on Facebook, on Twitter, and Twitch, thank you for your support. Thank you for liking the live and sharing and engaging and gifting and supporting. May God bless you and keep you. May God cause his face to shine upon you. May your regions be blessed. May your city be blessed. You don't tell the Ota not to ta. Let them ta whatever they want to ta. But whatever they do will always make progress in the name of Jesus. Moses says, shout out to you from Dubai. Shout out to you from Yoruba land. Thank you. All right, then. We're going to end the session by playing anthems. We'll play the Nigerian national anthem and also the Yoruba anthem. But for folks on YouTube, we're going to let it go because of copyright stuff. But thank you very much for being here. We'll be here again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So please join us. Tuesdays and Thursdays are shorter. We have shorter sessions. So I'll ask that we come early so that we can actually enjoy the 2 to 2.5 hour session, right? Then we'll continue the teaching that we started on Wednesday. West African time. May God bless and keep you and yours. Have a lovely evening. YouTube will let you go. And then for those of us here, we're going to have our anthem. Okay. Nigeria, we yield. I like this anthem. All right, let me end the live session for Facebook and